And we're live. What's up, boys? You're poor. Okay.
You're fucking broke.
Today we've got a stream
You're
for you
poor.
as promised. As promised. We are live going to react with a little bag here that I will not disclose the contents of. I know Ancat probably has his mics, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but I have this bag which may or may not. I mean, if it were to include something, what would it include? I mean, it would be a half tea, half lemonade beverage, okay? But,
Twisted?
I will neither confirm nor deny what it is.
Aren't those like only 5% though?
We got two tall boys. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So, point being, we are here reacting to the YWLS conference. So this is the Young Women's Leadership Summit. Women in leadership? You have got to be kidding me. Yeah, so let's see. We have Ignis in here saying this is how you don't get a girlfriend. Brett.
Yeah, so here, I was explaining this off stream, but Ignis, here's the thing. If she doesn't laugh at sexist humor, if she doesn't find what we're doing funny here on this stream, is she even worth wifing up? Is she even worth having a child with, conceiving a child with, of your own seed? Is she worth it? No.
Me when I see conservative girl boss women, brother, what is that? Brother,
That would that would trigger someone we know, or we used to know.
We have James in here saying real. So yeah, guys, we got Ancat with us. What's up, Ancat?
I am doing amazing. I'm fucking ready to roast women and hopefully have this not be seen by any future applicants. Job applicants.
Look, okay, here's a disclaimer. Basically, we're not responsible for what we're going to say because we may or may not have bodies that can alcohol into sexist rants, okay? So there's no liability here. Civil offense, it's not an LLC, unfortunately. And if only we could just put all the blame on the LLC. There is no LLC, so unfortunately. But we have Humvee saying, just easier to got gay. No.
What?
We ain't gay, bro.
No, we don't like that here.
We're not on that side of things. Okay, so anyway, here is the stream. We got it. They did it earlier today, but look, we're showing you a reaction of ours to this. What we are doing is coming in afterward and saying, okay, well, here's the play-by-play. You know what I mean? That's the advantage of doing it right after the event. I think they might actually still be streaming on the other one, but this was like a prior stream. And then another one. So there's like a half hour of this. I think most of it was just the introduction. But yeah, anything you want to add, Mr. Ancat?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we want to do like an introduction, sort of explain to people what this is or why we're reacting to it? I mean,
I don't know. I thought it was pretty self-explanatory.
I mean, yeah.
If you want to give anything, we can.
I would just say that like this summit, I think, is just like, I don't know. It's representative of the like absolute state of the conservative movement, where again you basically just have all of them falling into idpol and also not really being conservative. So, yeah, this women's summit, quote unquote, is probably the one of the best examples of that. And also, I've seen clips from their previous years. They do this every year, by the way. It is fucking insane. Like it is laughably cringe, if you might say. But
can somebody krill James?
No. Maybe.
I need somebody to. But anyway, point being here, I was just going to add, again, I made this jokingly as a point, but it really is a point. Women's leadership.
Yeah.
Why would you want that as a conservative? What does this mean to you? Why do you want that? Why do you, like, it really just seems like they're doing exactly what they're like, oh, this is what the opposition wants, the sexes to look like. This is what they want, the intersexual dynamics to look like. And then they're just doing the exact same thing, just plastering the word conservative over it.
Yeah, exactly. They're basically trying to thrust women into leadership roles and promoting women in these leadership roles, while simultaneously claiming to be, women should be homemakers, women should be this. Well, actually, honestly, TPUSA, I think, is almost feminist in the sense that they want women to. They like the idea of women being in the being career women, being
Here's the
girl
thing.
bosses.
If they say girl boss, take a drink. That is what we're gonna do today.
Okay, based.
That is a rule. If we hear that, we are going to go straight for it.
Yeah.
Welcome to the RNC. How based are you?
No. Honestly, this is the epitome of the SpongeBob gets canceled meme. It is the epitome of how trad are you, LGBTQ without the plus. Where how based are you? I believe women should be in the home. Yes, so or sorry. How trad are you? I believe women should be in high positions of power and leadership roles.
Yes,
so. But also be in the home too. They have the option.
No, not just that. It would be, but they're conservative.
Yeah.
Oh, holy based. Right this way, sir. Okay.
Holy shit, sir.
Sir. Okay. So we're about to watch this. Let's get lit to this, boys. If you guys want to chat during this, just talk to us. Just throw some stuff at us. Go ahead. But yeah, we're gonna dive into this.
Take another swig, bro.
Oh, of course. A pre-video swig, if you will.
Oh yeah. We'll probably have to be going to the restroom on occasion because of this.
Yeah,
but it's okay.
That's probably gonna. Well, let's try to go at different times.
It's fine.
We can still talk to the chat. Okay.
Women moment.
Oh, say, can you see?
You can't see, but I'm saluting.
Early light, what so proudly
Venus is saying, women can be homemakers and lead book club and shit, right? Yeah, I don't think that's what they're telling women to do here.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars.
Oh, stand up. James says stand up.
Okay, hang on. I'm standing up.
Ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare that was bursting came through the light that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, let's go.
Thank you.
Now look, I don't want to make fun of looks right away, but she definitely is one of the women who you have you go to the bar, you have the friend group of very attractive women, and then you have the one fridge
in the land
that's trying to protect the snacks.
Where freedom
So you should the fridge.
The womanhood we know needs no costume.
School districts getting serious.
What is happening, dude? What am I watching?
Slop.
Pushback on gender affirming care.
Abundant opportunities lie within our grasp.
Anything you put your mind to.
New challenges
This honestly might just be like a turf level conference where it's like, we don't want kids on those hormone blockers. Women should be women. We don't want to, we don't like the trans people. We're not LGBT we're just LGB. Okay. So, women, whatever they want to do, it's fine. They can act like men, whatever. It's fine. Let's see. This is like that one Staples logo reveal. I'm not familiar. Are you familiar with this Staples logo reveal?
No, I'm not. In a world where women, I don't know, just wherever they're going, women slop.
Hold on. Should I pull it up?
Yeah, why not?
We'll watch that real quick. Just real quick here. Is it like the Doritos like conference where they have like the new flavors and people are like cheering for that? Let's see.
Oh yeah, wait, it is like that. Holy shit.
Okay. Literally slow jacking at this.
Look at the staple.
Yeah, that's what we're watching here. Okay.
They just copied the staple song.
We
will not sit back as we are discriminated against on the basis of our
our
sex.
values will last. Marriage
Yeah, women are the exact same as men, man.
and motherhood we hold sacred and dear. May we raise the next generation without cowardice or fear. Traditions are timeless. We
I mean,
know
do you think all these women at the conference are going to have time to raise the next generation? They're all going to be preparing leadership conferences. In fact, if anything, this conference is stealing what could be trad mothers from their trad lifestyle.
True.
Like, all these women are not going to be mothers, I guarantee it. They're going to be like too fucking busy with their leadership council or whatever, or like working for Charlie Kirk. You know, I'm a full-time business.
what happens in this next chapter is
Oh,
up to you.
Jay. No way. Oh my god. Get off.
That's so
It's bleep the out of every woman that comes on stage.
okay.
All right. I can't really. I mean, there's not really. She's thin. I mean, she looks. Let's look in front. Is that who's this? Is this Alex?
That's like the main guy, Alex Clark. She's like
Main guy.
she's like the really crazy lady.
guy.
Yeah, she's a guy.
Would you though?
No. I've seen how she acts, and she's a fucking lunatic. You'll see when you press play.
Let's see. Unironically, so many millennials and Gen Z were raised by moms who did not interact with them while they girl bossed it up, and it and its implications have been a disaster for the human race. Of course.
Yeah, literally. And this is TPUSA promoting this.
Probably sounds like a Minecraft skeleton. Bruh. Nah, she'd probably freak you, bro.
Can I just tell you something that I just found out there?
If she's crazy, it's grippy.
These are real flowers.
Whoa! Oh my god!
Whoa!
Do you like my garden?
My garden?
So I actually heard that 65% of this room has never been to YWLS before.
Ooh.
At the second, if it were like a guys' conference, instead it would be a guy showing on a projector. He's like, "Yeah, here's a snapshot of my balls. What do you guys think?" And then the boys would just be clapping for it.
Or they would be discussing like serious topics instead of just fucking rambling. Oh yeah, also you'll notice that, again, not to imply it's because she's a woman per se, but she's a yapper. Let's just say that.
Boys conference in as opposed to girls conference. The economic situation we find ourselves in is tumultuous. We need to rise up as a people.
Girls conferences be like, look at these flowers. Girl boss. Oh my gosh. Cookies and baking.
Oh my god.
Puppies.
Yeah, see, as long as you plaster on the women's stuff, it doesn't matter. Now if they actually did talk about like puppies and cookies the whole time, as opposed to girl boss stuff, that would be way better. That would be way better. But that's just a small talk. They actually do want to get into the substance, which is girl bossing. This is definitely a psyop, guys. Charlie Kirk.
So, I consider us
allegedly
friends. I've been working with Turning Point USA for 5 years now. And part of being friends is you got to keep each other in the know. And so I just figured, I should give you a little bit of a warning about what typically happens after this event. And so I should probably just go ahead and tell you that inevitably, once this wraps up, you and I both will be slandered by the left-wing
Oh yeah, the left is going to come after you.
radical extremists.
The radicals.
Just take a sip for that one.
I'm taking a sip.
This is too much. Like, it's like they want to be guys so bad here. I mean, like, come on. Like, oh wow, we're just like them. We're going to be targeted by the feds for saying stuff.
Who knew radical extremists were so freaking cute?
Wait. Actually,
no, I
wait.
just thought,
Pause
let's
real quick.
go ahead and get the truth
Like,
out.
so wait. She's actually attracted to like leftoid femme males.
What do you mean?
Like, well, she's like, how do you who knew radical extremists could be so freaking cute? Like, is she referring to the people in the audience, or is she referring
Yeah.
to like? Oh, okay. For a second, I thought she was, because she was like the extreme left. I thought she was talking about like the people on the left who are cute.
This woman won't shut up. Yap.
True.
Yap. Real
You know-
feminists only listen to Phyllis Schlafly and Marsha Blackburn.
Schlafly.
Bro, that's Schlafly.
Yeah,
Did you say
Schlafly.
Shaftly? Shaftly.
Phyllis Shaftly. Why don't you
This is
fill
too
this
base. Leftovers cannot handle this.
Shaftly?
Justice says if conservative conference speakers didn't get to bitch about their victimhood complex the entire time, there would be nothing else for them to talk about.
Yeah,
That's
literally.
true, though.
What is funny
Otherwise, they
is
just talk about flowers. It's like, look at the garden behind me. Don't you like it? That's what she was saying at the beginning.
yeah, and what's so funny is like they make fun of the left for doing this, like, oh, we're the victims, we're the soy victims, and then this entire conference, or at least a good chunk of it, is like, oh, well, women were oppressed by it's actually the left who's oppressing us, but we're also victims. Like,
I'm gonna turn this up
It's
a little bit
insane.
on the speed. Probably gonna either 1.25 or 1.5.
that's fine by me. We could also lower the volume and talk during while she's talking.
Is it
too.
loud?
No, I'm just saying that like we like
I think we still okay. I mean, I guess you're right. I don't know.
There,
No,
so they don't have anything
Like,
that
just so
they
we can do
slander
consistent
us
commentary.
over, and
Right.
we'll just see how radical we really
Well-
are. So I'm
Like
going
when
to
we're not
give
talking.
you
Oh, wait, hold
three
on.
little examples, and if you meet the following criteria, I want you to scream as loud as you possibly can.
bro.
Number one, you believe that men and women are inherently different and that there are only two genders.
Wait,
I mean,
I'll take a swig to that.
that's a good statement, but well, other than the fact that she used the term gender.
Number two,
but,
you believe that big food and big pharma are complicit in the deaths of millions of Americans each year.
Wait, soy?
I mean, these are good statements.
Number three, you believe that America is the greatest country in the
Ah.
world and you are privileged to be here.
And you ruined it.
Congratulations,
it.
you're all extremists. Welcome to the most countercultural event in the conservative movement for
The
women.
classic conservative.
Oh, she had to add for women at the end. It's not the most
classic.
countercultural or extremist one. It's just the one, like, as far as for women.
I love how it's like the classic conflation between the state and the people, you know?
Yeah.
If we haven't met before, my name is Alex Clark. I host the Spillover with Turning Point USA.
The spillover. Yeah, I hope
It's your podcast.
Every
It's
year,
bad.
this event has a theme. And
when I'm
this
with
year
her,
it
it's
is
going to spill
Back to
over.
Our Roots. Now, what does that mean exactly? Well, my idea with the word roots, obviously, there was a bit
Keep
of a
going. I'm gonna go
juxtaposition
piss real quick.
Gardens and flowers, like you see all around us, which
Okay.
is so beautiful.
She's talking
But
about the flowers
also,
again there.
it's
Okay.
tradition. What is
Um,
pride and what is true.
tradition. What's she
This
going to
weekend,
talk
you're
about?
going to hear about what it means to embrace your femininity and get back to the
Embracing
traditional
femininity,
ways of
okay.
life from
Get
everything
back to
from
traditional
baking
ways. I mean, like,
to parenting
Justice has a good
and
point here. Or no, it's not
real
Justice.
journalism.
Let's
Is
see.
anyone excited about
James
my
is the one that
interview
actually
with
said that.
Ahmed?
I'm already getting up here. It was, but it was also
As a
like very small text.
conservative,
It's hard to
you
read
should
there.
be fighting
But James said, why aren't they at home tending to their kids and making dinner?
It is imperative
Yeah,
that we look
I don't
back
know,
throughout
man.
history
Like,
and
how
embrace
is
those
this
who
tradition? How is
transform
being here
physically,
tradition?
biologically, and emotionally. It's about
Let's see.
restoring our culture by embracing our feminine gifts, nurturing the family. and
If
ensuring
conservative
that
voices are being
symbolism
silenced,
and
why can none of them
poison
shut the fuck
that
up?
modern culture
Okay.
offers in order
Yeah.
to
I mean,
pursue
you know, like, it's like,
our
I don't think they're
family.
actually, like, you know, they overstated as
If
far
we're
as like
going to
legally
win
what's
the
happening to
culture
them or
war,
anything like
we
that.
have
It's like,
to
yeah, there
start
are
at home.
narratives that they'll like accept that will, like, you know, you'll see
Throughout
them
this
right
speech, I
now
want you
be
to get
more
ready, because when I say if we're going to win the culture
like, you
war,
know,
you're going to
silenced, I guess,
answer,
in the sense of like, you
we're
know, their
going to
posts
start
get
at home.
removed
If we're
on
going to
social
win the
media.
culture
Like, a
war,
lot of
you're
it'll
going to
go
finish
against
at home.
TOS,
So let's go ahead and do a test run.
especially
If
now.
we're
Like, you
going to win
know,
the culture war,
I guess you
have
could
to
say like
start.
it's like a bias if you're looking between the two
Excellent.
groups. Like, if you're just saying like right wing, left wing,
Did anybody
it's like,
see
is
the
there a
segment
bias
from
for
West
one? Then I
August that
guess, you know, like,
said,
unless you're on
young
like
men
X now,
graduating
because
from
like,
college are leaning
you know, no
overwhelmingly
longer is it that Twitter is actually as much like that, based on what you can see on Twitter now. So
Yeah, you should cheer for that.
Yeah,
That
you
same
should
study
cheer
showed
for
that
that.
young women leaned overwhelmingly liberal.
Boo.
I knew you guys would boo. I knew I could trust you. Now, that may seem discouraging for those of us in this room who are awake and desperate for women to know the truth. However, there is a new study that just came out and some really good news, I think, that I wanted to share with you. So while young women may say that they identify politically liberal, a recent survey suggests that women are actually a lot more culturally conservative than they realize. So let me know if you agree with what this survay found out.
Banging
Well, this is
30 guys a
biased.
week at the club.
79% of women think stay-at-home moms are equally as successful as women who work in a professional field.
Wait, what was that percentage?
Yeah, let's go
Only
back,
like
hold
37%?
79% of women think stay-at-home moms are
on. No, 79. So like 80%
79.
of women believe
That's
stay-at-home
not
moms
bad.
are just as successful.
equally as successful as women who work in a professional.
But equally as successful. No, we need to push that back a little bit. We need
Yeah,
not
exactly,
numbers,
exactly.
but we need to push back on that. You know, they need to be saying they're more successful if they're a stay-at-home mom.
True.
68% plan to be married with at least one kid by 30.
Yeah, you know, I'll just my 20s are for me though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the other thing too. Like they plan that, but are they actually gonna? You know,
Yeah,
they're
that
like,
too,
oh, well,
that too.
like
It's like,
yes,
you know,
by
I have
30.
plans of doing it. I have plans of doing it.
Yeah, like everyone, even guys say that, like, oh yeah, no, by the time I'm 30, I'm gonna have a kid, I'm gonna be married. Like, yeah, not happening.
Guys have a
actually,
lot longer.
well, also, but like the trends are. I know I've seen the data on this. Like the trends are actually going downhill. Like they're not actually getting better in this. Like as far as the actual amount of people, like more women are going to be single than ever and not married by the time that they're 30.
Yeah.
So
guys, do not wife up these women that have been going to the club throughout their 20s and just say like, well, you know, it's for the better, it's for the greater good that I do this, or you know, it's just what I can get. No, man,
it's for the plot.
It's not for the plot, man. It's brutality. It is
Bro,
brutality.
it's not for the plot, it's for the STDs.
4%, over half, think that hookup culture has been damaging to women.
True. Wait, I think she said 64
only,
on that one.
But only half? That's crazy.
Only 20%
A little bit over half, but yeah.
Conservative. Deep down, this tells us this next generation of women are instinctually conservative. And now that we know this, we in this room know what our mission is. It's to get to the next generation of women to understand that they do agree with conservative ideas. Women hold the keys to changing the culture through raising and influencing the next generation. If we're going to win the culture war, we have to start. The truth is,
at home, bro. That was base though. We have to start, and all the women say at home. Hey, let's go. That was good. That one was good, ladies.
Wait. Are we gonna turn this into like they're actually secretly based the whole time?
I'm already getting on that a little bit, not completely, because of the whole like, you know, I swear if they just start talking about girl boss stuff, that just negates everything. But I'm just saying, right now, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Okay.
It'd be better if men said it, but. True.
Yeah, exactly.
Desire within all of us women to be nurturers, to be caregivers. Leaning into this innate desire and educating the next generation is how we win the culture war. And I just want to say that we don't always get to control our timeline. Wherever you're at in your life, it is your responsibility to be obedient to the Lord in the season that He has you in right now.
And to your husband.
So for me, I am learning everything I can to prepare myself to be the best wife and mother that I can be.
How old is she? Let's get this bitch.
Wait. Preparing? Does she not already have kids?
How old are you? Let's see.
She looks like she's definitely in her like late 20s or early 30s.
She has a Wikipedia.
Shit. Okay. Should I look it up?
Yeah. Let's do some deep diving here. Alex Clark, YouTube star, age, family, bio. Oh, that's not the right Alex Clark. That's a dude.
Oh, okay. She was born. Okay, she's 31. Yep, I was right.
She's 31 and she's preparing. Yeah, that window's closing on you, Alex.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, come to think of it, like, did she maybe have just hoe phase in her 20s? You know, the 20s. My 20s are for me.
You know, the thing is, like, even in these conservative spaces, you know, there's a lot of people like sleeping around, like even the ones that purport to be religious and all that. I mean, they're hypocritical, you know?
You know, honestly, well, a certain someone that I know, kind of mentioned the same thing, is that like in MAGA circles, it's kind of the same thing with men, where it's like they kind of pretend to be like the trad men who are like Christian, don't sleep around, but then they just act like fuckboys, you know? Or they want like the goth woman to peg them, you know?
Oh no.
Not very trad, are you? You know?
No.
One day, if that is God's will for my life. I'm learning about how to take care of my health. I'm learning how to limit my toxins in my environment. I'm learning how to grow in my walk with the Lord. And for now, I have been placed in a position to learn all of these different things alongside of you by facilitating countercultural conversations on the spillover.
You mean the yap over?
Embracing femininity is an act of restoring tradition, which means
Is that what she calls that she has to wipe off her mouth, the spillover?
I don't know. Maybe she's like spilling the tea too much. I don't know.
system that has told us to ignore our natural
Dumb
instincts.
name.
And by system, I am calling out by name Big Pharma and Big Food.
Why should we care if trad women are successful?
Of big business because they are in collusion with the government. They are
Wait,
neutering our society. They are counting on us to all become mindless drones. When we are too sick, too addicted, too fat, depressed, sedated, we are no longer in a state where we are able to pursue truth and hold our elected officials accountable.
Wait, this is kind of bait. Like, honestly, I'm not even kidding. Like, the last couple conferences were really cringy, but this is kind of spitting facts. Like,
you think they learned from the criticism or something?
I think they have. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think we libertarians have kind of had an influence on them secretly. You know.
Let's see. The yapping.
Or it's just too obvious that they can't fucking ignore it now. Like, this is something that like even a lot of libertarians don't point out. It's kind of crazy.
I'm stupid. Why'd they call it the spillover? I already told you, James. It's that's what they call it when I go to her place. It's at the spillover.
Holy based.
Who make the majority
Wait,
of
Ahmed,
decisions for our
with
family
you?
unit. We are the central
No, she's like 30, dude.
nervous system for the home. We
I
choose
mean,
what goes into the pantry and onto the dinner table. We choose where our kids.
She's not even a mom. What do you mean MILF?
Well, it can just mean older women.
Wow, that would be a cougar.
Oh,
We
okay,
choose what
yeah,
our
fair
kids
enough.
watch. We choose who they pray to. Women control the
Alex
temperament
Clark
of the home.
watches Civil Offense. Let's go.
Hopefully. Hey, Alex Clark, you're spitting some facts right now.
Hopefully you can spit on my boy Ancat.
Get my yeah.
Feminism will tell you women are not thriving. Women today are barely surviving, and that is because of a patriarchy. It is because of progressive shortcuts that have hurt more than helped. We are in a constant state of survival mode, physically.
Wait, isn't the patriarchy based according to her narrative?
On all fronts.
Shouldn't it be consistently?
Dude, I just kind of zoned out on that part.
Well, she was like, it's the progressives, not the patriarchy, that's oppressing you. Oh wait, no. That would actually be.
I would track. I think you're the one that's
never
zoned
mind.
out here.
Yeah,
I was like, dude,
okay.
I must have been like out of it if I didn't catch that. Now let's see.
I just misunderstood what you said.
Justice says conservatives are disingenuous when they talk about business colluding with government because it's the only business that they personally dislike.
Actually, that is true. That is a true point. Because it's like, yeah, if it's because honestly, their logical conclusion would be, well, if we got conservatives in these businesses and in the state, like they're not anti-government. They've never been anti-government. Like the ultimate logical conclusion, and you've seen this with like the alt-right, is that like their goal at the end of the day is not to like limit government. It's to be the ones holding the hammer of the state.
It is because of progressive shortcuts that have hurt more than helped. We are in a constant state of survival mode, physically and emotionally. We are being bombarded with terrible advice on all fronts. Your food that is supposed to fuel you and your mind instead is being weaponized to destroy your body. It is aimed at taking out your immune system, cognitive function, and even reproductive abilities. Women especially, emotionally.
Wait, what? What was she talking about?
She was like,
supposed to fuel you and your mind instead is being weaponized to destroy your body. It is aimed at taking out your survival mode, physically and emotionally. We are being bombarded with terrible advice on all fronts. Your food that is supposed to fuel you and your mind instead is being weaponized to destroy your body.
True. That's based.
It is aimed at taking out your immune system, cognitive function, and even reproductive abilities.
Yo, is Alex Clark peating? Let's
You know,
go.
they've honestly gotten better at fucking at these speeches. Her speeches only just a couple of years ago were a lot more unhinged. Goyslop, yes. I mean, not really. I'm not a
Women
promoter of
especially emotionally struggle because
that
there is this false
conspiracy.
notion that we are less than men if we don't pursue both a career and a family at the same time. And we are absolutely burnt out because of it.
I mean, aren't men like sort of like, you know, expected to pursue a career and a family at the same time?
That should be the role that men are playing, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course the women are burnt out from it. I'm just saying, you know, like, I don't know. She made it sound like it's like inherently gonna do that to somebody.
Well, we're at a state right now where it's basically just everyone's working, like women, men, like
Yeah.
there's just no
It's
one
tragic.
who can't afford to not work anymore. Like
Tragic.
if like especially like yeah, like if you're gonna be in the home, even just renting an apartment, like unless you're fucking Andrew Tate or some shit, like you need
You're
to have
poor.
true. You're broke.
What color is your Bugatti? I leveled up and became the top G. If you can't
I
do that,
level
you're a
up in
loser.
Fortnite.
If you can't do that, you're a loser.
I got the battle pass. Anyway.
Okay.
The truth is, the so-called remedies for many of these physical and emotional struggles are really just common sense and some behavior changes. They're simple, but instead, for your deteriorating physical or mental health, medical professionals will tell you there's a pill for that.
Birth control.
Everyone wants to talk about, let's end the stigma around mental health. I don't know if you've scrolled through TikTok lately. I think we should bring the stigma back.
How about I stigma?
Holy shit.
Come on over, Alex.
Well, actually, okay, so this is where I would disagree. I think that like, well, I don't know, like, is she saying that like there should be more stigma around getting mental help, or like getting mental health helpness, like helping?
I mean,
Like therapy and shit?
taking a pill isn't
Okay,
better for
yeah.
you.
Yes.
Therapy, like, bro,
right.
therapy is not good for you either because of the way that like these psychiatrists or psychologists or whatever, you know, the way that they're like guiding you is not proper. These are not the right
Like in
people to
what
look
way? Like,
to. These are not the
I
right
would
people to look to for bettering yourself.
I would say it depends. Like, I don't know, like psychiatrists, I get you, but I don't know why like having just a regular therapist is necessarily a problem. Like, what's your issue with that?
Like their views on what the right moves to make are going to be very lip-cucked as far as like, you know, how to treat dynamics within your life. I mean, it would especially be like a problem for men, but I mean, either way, like women, they're probably going to like cuck them over as far as like, you know, making them just act more like, oh, well, you just have to be more assertive in your life. You have to do this and that, but, you know, you have to like, I mean, they would pretty much be like countering these sort of traditional ideas of what femininity is, because they'd be like, well, no, that's not no like way to act these days.
Really, like they would say, like they was. Are you talking about like to women? Like if women got a therapist, they would be told you need to be more assertive in your life, or
I mean, it would be implied if it's not directly stated. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Because like, let's say like, you know, like it's a very progressive take, but you know, well, I mean, it's progressive, but you know, you'll hear like, you know, basically it's like a problem that women who are assertive or like, you know, very, very forward, like the more masculine sounding ones, the more aggressive ones are, you know, called like bitchy, let's say, like, you know, so it's like, okay, well then that would imply that, you know, it actually is good for women to be assertive. It actually is good for them to be like dominant.
Well, it's like, how are they just replying to like the women come to them with a problem? It's like, oh, my dad's fucking being crazy. He's a lunatic who hates me or something. And then their response is like, well, oh, just be more assertive. Like,
no, not in like the sense of like, if it's like, you know, somebody that's like actually harming you, like, you know, like, you know, if it's like, or if it's somebody that's actually bringing that sort of thing. But, you know, it's more so like there's a bunch of these like therapist terms where it's like, I forgot exactly what it is, but like coded language or stuff like that, where they'll try to make it seem like, you know, whenever somebody's having even like a normal discussion with you, that they're just not actually, there was this example I can give where it was like some chick that was like this autistic chick was telling this guy this like coded language as far as, like basically he was telling her that he didn't want to hear her like talk about work for like an hour and then he doesn't get to say anything. And like, he just has to sit there every day. I forgot exactly what the language she used was it on, but it was like this therapist speak where she was like, you know, I forgot what I need to look it up, like as far as what the terms were, but essentially like it's the idea that him having a problem with her talking to him like for that long without him having any input is some sort of way of like suppressing her emotions or like, you know, something like that, you know. And so this is how therapists will speak to people.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I think that if the advice is to be more assertive, I don't even necessarily disagree with that in some instances. Like if you're dealing with like if you're dealing with like a boyfriend who is like abusing you either physically or mentally, like mentally manipulating you or mentally doing some crazy fucking psychological fucked up shit. Because I mean that does happen to women, obviously. Like we know this generally. I don't think it's wrong to be assertive in the sense that like I'm worth more than how you're treating me. I'm gonna leave. Not like I'm gonna be the dom in the relationship, but just like I think it's good for women to at least recognize when they're being abused and to like get the fuck out of there if they can. Because honestly, to me, like women who are just like submissive in that sense, where it's like they'll just go to any boyfriend who like treats them like actual shit, and then like just kind of like is almost addicted to that lifestyle where it's like I kind of like being treated like shit. Like that's not a very healthy mentality to be in, you know. So I guess in that sense, I think it's okay for women to be more assertive.
Well,
Like,
so
what do
the
you
thing
think?
is like, you know, I don't know that I would necessarily say like that makes you like an assertive woman to say I will like leave somebody who is doing these things to me. You know, it's more of the idea of like this is a behavioral thing. This is like an attitude. You know what I mean? Like, and so,
Sure.
yeah, it's not really like in the sense of like just like disassociating from people. I wouldn't necessarily say that's inherently, you know, some sort of assertiveness to it or something. Like it would just be more like defensive of oneself or like, you know, within the interest of self-preservation. But let's see what Justice has to say about this. You want some input. Ahmed, when the neutral third counselor doesn't provide gender ideology, first of all, not a neutral third party counselor. You know, they're obviously going to be progressive as far as their thoughts on things, and so their social dynamic idea or their idea of optimal social dynamics is going to be that of what progressives believe. So I mean, you know, it's not a neutral third party, and doesn't push the right gender, quote unquote, gender ideology. You didn't say quote unquote, but I'm saying quote unquote ideology. I mean, when you go against what the intersexual dynamics are, as would make sense biologically for how women and men are, and just what makes sense as far as like what is conducive to better results between men and women as far as how they interact with one another. Yeah, I'm gonna have a problem when somebody's pushing against that. Let's see. So there was a tweet that was like, therapy speak is there to keep your relationship with your therapist professional, which is why you sound psychotic when you use it on your friends. I mean, I think it's also the idea that like I mean, it is just like borderline psychotic speed, not because it's not as if like what you say doesn't have any sort of like, I guess, underlying aspect to it. I'm not saying that can't be true, but it's more so like the analytical aspect of it does sound like schizo in the sense of like, yeah, this person's playing this level of mind games with me. Like it could be true that a person's trying to, but I mean, like they start assuming that like almost everybody in your life could be doing that to you, which is I would say a problem to not like, you know, for those that you would at least have not seen like the worst in before to bring that out because of that. Let's see. Ahmed, when people in a profession that requires empathy in patients skew liberal. I mean, like, I don't see how, you know, it's empathetic to like, it would be more altruist, if anything, to guide people in ways which aren't based in facts and reality. And just to tell them, well, you know, this will make you feel better, at least in the moment, you know? So, I mean, I guess if you like doing that, then go to therapy.
I mean, I guess that we need to see like some statistics on like what side of the political spectrum culturally skews empathetic, because you could maybe make a case that like liberal or like conservative, at least women at the very least, tend to be a lot more nurturing and empathetic because they tend to be more likely to raise children. You could maybe argue that. So I don't know,
Yeah.
but
So here's the thing, like as far as like actual empathy, like yeah, conservative like women who do tend to be like, I'm at least more in the sense of like traditional when it comes to like family and all of that. you know, they do have like, I mean, if they do feel that greater sense of like wanting to nurture the family, that it would imply, I mean, this is actually what it would be a result of, likely, is actually a like a proper amount of progesterone compared to estrogen. So the hormones actually would be good in these women. And this was actually studied, but basically like it makes them more nurturing toward the people that they care about, not just people, like not people in general. But as far as like, you know, if we were to look at maybe like progressive women, I mean, at least stereotypically, you can think, well, they say, you know, they care about everybody, but then look at their relationship with their family.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. I guess I would need to like do research into like what specifically is bad with someone who may have progressive values, but also being a therapist and giving you advice. Because a lot of the advice, I don't really see how that has necessarily inherent relation to progressive values. Like, I would just need to see the evidence on that, I guess. Like, I
I
don't.
mean, think of like social dynamics if they were dictated by HR, and that's pretty much how these people talk to people.
Like, what do you mean?
Are you not familiar like with how like HR is like stereotypically, like, you know, they have these ideas that you know, a lot of things are offensive, and like there are just things you shouldn't say to people, but they're not actually like that bad in reality.
Well, like what are you saying that like? Yeah, I don't really know how this would have like relations to therapy per se. Like, I don't think a lot of people. I think the biggest issue in people's lives is that they're like fucking saying edgy shit and getting like offended by
Yeah, I'm
it.
not saying just edgy shit. I'm just saying in general, like honest speak, like, you know, just being straightforward.
Oh well, I don't. Yeah, I mean, even then, I don't know that like. I can't really see a therapist being like, you can't be honest with how you
It's
feel.
not
You
even
know,
that they're
I think
saying
a lot of
that.
it would just be
Like,
like
you know,
you need to present it in a more healthy way. Like for instance, I
yeah,
have
but
family.
see, that's the thing. They get hung up like in a well, it's not really like well, I guess you could hear this a lot more from women in the way they do it. Like they don't like how somebody says something, even if that person's saying something honest or something truthful.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
they get hung up over how it's said, like the presentation of how something's said versus what's actually said.
Right, yeah. So like a therapist might say, "Hey, are you upset that your dad's getting angry with you at like whenever you say shit? Maybe it's a good idea to rephrase and change your tone and how you interact with people so you can have a more healthy social dynamic." I don't think that's necessarily a problem. Like, I know people who probably would need advice on that, where they react to things in a really hot way. That, because I mean, hell, like even I will get fucking offended or at least irritated when someone comes at me in a certain way, like in just in their tone. Yes, but you know, so I don't think that's necessarily a bad problem, especially when we're dealing with people who can get very hot at you in the way that they speak, in the tone that they use, in the words that they use against you. So I don't know, but I mean, we could probably table this discussion
Yeah.
elsewhere. We can keep watching. I need to go to the bathroom, but you can pause it or you can play it. I mean.
Oops.
1 in 4 women today are on an SSRI or antidepressant.
Oh shit.
And I'm sure that there are many of you in this room who are, and I want to offer you hope and tell you that there is a way to
Watch
get
your
out
tone.
safely and strategically, because I did it last year.
Wait, what? She got off SSRIs? She was on them?
And I'm sure that there are many of you in this room who are, and I want to offer you hope and tell you 1 in 4 women today are on an SSRI or antidepressant. And I'm sure that there are many of you in this room who are, and I want to offer you hope and tell you that there is a way to get off safely and strategically, because I did it last year.
I like how Ancat was saying like she actually became more normal this year, and like this is the year she's off them. I mean, if that's not proof.
Yes. I'm listening, and I just wanted to add to the conversation. Like that fucking explains it. I was like actually speaking out loud in the bathroom while I was taking a piss, and I was like, "Holy shit, this actually makes sense now as to why she's fucking speaking more coherently." Because yeah, like look up her fucking speech from like 2022. It's just like manic. She's like ear raping the microphone. She's fucking like, yeah, like
brother. Yeah, I mean, it definitely like if you're increasing serotonin in the brain, which I don't know that all SSRIs actually do that, because I was hearing some case about like them actually not necessarily doing this, but I also heard the fact that like, I mean, this is, you know, something that they would do, like, you know, if there is increased serotonin in the brain, this would be causing you to, I mean, be very different emotionally, not even being able to act on a certain, like on the proper amount of information presented. Like you wouldn't be able to act on everything presented as far as information goes. Like it limits that ability. So I'm just saying, you know, it's like, depending on what drugs you're on, you know, it's not going to be good for you mentally.
SSRIs are not solving the problem. They are creating new ones.
True.
Side effects may include weight gain, permanent sexual dysfunction, worsening depression, higher rates of suicidal ideation, and on and on and on.
Go slob.
Listen, it's not that you're not sad anymore on these pills, ladies. You're not feeling anything.
True. That's what serotonin does to a motherfucker.
Wait. Like, bro, this is actually fucking based. What the
Dude,
fuck?
it's like she healed herself and came back for a year. And she's like, you know what, guys? We're all right now. We're so back. Alex Clark is so back, boys.
No, this is so crazy because like a year ago, she was like fucking manic, like speaking nonsense into the microphone, like going on an unscripted rant about nothing. And then she gets off of these fucking like hormonal fucking up pills. She sounds a lot more coherent here, actually writing out a script of notes, and she's talking about these fucking chemicals, unnatural chemicals that they're putting into people that are not actually fixing the underlying issues of depression, but just neutering you. Yeah, you're basically just depressed at this point. So honestly, yeah, based. Fuck, you know, honestly, this almost makes up for the fact that they're women in leadership.
Yeah, if you're depressed and you feel like you need some sort of like method medically, increase dopamine, not serotonin.
It is sad that we don't feel sad.
By the way, fair warning, this is not medical advice for YouTube. It's not medical advice. We're just saying what's right.
Life is meant to be experienced with a wide range of emotions so we can know what it feels like to love what we care about and to hate and be repulsed by the things that threaten what we love.
True.
Feeling deeply is a woman's superpower, not a weakness.
I bet you'll feel me deeply, Alex.
Holy shit. I thought you didn't want 30 plus year olds.
Dude, it's just too easy. Like it's low hanging fruit.
Hell yeah.
Understanding our world with intuition.
Just like Alex, actually. The jokes and Alex are both low hanging fruit.
And this deep sense of feeling is just as important as logical examination. If we can't feel,
woman logical fail.
How different would society look if women could make impactful decisions without being in a constant state of numbness? Career decisions, partner choices, parenting styles, even the day-to-day routine in our homes are being executed by somebody seeing everything in shades of gray due to the franken foods and pills and the lack of meaningful outlook on existence. You should not.
She really should have just said boy slop there, you know?
She was like, when I was on SSRIs, you know, I just, you know, everything seemed so dim. But when I got off them, the kitchen, it just, I saw all the vibrant colors in it and it just seemed so attractive again.
The oven just looked pristine.
Full color.
I just had this urge to clean the house and get up all pretty for my man.
I cleaned my room.
Actually give him a massage.
Yeah.
Clean your room.
I'm giving my man a massage.
I'm giving this lasagna a massage.
Those feelings are the catalyst that lead to growth and fulfillment. Girls today are growing up sedated.
True.
This is strategic and by design. If they can get to the women, then they can get to the children, and they can quickly influence and transform the next generation to be and believe whatever they decide.
Now let's have a men's conference where they talk about this stuff.
True.
Testosterone tanking.
Yeah. Like why is the topic being brought up at this women's conference like something that is infinitely more based than what would even be brought at like a normie TPUSA? Like literally, I thought this conference was just going to be about fucking like socialism bad, capitalism good. I hate the lib cucks, but like this is actually talking about something kind of important. Like,
Yeah.
not even gonna lie.
Alex is
And
doing
that's
a
the
good
thing.
job here.
Yeah, I'll give it to her.
Yeah, guys, we're not
Really
sexist.
give it to her.
We just hate women on drugs.
But we have news for them. We are in our informed feminine era, and we will not allow that to continue on
Our
our
era,
watch.
bro. What the hell?
Wait, informed?
That's
feminine?
very our feminine era. That was a little too like gay coded. Honestly, I can't. Alex,
True.
you lost me on that.
True. Should we invite Alex on?
If we're going to
I
win
think
the
she'd be
culture
fun.
war, we have to start.
Now that
Alex,
she's
come
not
on the show.
chemicaled up.
Come on the show, Alex.
So stop outsourcing the home. Mothers have been convinced to abdicate
Outsourcing the home. Hello, tech support. How may I help your children?
their role.
Okay,
in
I
training
will
their
turn on the
children,
oven
sending them off
remotely. Is the oven at 350 degrees?
to public schools to be taught by the so-called qualified individuals. Let me tell you, there is no one more
No,
qualified to teach your
Not a
children
Taylor
than you.
Swift reference. Actually, how many fans of Taylor Swift are there in this audience? Is it not all of them?
They all look like Taylor Swift fans.
These are
to be
Swifties,
honest.
bro. These
Yeah.
are Swifties.
Bro, look at the jaw on that one.
But no,
Yeah, I saw that too.
nobody, and I listen to my best friends who are moms, nobody wants to be seen as a bad parent. And so we've bought the lie. And
Now, see, the problem is most of these girls will actually be in college just because of the, but there's the possibility that some are in high school. So don't say anything. Don't say anything
we've
suggestive.
let them monopolize the better part of our children's lives for institutionalized education.
Unless she looks old enough.
I feel like some of these women, like, they're not all blondes. Like, they're not all, like, Fox News anchors anymore. Like, because I've seen some of the audiences at this one. Like, they have a lot more brunettes. I know, like, half of them are blondes, but, I mean, honestly, I think we could turn them. If we showed up to one of these conferences.
Actually, do you know?
Show up to one of them in a wig.
No, just show up, just riz them, be like, I'm here for women.
Can guys even go to this one?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Dude, I don't think they let guys in.
Well, they have to have at least, like, security or something.
Yeah, I don't think they let guys in as audience members. Unless they're like parents.
That's kind of
It's a
weird.
women's conference.
Yeah.
John
But
Rockefeller,
still,
when he created the American
I don't
public
know.
school system, said, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. And you know what?
Wait, base?
School is great if you love Karl Marx and you hate your children.
I mean, it is
John
great
Rockefeller
if you
would be
hate your
so
children.
proud of America today. Because we have absolutely succeeded in creating a nation of workers instead of thinkers.
Look, Karl Marx.
We have sterile and uninspiring government school buildings that are indistinguishable from prisons, where kids are lucky to get 10 minutes of fresh air. And it's actually poetic, I think, that he ended up gravely ill due to overwork later in life, because what do we think is happening to our 7-year-old who is asked to wake up before dawn, ride the bus for an hour, sit in a desk for another 6, ride the bus again for another hour, have dinner, do more school, then go to sleep and do it all over again?
Holy shit. Bro, Alex, you are incredible. I love you
That was
now.
great.
Like,
that was
That
great.
was awesome. Yeah, that was great.
Again.
What the
Let me tell you
fuck?
something. Children are no longer allowed to be children.
Could we anarchist pill her? Like, maybe.
But it wasn't just the schools that John Rockefeller knew would be critical to control in order to create a nation of workers instead of thinkers. He also saw a huge money-making opportunity in the medical system.
Oh, we saw a huge money-making opportunity? That's surprising.
At the time, herbal and natural medicine were extremely
Rockefeller.
popular in America. A proper diet and at-home remedies were the
Rothschild.
default method for dealing with most ailments. Half of American doctors in med schools were teaching and using holistic medicine. Long story short, he worked very hard to get the word out that we needed to centralize our medical institutions and also stigmatize and mock and even jail, in some cases, anyone practicing homeopathy.
Holy shit. She's going against the pharmaceutical industry. She's going against public school. She's going against, all the drugs that are being pushed. Oh my God, dude.
Could we sass pill her? We probably could, honestly.
To help make this little transition easier, Rockefeller gave over $100 million to hospitals and schools, which imagine what that would be today. You don't want to piss off the hand that feeds you poison. He told them to keep studying how plants cure diseases, but to recreate a similar but not identical chemical reaction that could be sold and patented in a pill.
Against IP too.
Holy
Now,
shit.
over 100 years later, we've got a medical system that gaslights patients into believing that healing their bodies at the source is quackery, and a media that they've bought and paid for to bullet.
Look at the woman underneath, like fixing the shit.
Last summer, Lexapro was approved for patients as young as 7.
Holy shit! What the fuck? They're giving fucking pills to children. I mean, I knew they were, but I'm like Lexapro, dude, like to children.
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
7-year-olds?
well, this has been going on for a while, especially like
I mean, like
ADHD
Ritalin.
is one of the most
Yeah.
common things, you know, like, yeah,
But-
like, you know, actually, my ex-girlfriend, she she was on Ritalin from like I think age 10 or something crazy like that. Like
Yeah, but like what the
and,
like
and it's
I'm
addictive
shocked.
too.
I'm
It
shocked.
fucks you
I'm
up.
shocked at like the idea of like antidepressants for 7-year-olds, dude.
Yeah, no, like that is basically they get put into like, oh yeah, you know, the best thing for you is to get put on these fucking pills. Like that's gonna help you. Like,
Bro, if there are 7-year-olds that feel like they need antidepressants, man,
they do it to children. You know. We'll think about it though. Like 7-year-olds, if you're like getting bullied in school or you're dealing with some crazy shit, like you could be like need therapy that young.
bro, back in
Or
the
if you have
day,
like terrible
that
parents.
was not the solution for bullying back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez, man.
See, we should encourage punching back the bullies, defending yourself
Be a
against the
pussy.
NAP. Exactly.
Ozempic started testing their weight loss medication on kids as young as 6. The children are under attack, and you and I have to protect them.
Base James.
Yeah, don't take Adderall, dude. That's gonna make your fucking brain volume go down. That would be like taking fucking meth.
Freaking out. Guess who founded the American Cancer Society? John Rockefeller.
I thought she was gonna make a certain reference there.
Yeah, I was thinking the
Studies
same
from
thing.
Major health organizations telling the American public which
Goldstein.
food is healthy, but the findings are funded by the food companies in question. A few days ago, we got this lovely Daily Mail headline: ultra-processed foods do not cause obesity. Says who? Says the U.S. government top diet advisors.
Holy fucking base. Wait, yeah, that's such a base point. Holy shit. Yeah. The state funds fucking
These
Goyslop.
are the questions that you should be asking. Do you think the government would ever actually admit that it's been their nutritional advice that has been killing Americans for the last 4 decades? No, of course not. That is why every time you hear about the obesity epidemic, it's framed as a disease that just happens or bad luck.
Damn. Wow. Okay.
Is this a conservative conference or is this like a fucking secret libertarian anarchist
If that were the
conference?
case,
Holy
how do you
shit.
explain that 9 out of 10
We're gonna let her go a
causes of
little
death are
faster here.
rooted in metabolic disease?
Wait, hold up.
That's
What?
heart disease, framed as a disease that just happens or bad luck. If that were the case, how do you explain that 9 out of 10 of the leading causes of death are rooted in metabolic disease?
Holy shit. Peating? Let's
That's
go.
heart disease, insulin resistance, stroke, diabetes, everything associated with how we are treating
Peter's in control. Peters are back.
I'm saluting.
we're putting into our body. The people telling you that cancer is a genetic disease and not a metabolic one are also accepting money.
The female goyim are waking up.
We cannot depend on the government or the people who make our food and medicine to do what is in our best interest. Big Pharma funds 75% of the FDA's drug review budget, and that doesn't even scratch the surface on the corruption.
Alex Clark, agorist
Anyone
confirmed.
follow the food babe? I love her. She was on Spillover in February, and her name is Bonnie. And Bonnie Hari launched a petition.
Home grow your own food in your garden.
Kellogg's remove harmful
Don't
artificial
eat the
sweeteners from
slop.
cereals for young children, which, by the way, they have been willing to do in every other country. Well, the petition, if you're wondering how well it did, garnered over 100,000 signatures, so pretty good. And a few days ago, Kellogg's basically stated in their response that American children have a preference for being poisoned. They said that they do it because our kids like it, which is why they put these ingredients specifically in American cereals and not other countries and nowhere else. It's because we're allowing them to get away with it. Kellogg said that they will only change their ingredients when the government forces them to do so.
There's a woman in the back.
Well, I feel like she would be like, oh, well, we need my FDA to like
conservatives and especially
regulate this. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of L-pilled, but like her sentiment is on the right track for sure.
Yeah.
Now, there will be some who disagree. They will be upset that a conservative is advocating for the government to step in and interfere with the so-called free market.
Okay, yeah, this is where you lost me. Yep.
So let's talk about the
You
free
could
market.
you could literally have
Did you know that one of the
fucking
highest spending packs
private
is for American Crystal Shirt?
companies do this. Like play
Right behind you.
basically the same role as the FDA,
The
but
Cosplay
just
Shield.
like put a stamp on your food.
Food and pharma are rigging the market. How can it be freedom of choice?
The riggers.
between a gun
And we
and a
all
knife?
know the riggers. For the last
We-
8 years, this country's been run by.
But my argument is that when
We hate riggers, okay.
That is when the government has the responsibility to intervene.
And we all know the riggers.
I do not
Boo.
believe in big government. It sucks.
Yeah, you do.
This is one of
Yeah.
those exceptions where I believe that they should step in order to protect innocent lives.
I don't like the government, but
It is the same
Yeah,
logic
it's so crazy. I knew exactly where she was going
want it
with
illegal
this.
to mutilate
Yeah.
minors.
Minors.
So we back in the mine.
The issue with conservatives such as these is they won't be attracted to anarchism. It's rather the case that they simply rely on the state to save them. It shows a lack of self-control present. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
It is next.
Did you know John Harvey Kellogg invented cornflakes to prevent masturbation? I did know that. Yes, Justice, I did know that. And I think that's
crazy.
terrible.
Culture war. We have to start.
Anybody that's trying to suppress libido should be taken out back and krilled.
Hey, I mean, I've had Kellogg cereals, you know, and I don't, you know, that hasn't stopped me.
Well, I stopped eating Kellogg cereal, so.
Okay, based.
We're pouring this knowledge into other women around you. We each have plenty of work to do.
Goon levels,
I hope your eyes will
200%.
be open this weekend. We have a phenomenal lineup of women who will be knocking it out of the park and going further into these topics.
I want to see Candace's speech. See what she
And when
says.
you leave Sunday, you should feel a conviction to act.
Yeah, I think we could like go out of this one. We've pretty much watched.
Yeah,
it.
are you fine with that? Okay, cool. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, because I mean she's wrapping up on that too. Are they
Okay,
still
cool.
live? Or is this over now?
I don't know. It looks like they're
Oh, no,
live.
it's over. It was
Okay.
just had its
It's
head to
over.
reload it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm down to see Candace's because this is Candace
What if your
seeing.
choice of water could make a statement? What
Is
if
this
it
an
could
ad
symbolize your
for
commitment
water?
to values like freedom, individuality, and
Freedom water.
self-reliance? Freedom.
That's how they get their
and
funding.
Water isn't just about what's inside where we are. No matter for Reap Day, heating
Who
up
the-
in
wait,
Oh,
hold on.
that was our stand either.
Who's this?
This is the same woman, Alex Clark.
land. You're
That's Alex Clark?
Yeah.
That doesn't look like her, bro.
choosing to stand up for what you believe.
It sounds like her, but like, man, like this doesn't look like the same woman that was just on stage. I'm not saying she looks better here. I'm just saying like,
Well, it's just zoomed in. She's more maked up.
Companies that share your values and prioritize your freedoms. Try
Her makeup's fucking ugly though.
Freedom 20 and tag me.
yeah, bro.
No offense.
Yeah, you need to have those kids soon, Alex.
You know, honestly, Ahmed, you've kind of pilled me a little bit on the makeup. Like I've seen, I was at Chick-fil-A today, getting my lunch, and like all the women there are fucking caked up. Like it just like cause I've been noticing it more for the first time. Like, damn, some of these women are just kind of gross looking. Like just with their makeup, you know. Look! I'm not saying because I still like makeup, but again, like I think it has to be very light. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like if you're like seeing the fucking makeup and like not.
I don't think there should be like a
it's kinda
foundation
gross.
on the skin. Really, I really don't think skin like itself should be covered up. Like if you want to add something like a blush or like the lips or like something like that, like,
Right.
okay. But I really don't think it ever really looks good if you're doing like that layer over the entire skin of the face.
Yeah, and I've seen it too because if you have like pimples or you have like dimples and stuff, like
Yeah.
it covers it up and it just looks very odd.
It's not good looking, yeah.
Yeah.
Candace, whoa, our black queen.
You know that like short clip where it's like, "Yo, where's my black queen at?" And then he just goes over to the chest piece.
Bro, they have the fucking sweater weather
This-
song on.
Oh yeah. I was thinking like cigarettes after sex, but I was like, no, it's the neighborhood.
Yeah, they had that trendy music. They're like Yao. Yao does that too.
You guys, I'm so grateful every year to be here. Just so grateful for Turning Point USA, obviously the organization.
Would you?
Yeah, but like, would I rate her very high? No.
Yeah.
Also, like the eyes, very fucking far apart. I will just say
Yeah.
that. You know,
Charlie
I
Kirk,
haven't
and
noticed that
We've
before.
grown up in so many different ways. I have 3 kids now. He has 2. Amazing.
More race.
So much to talk about. I mean, I really do think it is so special to be able to be amongst a group of young female leaders. And I think that's a great place to start, because even when you hear women leaders now, it makes me want to cringe because of
Cringe.
Let's go, Candace.
Wait,
No, Candace is based.
Candace
really
is
is based.
fucking based. Holy shit! You know, fuck everything that I've said about Candace Owens. She's actually fucking based. Women leader makes me cringe. Amazing.
Sweater weather. Why are they playing the Tumblr bisexual anthem? Is Tumblr still around? Are there still
No,
people
but
on there? Is it just a bunch
no,
of gay
but no, it's just Tumblr is around, but like, yeah, that was like, I mean, Sweater Weather came out in, like, what, 2011, so
Really?
that kind of makes sense. Yeah, yeah, the neighborhood's fucking old,
I didn't even realize that.
really old.
Conservatives recognize real problems, but they have horrible solutions. True, I agree.
Yeah,
the
I would
way
say the left is
culture
kind of the same thing
has
too,
made what
to some extent.
taken
Well, kinda. I
Well,
see what you're
well,
saying. I know
well,
what you're talking
their
about.
criticism of like corporation and even fucking
Yeah,
the
yeah.
state, like they're anti-police, they're anti-state intervention, a lot of other things too. They just want intervention in other areas that we wouldn't agree with. So
Yeah, it's just
that's
okay. There are people, there are people on both sides that come in the comments and they sound retarded. Honestly, I've seen, people from like, they both sound brain dead because they're both politicized. It's like I've seen, even as of late, I've noticed this on more on the MAGA side, just because I mean, this isn't very recent of a discovery, but I'm just saying in the past few years, like I've come to know, like, yeah, the MAGA people aren't better really when it comes to like
right.
what they're saying on social media. When you're reading their comments and stuff, it's most of the time it's just as uninsightful, it's just as like politicized, it's really not good. But
Yeah.
The left still annoys me more as far as like, who like, as far as their criticisms and stuff, and like, like whenever they're talking about things, like their way of speaking still gets me more, as far as like, man, I just don't like, see, like the conservative ones, I'm like, man, this is a retard, I don't like what he has to say. But the left one, I'm like, yeah, no, not only is he a retard, but it's not that it infuriates me, but it's just like, man, that's aggravating to hear.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I guess what I would say with the left being kind of base is that if you look at liberals, right, they're like the boomer liberals honestly annoy me a lot more than leftists, because if you think about like what a boomer liberal is,
Boomer liberal,
boomer
like
liberal,
like I know, but like the hippies,
yeah, but well, like hippies, but like also just MSNBC pilled, like CNN, they just parrot whatever Anderson
have you
Cooper
seen Rachel
says,
Maddow recently?
No, I haven't.
Dude,
Does she have like blue hair now?
No, it's just that her face is cooked, dude.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I mean, her face was already cooked, but I don't.
She looks like she's aged quite a lot.
That's bad. But anyway, like the
Not in a
boomer
good
liberals, they're just completely brainwashed. They're like, yes, well, like the Vietnam War, dude, like there's nothing wrong. Or well, actually, some of them will say that. I guess it's more the conservatives, but they'll be like, if whatever the media says is true, like, fuck Anthony Fauci, like they'll totally like consume the vaccine, they'll consume like all the corporate shit, they'll consume like they're literally just consumers, the Wojak. And they're like, oh, trust the media, trust everyone. But then at least you have like the Marxists who are like at the very least recognizing, hey, both sides are against you fundamentally. The government or the corporations, again, their narratives are flawed, but like the media is actually controlled by this group, again, flawed, but still kind of based. The government policing is overbearing, like government in some of these areas is also overbearing. So like they have something, these corporations shouldn't be trusted. We shouldn't like consume the slop. So like they have some areas where they're like kind of based. And they're a lot more ready to fight against like things like fascism and the alt-right. So like I think Marxists and even sometimes tankies, I'll even say sometimes tankies annoy me less than like boomer liberals. I'll say it.
Yeah, no, I mean it's really like, I guess what frustrates me the most is when I see them saying like, yeah, this is why we need to rein in the businesses. This is why like, we need to do this. Like it seems like, I get there's collectivist speak on both sides. It's just, the collectivism annoys me.
On both sides.
Yeah, on both sides there's collectivism, okay. I know my MAGA ideology is very collectivist, okay. But it very much bothers me when I see the left and they're it's not great, folks. It's not great.
Okay. It depends. I think just one more quick thing. Like I would say that I think conservatives do annoy me slightly less, but only because I think that they tend to be a bit more funny, and they tend to be a bit more like actual reasonable. But yeah, I don't know, the right fucking and like, and we've had a bit of clash on this again, like in private, but like. Most of the alt-right fucking annoys the shit out of me because I think like I just think like the JQ stuff's retarded. I think a lot of the cultural stuff is retarded. Again, I think a lot of the cultural stuff on the left is retarded too. Like we've criticized heavily the whole like be a woman in your 20s, like half feminism like is base pilling women. Like we're obviously in agreement on that, but on some things, we're a little bit iffy. So I don't know. That's the funny thing about me is that like when I'm in right wing communities, I'm accused of being a leftist, and then whenever I'm in left wing communities, they think I'm like some knuckle dragging conservative. So I think it's kind of funny.
Knuckle dragging.
I don't know.
It sounds like a slur, man, almost. All right, let's go. Well, technically, it is for retards. Okay.
I'm gonna go piss. Keep playing it.
Like basic, right? We see these terms of like, what does it actually mean to be a woman leader? Well, we hear these hashtags that go viral, like the future is female, right? I just don't know what that means. I still don't.
See, look, Candace, like she gets it, man. Like she's like, I hate hearing. What was the other one? I mean, now it's the future is female. The other one was, I think she even said, was it women leaders that she said, or I don't think she said that one. I think was it that? Hold on, we got to go back because I can't even. That would be funny if that's what she said.
Honor, I love this. Woo! I love you guys. I really do. I just love you guys. I'm so grateful every year to be here. Just so grateful for Turning Point USA, obviously the organization that I began at, me and Charlie Kirk, and we've grown up in so many different ways. I have 3 kids now. He has 2. Amazing.
See, she's doing her work.
You know who she reminds
so
me
much
of?
To talk about. I mean, I really
hold on.
think it is so special to be able to be amongst a group of young female leaders, and I think that's a great place to start because even when you hear women leaders,
see, okay, yeah, no, she did say that. I was just making sure that it was women leaders that she was saying was also cringe because she said the future is female is also something she has a hard time hearing. Look at Candace, man. She's actually. I mean, I know she's like you would see her and you okay, whatever, girl boss as well. But man, like her ranting against these terms is actually good. I respect that. But you said
True.
She reminds you of who?
The other kind of woman, girl bossish person that we know, we used to know.
You think that she reminds you of Candace Owens?
Kind of, yeah. Like just in the mannerisms of like how she talks. I don't know. She kind of does remind me of her.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
As soon as you enter the school system, you start to see these things. You start to understand that feminism as a term is all around you and it's something that you are being force-fed, whether you recognize it or not. And make no mistake, there is absolutely nothing feminine about feminism, right?
Let's go.
There's nothing feminine about feminism.
Wait, would you?
That is the left. They take.
Would I? Well, she's Candace, so I mean.
Words and when they
wait, is that a yes or is that a no?
They're actually doing bad. I mean, obviously,
we shall see.
A very big example of that is when you say, "Oh, I'm pro-choice," and that sounds wonderful.
Maybe I should get through this tea right here, and we'll
right.
She's
more appealing.
Women is not choosing whatsoever in that environment, and it's the same thing with feminism. You want to think that that's a good word when you learn about that.
I mean, I know you were mentioning the eyes far apart stuff. I don't think Candace is like unattractive as a. Should I even say it that way? I was gonna say it. You guys have to just go to my server as far as as far as some spicy takes. But as
look, we know your opinion on certain color
demographics.
Yeah, demographics. Of women.
I'm not gonna say what demographic.
I'm not gonna say what demographic. He's an.
Candace Owens got based after being kicked from the Daily Wire. I mean, she's more uninhibited in giving her opinions on things.
She's not based. I will just say. I mean, she's Candace Owens. Like, don't like even if she gives some base takes, she's still Candace Owens.
I like Candace. I don't think she's. It's like I mean, out of like our choices are all political people, so it's not like we really have like this person's politicized, immediately rejected as far as like how I like this person compared to others. I mean, they're all just kind of in that same field. Candace, I actually kind of would put her on the better end of things.
Yep.
That the first time, and they say, well, this is about equality between the sexes. And no, it's not. It is absolutely
what size
not
do you
about
think she
equality
is?
Between the sexes.
Probably A,
actually,
right?
Feminism is it is about disturbing healthy relations between the sexes.
Let's go. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just asking like what size. I mean, I think A, right? Like, there's no way. I mean, she doesn't really
Well,
have anything going for her, honestly. I mean, maybe the Gyat, but like,
thick thighs, tall statues. Because when the
because when
Europeans
the
are getting off the
Europeans came
boats,
on the ships in
they
Africa,
saw that African ass.
like National
Thick thighs, tall
Geographic.
statues. Yeah. Oh man.
I actually say now that if you really understand feminism and you start to follow it and you start to get deep into the history of feminism, it is actually a precursor to transgenderism, right?
True. Where's Ignis, bro? Get back in here. You got to hear this. Let's see.
Wait, is it? Wait, how is it? I mean, I guess.
Candace Owens was a lib blogger a decade ago and literally said turn conservative overnight. Said she turned conservative overnight once she realized it was an easier grift. Did she say she turned overnight because she realized it was an easier grift? Is that like, or did she?
Yeah,
just say
I
she turned
do.
conservative overnight, and you believe because it was an easier grift.
Yeah, like to be fair to her, like I do remember her saying that, like, yeah, she turned conservative, quote unquote, overnight. But yeah, I don't know. I don't remember anything about it being a grift. You'll need to link the article about that. I mean, if she
Like,
was
or anything
grifting,
about her saying like, oh well, it was just easier for me to do this, or
right?
like it was better for my, like, you know, as far as how I'm received by people, like it better for my finances, like anything like that. It doesn't have to be exactly those terms, I guess. I don't know.
Finances.
Yeah, see, well, Justice thinks it's based that feminism is a precursor to transgenderism. Okay, well,
I mean, honestly, if I'm gonna identify myself, and you're gonna find this cringe, but I'm kind of with Justice on being like a more a term, trans inclusionary radical misogynist.
did you say term? Oh,
Yeah, TIRM.
Wait. Oh, trans inclusionary radical misogynist. I don't think
Yeah.
that was what Justice is.
I think, well, okay, well, he definitely isn't. I think he memes on it with me, but I think I would honestly, unironically, probably more be in that direction. Like,
Oh yeah,
like
he's just
I
he's
believe in
just
the.
claiming that the Candace thing is like, well, he's saying that's easy to tell what happened, like, but like, I don't know what insinuated that, like, because it was such a quick change, like you're getting that from that, like as a conclusion, or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, to clarify for the audience too, like I do think that, like, I do believe in the distinction between sex and gender. I would just so like I do agree that trans people are valid, and I don't think I mean, again, like I would need to look more into the science of, like, again, because I also, I'm like Saz pill and mental illness, so again, like I know Ahmed's fucking seething right now, but but I
I'm just taking
also
a sip,
believe in
bro.
like more trad gender roles too, so.
Passport fills me up.
So I believe that the men biologically who are gender like female should be acting like women and be in those roles.
It's telling women to act like men, right? So feminism really did have to come first. First, you had to confuse the sexes. First, you had to go out and you had to say to women, shouldn't you be more like a man? Shouldn't you just be more like a man? And at the same time, they are rinsing the minds of men as well. And they're telling them, well, you should be more effeminate. You should cry a little more. You know, you should really get into your feelings. But no, women, you go to work. And when you think about school, I was thinking about Shirley. I was like, what is
okay, wait, but like, do you really think it's cringe for like men to be open about their emotions and like cry and shit? Like,
Women are gonna take that a certain way. It gives them the ick, man.
really? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It does. Even if they say they wanted, it gives them the ick, dude. Like they don't want to see like a guy that they see as this, like it goes against the sort of like protector aspect of the man, like to be so vulnerable. Like, I mean, especially like often, or even just like frequently, like any sort of, like, you know, even if it's a one-off thing. I mean, I've heard guys talking about how, like, you know, women will see them different because of it. Now, as far as like an example of somebody I know, or let me see if I can think of like more than one example. Like, because I know there was this guy who was telling me that I'm not going to name who it was, but he was saying that he was, you know, lit, you know, let's say, and he was telling his girlfriend like that, basically like that he needs her frequently, like many times, like during this period of them being intoxicated, or, you know, I guess under the influence. And he was basically just saying like, I need you, or something like that, over and over. And then like that kind of just made her see him different, like to the point where they are no longer together, because that that based on what he said was what did it.
Well, here's the thing. I think maybe like you could make a case for it's like, oh, if you're constantly being a wussy crybaby in front of your girlfriend, like, oh, I need my girlfriend to like console me and stuff from like all this hard shit. Like, I can get where that's unappealing, and even to some extent, like just crying in front of your girlfriend maybe once, like I can sort of see how that might give women the secret ick. Like, I can maybe make the case for that argument, but I think honestly, the consequences of bottling up your emotions as a man and just not fucking cry, like being like, oh, I'm not gonna cry, like this emotionally devastating thing. Like, I don't know. I think the consequences to holding your emotions as a man does result in like what unironically I think could be called like realistically toxic masculinity, where you're not actually coping with the emotions properly and boiling everything up, and that sort of results in aggression or other improper unhealthy behaviors. So I think maybe the better place to do it would be like in front of a therapist or your other male friends.
Yeah, male friends, not a therapist.
Being
Fuck therapy, therapy
Yeah.
especially for men is a problem, dude. Because like they don't understand like men's struggles. Like that is not something that
Well,
like they're
there are
receptive
male therapists. Plenty
Even
of male therapists.
even so.
I don't know. Well, there is that. Well, there is that meme where it's like. Well, there is that meme where it's like. Yeah, I want to have a male therapist. A couples counseling therapist type thing, because the women's just gonna side with the women. I
Like,
do kind of believe in that.
I mean,
a little bit.
like it's better, but that doesn't make it good. Now, like the male network thing, I actually think is really good to have. Like like men that you can like that are close to you and that you can talk about these things to. Pause. Basically, like you have like friends that you can discuss these things with, and obviously not go like crying to your girl about and resolve these things, because men are just more focused on solutions. Like you're gonna have them like giving you advice. It's not just gonna be like like consoling or like just like sort of, because that's not really what men need anyway. That's
well,
they need more of that like actual like sort of, I guess, like talk to get them back in the right mindset.
I mean, yeah, but also no, I do kind of disagree with this, in the sense that like I think what men like find appealing about women is that like they are that place of just nurturing and comfort. Like they are that place of where you can just kind of like act kind of different around the woman than you are with your guy friends. And they can be that like source of comfort and re-encouraging positive like reinforcement. They're not gonna like maybe be the ones to like give you advice, but they'll say hey, things are gonna be okay, like I still love you, I still care about you, like you're amazing in all these ways. Like women are generally going to be a lot more nurturing in that way, and I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I would agree with you in that, like, yeah, like if you're fucking being a wuss, like crying in front of your girl like a whole bunch, like, but I really don't think that like the occasional like hey, if you're having a rough time, like I'm fucking weeping, I need my girl to comfort me, like I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it is a bad thing if you're like oh, I can't see her fucking cry in front of me, like I have to fucking like hold back the tears, and then like you're just, I don't know, I feel like you're kind of setting yourself up for failure in that.
I would say you're setting yourself up for failure if you are letting it out, like sort of not holding it back at all, to actually expressing like those sorts of things. Because again, like it's emphasizing this idea that like, well, first of all, it's like dependence. It's showing that like you yourself are not able to overcome these adversities, and if you yourself aren't able to, that, I mean, that affects your ability to provide. That affects the provision role. And it shows like, well, if he can't overcome this, then like, I mean, obviously, like he's the one that's supposed to be prepared to overcome adversity.
Well, but here's the thing. I think women do recognize that men are also human. Like let's go back to like the 1800s, and let's say that like you were in this fucking, like you're a general, for instance. Let's say you're Napoleon. You had like, you watched like fucking like half your men get literally slaughtered in front of you. Like you fucking like got your army got fucking obliterated, etc. You just experienced this massive loss, and you need to fucking like release your fucking PTSD from that. I think women, again, like I do agree with you that they're more tending to want that like strong person, but I think there is a part of it that's like women do recognize that men are also human and do have flaws and do have these problematic experiences that they need to deal with. Like, I don't think I don't think like a woman like seeing their man come back from fucking like Vietnam and have like PTSD and struggle with that, or struggle with anything and think like, well, he's obviously a cuck because this other man like bottled up his emotions and shit like that. Like, I don't think that they think like that. I think they do to some extent, obviously, but yeah, I think that there are like areas of wiggle room in that. I don't think it's like as black as white as you're describing it, I guess, is what I would have to say.
Okay, let's read some chats here on this, or just in general. Justice says, because the right-wing media grifter pipeline is clockwork every time. She was just one of the earliest examples of it. It's especially obvious when with every minority influencer who is suddenly like, well, now I'm a conservative minority, and it's their entire personality. I mean, like, yeah, I don't deny that there are some that make that literally their personality. It just makes sense as far as garnering an audience. They could legitimately believe it. That's one thing. Like, and they could just make it their thing because it's like, well, this is what gets me clicks, even if like this is genuinely what I believe. I mean, I'm sure there are grifters too. I'm not denying that, though. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't necessarily assume that a person doesn't believe it unless I have reason to believe that that person's doing things which are contradictory to those beliefs.
Yeah.
James says it seems as if that's not a healthy dynamic. What, not being able to be as vulnerable as the woman is to the man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. That's like, you know, like you obviously like, okay, even if it's not a black and white thing, I wasn't necessarily claiming it was like, and I know even Justice is like saying
Sure.
here that women don't like if men are whiny and high maintenance on a regular basis. It's not just crying equals ick. Now what I'm saying is like, okay, well,
right,
depending on what you're prone to crying to, and depending on how often you're even crying, like that would fall under the high maintenance aspect of it. That would not just be like, you know, that, you know, you like you have to get to a higher threshold than you believe it is. I would say, as far as what you're describing.
Yeah, but like, okay, I would say that like there's a difference between crying in a human normal way, like to something actually traumatic, versus crying like in a feminine way, if that makes sense. Because like women, they won't cry to like, oh, this person like dissed me at work, or like this guy was mean to me at work, and like, oh, I'm crying about it. But like men generally cry to like really deep fucking crazy things, like, oh, my mom just died, or
Yeah.
my fucking like I was in this war, or like I'm dealing with like a lot of these, like, just I feel fucking lonely, abandoned, etc. Like, those are real things that I think women can recognize are human things and like normal to cry about. They're not like demasculating, you know? Like, but I do think that like, yeah, like Justice, I think, makes a great point where it's like, if you're crying in a way that like makes you feminine and high maintenance, I think that's valid. But yeah, I would have to kind of push back on you to say that like, oh, well, if he sheds a single tear over like one thing, it's
not
be
even,
like
I mean, I would say that's a very like, I mean, that's reducing what I'm actually saying here to something that's like the sort of, I mean, essentially a straw man. I would say, like, if it's like one tier, saying one tier is like, you know, something that I'm arguing here. And even so, like, if it's like the death of like a very close family member, like the mother, like that makes sense. It's just, you know, I would even argue at that point, it's like, you shouldn't be going to her every time you're crying about it. You know, you shouldn't be like feeling that like that's something like you should just go straight to her when you're feeling that way. It's like, okay, yeah, like it's not like it's over as soon as you show that you even can cry. But it's more so the idea that like there are times which it may be, I mean, like it may be better to just not really show that. Like it may actually be better to show that you can, I mean, be like strong about it. And so, you know, that, I mean, obviously there would be like a need to express that somewhere. And I'm just saying, like, that would be more so like what falls on that network you have of like other men, or like even like just more introspection, like things like that, as opposed to like basically like going to her for the whole like like, especially I think like I would say probably the greater issue is like depending on her for some sort of resolution to the issue, you know, or like
right,
basically like looking to her for some sort of guidance on it. Like, you know, if anything, it would be more so that like, I think that might be a greater issue than even showing you can cry about it. Like if you cry about it, but you're like, here's what I'm like, you don't necessarily say this to her, but you do something about it, you make yourself better because of it, you come out stronger from it. I mean, that shows like you can handle adversity. So I wouldn't even say at that point you're necessarily like making yourself too vulnerable or something, like if you're able to do that. But it's more so about the idea that like, yeah, I mean, like if you were to if you're not able to do what I'm saying, if you're going to her for these things, you're not able to show that you aren't high maintenance. You are not able to show that you aren't like showing these things that would be unattractive to her.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that like, yeah, if you're only going to your girl, I think that is kind of problematic because also number one, I mean, it just kind of shows that you like don't have a friend group. You may not
Mhm.
like not have other people to rely on and get these things from. I would say I would generally agree with you that like, yeah, the whole like crying and then plus like, well, like, what do you think I should do? Like, I don't know,
Just
like,
even the way like
right?
I'm imagining it
Yeah,
is funny.
yeah. Right. Like, I think that is probably. I would agree with you on that, but I don't know. Even then, I don't even think that's like the biggest thing is you like, hey, I was thinking like maybe I could do this, but like, what do you think what are your inputs on this? Like, I don't think like asking women for intellectual advice is necessarily a problem, but I would say that generally with male friends, you want to go to them for advice rather than consolation. With women, you generally want to go to them for just the pure consolation and not the advice. Although I think that there are instances where I think you can go to men and be consoled, and you can go to women for advice. I don't think that on the rare occasion that's necessarily a problem, or that she's like instantly gonna like fucking look down on you because of it. You know?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
So yeah.
it's like I'm not saying that they're like, do this once and it's over or something, but it's just more so speaking to like,
If it's consistent,
qualities that
right?
the qualities you display
Yeah.
repeatedly are what are important here a
I
lot of
don't.
the
Yeah,
time.
I would probably agree with you on that, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
So it's like it's more so like saying like this is like a general idea of things. Yeah. I mean, we kind of get the point on it. I do think we have some more chats on that though. Might need to disagree with Ahmed here. Men aren't perfect creatures, hence this would only lead to unhealthy relationships. Well, we kind of addressed what our thoughts were on that. You were setting yourself up for failure by bottling up it as a rule. Yeah, you don't need to bottle it up within yourself. I think that's a point that I need to emphasize, that like, going to other people for it is not bottling it up. It's just more so like keeping a strong face for somebody that you are like protecting. Like essentially, like let's say like a parent. Imagine a parent who's going through some sort of hardship. It would be better for the parent to not try and express too much of that in front of the child and actually like stay like confident, stay strong, stay like, powerful, like, not really give the child too much vulnerability, because I think the child like losing confidence in the parent actually is a problem for the child.
yeah.
So,
Sure.
I mean, I think this is like in a same sense of like, for those you are seeking to protect and look after, you don't want to be that person that doesn't seem like they're incapable of doing that. Even for the sake of the person you're doing that for.
Right.
Women like it if you can handle your emotions, not if you repress them. Repression is another way of failing to deal with it. I mean, like if you're
Yeah.
not doing anything to address it, I think that's different than not necessarily showing that to her as much as you would as far as how you feel it, like how you feel it versus what you show her. I don't think that's repression inherently. Okay, well, I think we're gonna get back to this because those were the chats. But
Okay.
honestly, a good talk. Honestly, I
Yeah.
think that was
No, that was great.
that I have when it comes to thinking
Let's
about
take another
women
drink.
being bosses or women in general. And I'm like, there's probably a book report. Like, pick a woman who's done something amazing in history. And it probably was Amelia Earhart, right? I don't know. I feel like we all did Amelia Earhart.
Bro,
Like,
she
once,
fucking crashed.
third
Got,
grade.
got eaten by crabs.
Pilot. I think she crashed. But
base Candace.
He points.
This is like stand up, dude.
Holy shit.
But she's amazing, and you get this idea when you're so young, and you're like 7, you're like, yeah, maybe I should be a pilot because Amelia Earhart was a pilot, and you'd never see someone that says, for my book report, I'm going to do like my
But
grandma.
she crashed, got eaten by
raised
crabs.
8 children and has stayed married for 47 years to my grandpa.
Yeah, true. Yeah, actually true. Like, actually that is something that actually I have been thinking of that is important, where it's like you promote women in these literatures and they're all like doing these amazing things, but like, yeah, you're never gonna promote the like I raised 8 children, etc. So
they're doing these amazing things, like men did them and now they're doing them. Look at that. They're acting more like men. Isn't that great, guys?
Ready to enter the classrooms. They went around to parents. They're like, well, everybody's just.
Have you seen that meme like of like the guy in the office, and it's like now we're introducing like the first woman too, and then he's like falling asleep. He's just like,
that's a complete myth. It's a complete lie.
he's just like falling asleep, and there's like a woman staring at him like.
Where's this like women's sports? And now we return to women's.
Wait, hold on. What? Hold on.
Wait.
You should definitely read Thomas Sowell's Inside the American Education System, and you learn that actually in the 60s, the majority of high school students were graduating with their virginity intact.
Based.
And then the federal government came, and then they
Well-
implemented sex education. And within 10 years, that completely shifted. Actually, what they were trying to do was to
Well, with
sexualize
men, it's
people
kind of
of color,
different, you know.
was to
But this is a women's conference, bro.
make it
Okay,
a
well-
priority of the government to
It I mean, like there is a difference. I'm not saying like there isn't. Me of all people, you know, why would I say that?
again disturb relations between men and women, between young women and between young men, to sexualize women, to make people more perverted, to make them think that their parents were so old school and backwards. This is the dawn of the sex revolution. And that's intentional because then, of course, when you look into who is paying for the textbooks and who is actually in the classroom, you learn that Planned Parenthood is always there, which brings me
I again thought it was going to be, you know, them.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, here's my short opinion on the sexual revolution. Here's the thing. I think that the old ways were bad, but only because I think that it was just parents saying that, like, you can't have sex because you're fucking, like, you just can't, like, you just can't because I said so, or because God said so. Like, I think you should be liberatory in the sense that, like, I think that obviously there shouldn't be the state involved. There shouldn't be parents like punishing or kicking out your child for fucking like having sex once or having sex a bunch. Like, I think that's kind of wrong, but like, here's the thing. I think that you should just be giving valid reasons to why, like, these things, like, hey, you know, like, do what you want. You're free to do what you want as a woman, but here's the thing. Like, here are all the reasons why I think that that's bad. It's the same thing with like pornography. I think that, like, again, like, pornography is damaging young men. I think the solution isn't to be like, we should ban porn. We should like fucking like just say don't watch it because it's gonna like fucking grow pubes on your hands or whatever, like, or because God said so. You know, like,
blind.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I think you should just be like, no, it's addictive and it's gonna like fuck up your penis and you're not gonna be able to have sex normally. Like, you just talk to them like they're human and not like you're authoritarian. You know,
outside of like the religions that do this, which are, you know, certain ones that we're not going to necessarily name, but like the prevalence of circumcision and even in the religious sense, they did this to quell those sorts of like wants to masturbate because they would make like the penis skin tight and it's like, oh well, then you'll have trouble masturbating. So it's like, okay, well that's what we're going to do to try and prevent people from touching themselves. We're gonna mutilate them. And it's like, okay, well, you know, I know you're gonna have your opinion on it, but it literally is that as far as what they're doing to people. So you know.
well, look, I mean, in the same way that, like, yeah, like a piercing is mutilation. Like, okay, so here's the thing on circumcision.
I think this one's a more mutilation than the piercing.
I think that it is aggression, obviously, but like, I would need to again, like, I guess I could take your word for it on like, okay, like, it doesn't give you as powerful orgasms, etc. But like, I don't know.
I mean, like, literally just like the function of like sexual intercourse, like its ability to you know, produce the same results as far as like how easy or how good sex is. It is it is just true. Like there's like, it has more function when it comes to those things. So like, even if you're not worried about like the orgasm strength or whatever, if you're like, oh, I get good orgasm, like it affects it as far as like ease of like of having intercourse, like without without like lube or like without anything like that, like nothing else, like just like, you know, raw dogging it.
Really? Like in what way? Like
there is
it's easier to stick it in, like, with, you know,
like when you're penetrating and you are like thrusting, there is a like there is a better like gliding sensation. Like it basically it gives you like that ability to, you know, like, let's say you're doing it with your hand, for example, right? Like it's
Okay,
getting that back and forth without having to like actually apply anything on to have that slickness, right? So, you know, in the same way of like sex, it would be like you can thrust inward and outward and it would be easier to do so because of that that gliding of the skin, like having that second layer.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
You're
Like,
no
as someone
skin.
who, I'll fully say, like, I am cut. I will just say that, but I haven't really had that like problem. Again, like, maybe it's because I haven't had the experience of having the you know, extra skin, the extra Oreo pocket, if you will.
The coin, bro, that's your like your coin whatever,
the
like
coin
the roll,
pocket,
the coin
yeah,
roll,
it's
the
where I
coin
stick
roll.
bro, the
You know,
best
the ones you get from the
Austrians,
bank.
the best Austrians are the ones that are uncut because that's where you secretly hide your gold. Your hard
Wait,
money.
so if there's such a thing as a Jew gold, as we learned in South Park, Then why do they cut if they could just hide the Jew gold there?
I mean, maybe they have other places to hide it. I don't know.
James, how about you? Skin or no skin?
Maybe they're just the type of people, that like to mutilate children
and stick their mouths on it.
Yeah.
To another layer of learning about history, everything that you are told about, virtually everything that you are told about the women that they tell us are the heroes, you get out of school and you're like, my goodness, this person was a villain. How could I have thought that this person was a good individual? No greater example of that than Margaret Sanger, right? You learn about her. Oh, my, thank goodness for Margaret Sanger, and thank goodness for first wave feminism. And what if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have Planned Parenthood.
Are pro-choice.
That's kind of like, the basic version of history that they give you.
Or
They
are
don't
pro
actually
birth
allow you
control.
to read any of her. She's got tons of writings. I mean, she wrote all the time in magazines, and she wrote papers, and she just so.
Oh,
explicit.
right.
She
I forgot
about
she
her
was
most,
like,
she was really
I
honest,
want to
you
like
know?
kill black
She was
people,
just sort of
etc.
like,
Because like abortion was based.
yeah, we gotta exterminate the undesirables in our society.
I think Michael Malice argues against that, like that he says like it wasn't actually about this.
Really? I mean, I have actually, like, I mean, again, like, these are just quotes, but I have seen quotes where it's like, yeah, Margaret Sanger, a bunch of other progressives at the time were pretty much pro birth control for that reason. But again, I think this is kind of a weak sauce conservative argument because, like, just because it was used originally for that reason doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad inherently or unethical. Like, you can use it for different reasons that are non-eugenics. So, I mean, like I get the sentiment, but I think that's kind of a bad argument.
Yeah, I don't know. Michael Malice has like a lot of tweets where he goes into the literature and he's like talking about Margaret Sanger's takes.
Bro, Malice is based. I don't care.
Where he thinks like what she was talking about wasn't actually like this, like for example, Sanger didn't tippy toe against abortion. She denounced it. Like apparently in her official bibliography. Anyone can look up the term abortion in the book for themselves here. Here's what Sanger had to say about encouraging the Klan not to reproduce. She basically called them mental disabled to begin with. From Margaret Sanger's story, her authorized, let's see. I think that has to do with abortions. This is a quote from her apparently. Here was the most cruel and colossal, like abortions, here was the most cruel and colossal waste, the sapping of the strength of motherhood. The recent eugenic pro-protection law resulted in over 1 million abortions in Japan in 1951. Yeah, wherever she went, she spoke out against the barbarity of this practice.
Take another swig. Prepped up.
Yes, Sanger invented the term birth control so that people would use contraceptives instead of having abortions. So
yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I do think that like the people who push birth control are like, again, like I think you can be pro-life and like also be super pro birth control because it's like, hey, I don't want as many abortions. You should be using this instead. You know,
Malice is saying there was not even like abortion done at Planned Parenthood within her lifetime.
Yeah, I mean that could be true, but still, with as far as birth control, her intentions were definitely clear. With like, her intentions were clear with, yeah, we want to promote birth control because we don't want the degenerate blacks fucking to like breed low IQ and shit. But like that 100% was.
See, but you can't use that to argue against Planned Parenthood unless you want to accept that systemic racism exists. Like basically, like if Candace were to promote this argument, then she would be accepting systemic racism, or she would have to, in order to use that argument.
Yeah, like her whole abortion thing, like, oh, it disproportionately harms blacks, like that is actually unironically a systemic racist argument.
But like, what about abortion? What about abortion is inherent to a system? Like, what of that like makes it like connected to the idea of the system itself being racist?
Well, systemic racism basically argues that if there is a law or policy in place that disproportionately harms a certain group, that is a systemically racist policy. Like for instance,
okay, but is it like actual systemic racism if it affects them different or if it's meant to affect them differently?
I think that they would argue that
No, I
it
know
could
what
be
they would
both.
argue, but I'm wondering
Yeah.
what you're saying here because I think you're like you do accept systemic racism to a degree, no?
To
So
some extent, yes, but yeah,
right.
I would.
So
I
I'm wondering how you would define this like like would you say
I
that
think it's
systemic racism is just like like is it a result of a policy whether intended or not to affect a race in a certain way that does, or is it just about like an actual intent to affect a race in a certain way?
I think it's weird to call policies, even if they're not intentionally, but they're disproportionately harming blacks, or quote unquote racist, because I think
Mhm.
racist needs to have some kind of intent on it.
Right.
Um, but I would argue that, yeah, I think you could make the argument that like because people that do argue systemic racism do have a point in that there are policies that aren't quote unquote intended to be racist, but they have disproportionate outcomes because blacks are already in this terrible fucking shitty situation to begin with, or they're specifically targeted in neighborhoods that are disproportionately black. So for instance, we talk about policing, etc. Um, so yeah, I mean, I need to make a video on systemic racism because again, like I agree with some of the sentiments and even a lot of the arguments, but yeah, I don't know that like it's the best to call it quote unquote racist. I don't know. It's the problem with like just calling everything racist, you know?
Oh well,
Because again, like you could argue like because like Thomas Sowell has made this point is that if you're gonna take the systemic racism pill, that you could call the minimum wage a racist policy, you know, systemic racism, because it does actually disproportionately affect blacks statistically. So, like black youth, it keeps them out of the job market.
Justice says Margaret Sanger was more classist than racist, but still a eugenicist.
I mean, I think she was pretty fucking racist, though. I mean, wasn't she?
All right, let's pull up a quote.
Margaret Sanger on the blacks.
Conservatives regularly point out that there are more Planned Parenthoods in black neighborhoods, but if you mention what else disproportionately affects black neighborhoods, they lose their minds.
I
mean,
yeah.
The idea that there are Planned Parenthoods established there, like, I don't know. I mean, like, that's pretty obviously like I don't know that you can necessarily draw intent from that because that again would tie like to lower income. I guess in a sense, yeah, they are kind of accepting the systemic racism argument because they're like, well, look at what this is doing to black people, therefore it's systemically racist, you know, as opposed to it was targeted at black people. Now, I don't know. I mean, like, is it? I mean, like, I guess we could look at the breakdown of like the like where Planned Parenthood actually is and if it has more to do with income or race.
Yeah, like I would say in general that the conservative arguments for like, well, Margaret Sanger created the Planned Parenthood and abortion thing, and like, and she was this eugenicist racist, and therefore it's like bad. Like, I think that's a very weak sauce argument. Like, you know, just because someone creates something that was intended for a certain way doesn't mean you can't use it for other purposes. Like, I don't know, Henry Ford was pretty fucking racist, but we still drive cars. Like, I don't know. You know? Yeah, like Andy, have you seen fucking Ford's writings? Like he was a full on like JQer, you know. He was like big into Hitler and shit. Like,
yeah. All right.
You know, like the Family Guy clip where it's like, "This is my Jew flattening machine. You can flatten any Jew."
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get back to this.
Pregnant, we don't want them. They're growing like weeds. How do we kill them? Like, it's like stunning to read her stuff. She's just like out there with her ideas and, you know, proud eugenicist. This was a time in America known as the progressive era where everyone was freaking out because there was such an influx of immigrants that were coming in. And they thought, okay, well, if the Nordic races start breeding, then we are going to lose the great race. In fact, the
literally
most
something
published
the
book at that time was
believe.
The Passing of the Great Race, which was written
Even
by
TPS
Madison
airs.
Grant. And of course, these people always come out of Yale and Columbia. They have the best ideas, you know, the best ideas. They come out of Yale and Columbia, and they were like, the new science is eugenicism. In the same way that it was like COVIDism in our era, they were like, this is eugenicism, trust the experts, we have to do everything that we can. And that was the precursor to Planned Parenthood. That was
if you want to skip ahead, go ahead.
Propagandize people. And by the way, that was in one of her papers. It was called Birth Control Propaganda. And she was like, how do we go out to people and not say we want you to kill your offspring, but make it sound good? And her and Dr. Clarence Gamble, who was really a trust fund baby.
Okay. Well, anyway, just says you can call the minimum wage racist policy based, literally historically true.
Have offspring, and this kind of goes to the narrative of like.
I mean, yeah. I mean, again, like, are you defining a racist policy as like intent or not? Because again, like, I don't think
about intent or no.
Huh?
Isn't racism itself about intent or no?
how evil
I mean, that's
Well,
generally what I would
how
think, but yeah, I mean, a lot of lefty definitions don't need to include that. Like basically,
Yeah.
racist is about outcomes, you know. So if like there are different races that are affected, that's still racist, and you can kind of make that point where it's like, okay, like Southern voting, for instance, it was like, yeah, you have to be literate in order to vote. For instance, that would be like
Whoa.
Southern laws, but because like 90% of blacks couldn't read, that was a law that wasn't explicitly racist, but the intent behind it was, because we don't want blacks. It wasn't really about literacy to them. It was more about like keeping the dirty negroids from voting. So
because it was a responsible thing to do, or so they were told in their classrooms, and are struggling to have even one child these days. Our grandparents were like having kids on the way to work. Like
Bruh, that wasn't that funny.
they were just like, right? I mean, like 10 kids, 12. I'm like, what? You had 12 kids, just permanently pregnant, totally fine, working the entire time. And then you fast forward today and you have so many young women who are having to turn to the government to have children, right? And this is kind of the evil design of it all, is that they want to create the problems and then create the solution, and then
True.
call people who are speaking about the problems and digging into the history conspiracy theorists. That's their favorite term. You're a conspiracy. Oh, what do you mean? It's a conspiracy theory. Birth
Seems like
control
there's
is
a theme
literally
here.
brain medicine. When women say it's making them crazy, and then you have a
Oh, she's going on birth control. Hold on. We gotta watch this.
doctor that is just completely gaslighting them.
True.
Oh, it's not your birth control. We'll give you a pill for that, for your crazy. We'll give you another pill on top of the pill to deal with your crazy. That is the pharmaceutical industrial complex that we are very much fighting today. And I think, fortunately, what they didn't expect at the end of COVID was for so many people to wake up to the evil of big pharma making us sick.
One tall boy down.
And it goes on and on. You see, they're rewriting history. They're also being really weird. I would say feminism also is a lot of problems that don't exist. Like they're making up problems. I think my favorite point,
I haven't even finished mine, but mine is pretty big.
Was
so
when Hillary Clinton lost the election.
How many ounces is it?
Again, the second time. And everyone was crying.
26.
Everyone was very hysterical.
Mine says 1 pint in ounces.
Oh, it's a 1 pint, 7.5 ounces.
Yeah,
wait,
so
holy
I
shit!
just
Yeah,
drank
wait,
one of those.
you've been drinking more than me. What the
I
fuck?
just drank one of those. But what's your percentage?
8.
Oh, 8. Mine is like 5.
Weak.
Well, because the media
Pussy.
brainwashed them all into believing that
Still-
he was going to win.
still-
Everyone,
yeah.
it was the hashtag, another hashtag. I'm with
Trump.
her. Remember?
How big is
What
yours?
does that
He's a
mean?
lightweight.
Wouldn't you like to know, James, how big mine is? Wouldn't you like to know?
I'm gonna take
Means you
it.
just should be with her because she's a her. Duh.
Kill
Boss
yourself.
bitch or something, right? She's wearing a pantsuit. And I'm like, yeah, no, this doesn't make actually any sense. I have questions. And oh my gosh, how could you be a woman and not be voting for Hillary Clinton? And I can't remember, I can't forget, pardon, when Hillary Clinton lost and the next day on the news, you should go back and revisit the news that night. Honestly, it was
The news,
stunning
that
television.
fake news.
Newscasters crying, saying all sorts like this is it, it's over, we're all gonna die.
It's
I mean,
over.
it was like watching an apocalyptic. It was the first time that I was like, actually, I'm only gonna watch CNN for the next 24 hours because this is really, really funny. Like it was totally the end of their world. They didn't understand how it could happen. Rachel Maddow had some sort of a mental break. And I remember
Yeah, she
they
was
all
literally
started,
crying in like
telling
2016. It
these
was crazy.
ridiculous stories. Like, how am I going to look my 4-year-old in the eye and tell her that Hillary Clinton didn't win? Or like, last night I had to sit down my 3-year-old daughter and tell her that it's okay. What?
Yeah.
Bro, have you been around a 3-year-old? Like, what are you saying? What conversation?
You know that
are you
meme where
having
it's
with
like,
your 3-year-old daughter?
it's like,
that, she thinks her
teaching
whole
my
life
baby
is
to be,
over because
my
Hillary
baby
Clinton
doesn't
advanced
respond to my
in the White House.
anti-racist rhetoric, and it's like,
Like, it's ridiculous.
have you seen that meme?
Ridiculous.
No.
Like, it's like, be anti-racist, and then the baby Bojack is like, goo goo gag.
Illogical. It's always emotional, and it never makes
Let's
any
see.
sense. And you pause and you actually think none of these arguments.
Justice says yes. In intent, minimum wage laws, like anti-homeless laws, originated intentionally to exclude black people.
Of what is now
That's actually interesting. I'm kind of based. I mean, not that like it just includes black people, but yeah.
I think I
like we
actually
know
did
that
hear
now.
about that. I think I actually did.
Because I know that like blacks were wholly based niggas. You know, my first ever political essay I wrote in the 8th grade. It was criticizing the minimum wage because we had that as a topic. It was like, does the minimum wage help or harm the economy? And I just decided to. And from a very young age, I was already like Austrian pilled by my dad because he already kind of pilled in me that was like, yes, if you have these regulations, it's not actually going to help. So
You could say your father probed you, perhaps in your sleep.
true, but in the good way.
Constantly pregnant women, pregnant working women were totally not fine. She is on crack cocaine. Yeah, I don't know about working.
Yeah.
Crack cocaine. Did you say that because she's black, Justice? Is that why you chose that drug?
Wait, are we red pilling justice right now? Like, fuck women working?
What? You mean this kicker gets on stage at a
This kicker.
Kicker, yeah.
How much he loves his wife and how grateful he is for everything that she does as a homemaker,
Bruh,
and
fuck
how she
kickers.
is the perfect yang to his yin, and how grateful he is that he has faith and that he has God, and how he puts it first God first in his life, and the whole world just collapses. The media just could not deal with this. They were like, "What are you talking about? How could you say such crazy things?" But if Harrison Butker had gotten up there and been like, "Listen, on my 3rd divorce, my child is trans, and we're just gonna let he, her, she, they, them pick his gender and make all the decisions, right? Because government is king." They would have been like, "He's a hero. He's amazing." And it was interesting to see. I was paying the most attention to how his football mates would respond. I can't believe I say mates. I'm so married to a Brit right now. I am so married to a Brit.
What?
Yeah, honestly, the more I think about it, like, I feel like talking to Candace for like over an hour would be insufferable. Like, I could not date this woman ever.
Has she ever been on Jesse Lee Peterson's show? Dude, I want to see that actually.
That would be so funny.
Let's see.
What is it that he said that you don't agree with?
So how do you feel to be black
That's literally what your wife
and a
does,
woman?
I don't think she was on there. Let's see.
Right? And he wanted to explain, like, I would never say this, and I view my wife as my partner, and we are equals. Yeah.
So you say women should be in the kitchen, but I see you out on stage at Turn Into One. So are you? Do you think you're a man though? Are you a man? Candace, why are you a man?
That's actually how you would respond.
Anti-women.
Oh no, I see a show of them talking.
And guys, the irony is this.
Holy
There's some
shit,
clips.
that's so funny.
I mean, he's dating, what is he, the 39th boyfriend
Should we watch that?
of Taylor Swift, right?
I
Wait,
see like
Taylor
2
Swift?
clips. There's
Wait,
one
wait,
from
wait,
5
wait,
years
wait.
ago.
Taylor Swift? He said Taylor Swift.
I mean, he's dating, what is he, the 39th boyfriend of Taylor Swift,
Oh,
right?
she calling Taylor Swift
And
a
you take a look
hoe.
at that situation, you go, okay, so Travis is sitting here
Wait,
across
is
from Jason,
Candace a
and
Kanye
he's
fan?
explaining to Jason that, you know,
She has liked Kanye, yeah, actually. She's like sided with him on a lot of things. She's like reposted his work and everything to her story. Like I think he posted like a video and she posted on her story.
Well, his music based, but you know, his
Well, she was like she liked him when he said like White Lives Matter on the shirt too. Like when he put White Lives Matter on the shirt, she was like supporting him, and like she was supporting him like even back when his like his first presidential run was going on.
I see. Like here's the thing about Kanye. Like I think that he says some stuff that I think is correct, but I don't know. Like I watch his speeches and like his interviews and stuff. He really does kind of seem unhinged to me. I don't know. He doesn't seem coherent and like all there.
He really does seem what?
Like he doesn't really seem coherent a lot of the times. He doesn't seem like all there, and a lot of his points I don't really get, to be honest.
I don't.
But that's just
know,
me.
man. Like I think
like I'm way more into like his music and his like. I like his abrasive and like funny and audacious personality. I don't know, like when he's like talking about politics, that kind of my eyes kind of just glaze over, or like the JQ and stuff. Like, I just think it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I know Kanye did kind of you know, pull you in that direction, but like I don't like that's never like been the appeal with Kanye for me, you know.
Haven't you seen the picture of Candace and Kanye together wearing the White Lives Matter shirts?
I might have. Let me see.
Harrison Butkins has sexual relations with men. He has gay face. Who is this? Harrison Butkins? Of course he would have sexual relations with men with that name. Yeah. Butkins, you think he takes it
Oh
against
yes. I have seen that. I forgot about
Butkins?
that.
I wonder if he's the catcher or the receiver, that Butkins.
I mean, the White Lives Matter thing is really funny though.
I should have bought that shirt.
I'll give him that. I kind of want that shirt.
I should have bought it and wore it in public. I really should have.
Friends of Taylor Swift, right? And you take a look at that situation, you go, okay, so Travis is sitting here across from Jason, and he's explaining to Jason that, I don't agree with that. So what do you agree with, Travis? I guess his version of
woman-y drama.
Swift, right? You see that a lot. You see that a lot. You see a lot of people, the Girl Squad, the images, Hollywood sort of projecting this idea of freedom, and you can be in and out,
Hollywood
relationships. And listen, I'm the same age as
Hollywood. Whoa.
so 34 years old.
Hollywood, just Hollywood or Hollywood in triple parentheses?
Right there. She is a superstar.
I'm not gonna say what race.
Travels the world, has a private jet, gets to sing in sold out stadiums, and I was with her in the beginning.
Kicker.
She was like 15. I was like, yeah, me too. Doing thing in my room. It was cute. It's so relatable. 15. Got a little less relatable at 34 for me. I was like, no, you're 34. Okay. I was with you on the first 10 breakups, but now I have questions. I
hate Candace Owens.
It can't always be his fault. It cannot.
Why would you hate Candace Owens? What about her? My least favorite conservative influencer is Jesse Lee Peterson, Candace Owens. It's just like naming all the black ones.
Is it possible?
See, no, me, I wouldn't do that. I actually do like Jesse Lee Peterson, especially, and Candace. I like Candace, but I would name like fucking. I don't even know who are the gay conservative influencers, because that's who I'd be naming.
Dave Rubin.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Dave Rubin, not even gay. Kind of Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro.
What do they all have in common? Bro, like all the conservatives I hate, Candace, for no particular reason, Candace Owens, JLP, Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell. I just hate all of them,
right? And constantly put them in your music after every bad date, and then we give you tons of money. Then maybe women will follow that. Maybe they'll feel like that's the right path. Like it's all about the girls' club.
Yeah, she's talking about how Taylor is influencing girls to be like, just party in their 20s and such, and not really focus on locking down the right person.
Okay, but like, do you really like Candace in general, or like, do you just like that she's kind of being pretty based here?
I like inflammatory characters. I can't lie. It makes me it's entertaining. I'm not saying that I watch Candace consistently or something. She's a woman. Even
inflammatory. Like, I don't even think she's that inflammatory. I think she's just like annoying to me. Like, JLP is inflammatory. Like, Nick Fuentes is inflammatory. Like, I don't like Fuentes or JLP's political opinions in the slightest, but like they're at least funny and entertaining. Yeah, like I could watch Fuentes like all day. But like again, like if he's ranting about the Jews and shit, like I don't really buy it, or like the fucking trad shit. But like
I'm not saying I really find like Candace, like I would watch her for like hours on end or anything like that, as opposed to the others where I actually would sit down and watch like an episode they made. It's like, oh, I want to watch them talk about this stuff or see this person or make these jokes, whatever. Candace, I think like just as a figure, like as a kicker, I think Candace, well, first of all, she does have like good takes, and I think it's like, obviously it's like, she'd have those conservative takes as well, where it's like, I don't really agree with that, or like you get the solution completely off. But like I think like she makes a lot of points where I'm like, oh yeah, I mean that's just right, I agree. I think it's good that she's like, it doesn't seem like, because unless she's like disingenuous with her opinions, I mean, it doesn't seem like she's afraid to speak her mind. Like, it seems like there are influencers where it's like, oh, this person's definitely holding back. This person's not saying something they believe. Whereas Candace, it's like, at least she's willing to question things. Like, I mean, like when she got like booted off the Daily Wire, because she had that rabbi on. Like, I thought that was really good. Like, I like that she did that. I really actually do respect her for doing that. Like, as far, even though she's a woman, it's less respect for the women. But, I'm just saying in general, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, it's like, I know there's like things she's wrong on. I know it's like, in general, probably there is like some aspect of it where it's like, I don't know. Maybe she says things just to say them, just to get attention. I don't know. But I mean, I don't even think like that's always such a bad thing. It's kind of entertaining for me. But I don't know. I don't really. I don't know. You probably view her less favorably than I do. Is I think just the point there with that.
Right. I mean, I definitely would. I would say that, like, yeah, I'm kind of shocked with this speech. She actually is kind of leading into some valid shit. But yeah, I like Candace just I just find her annoying. Like even if she says some correct shit, I think just the like her mannerisms, I don't know. It kind of again reminds me of that certain person, and also just again her mannerisms annoying to me
Who's
personally.
he? He was literally doing JQ stuff in that speech. Who is he?
Yeah, wait, who are we talking about?
What speech and what person?
Yeah.
Careful, guys. You might anger "quote unquote" them. Well,
Well,
I mean,
we're gonna
it's
anchor them,
become.
like,
It seems like it's become more acceptable to talk on YouTube about this to an extent after October 7th.
yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean, like just to clarify too, like me and Ahmed have had a little
Harrison
bit.
the kicker.
I think like basically everything JQ shit is retarded, and like I don't agree with it. But yeah, I just think that like making jokes is funny, you know.
I just think
because I like being edgy, but
my opinion right now that I will give on stream is that I think that opinions in general shouldn't be like repressed. I
yes,
think like
I agree.
I think that we need to have open discussions about things. Like this is probably the only time I'll use the word we. It's productive to do so. I think like actually being able to have these things out in the open allows facts to be compared more accurately, because
Right.
sometimes even in these corners like where like people begin getting banned, like they have like circling narratives that begin to fester, whatever these opinions may be, and that will lead to a lot of like information which isn't completely accurate spreading around, because they're the only ones that can fact check it for themselves. There's nobody really like going over it, and then the people who are fact checking it are clearly biased against them. Like in this example, clearly it's like, well, I don't even know if I should really say it, but like the ADL. Okay, the ADL is not somebody that I would see as like, oh well, this is like actually a good force against that group. Like even if I like whatever my opinions are on all of the other stuff, like the people that we're discussing right now, the ADL is not a prime example of who should be countering these arguments as like the only people doing it, because they honestly like they're just like, it's literally like, oh, you're triggered, like you can tell, like it's a source of being triggered, and so all the arguments that come from them will just be like saying like, oh well, that isn't true, and then they don't really give an explanation for why. They're just like, oh, these haters, these people that hate our people, they're just saying this because they have these terrible perspectives that just festered from the hatred of all the way back to one man. Just one man did it to everybody. But point being with that is like, it makes more sense to have things out in the open, because if you do, then if there is anything wrong with what's being said, it can get countered properly. People can actually have more discussions that are properly like, I mean, I guess the results would be more respected in general, because you wouldn't have people just like going through, I mean, like whatever pipeline it is, because they would basically be able to like, more accurately know whether these things are true or not. Like it's whether or not there are still people who deny it. I mean, you're just going to have better results as far as like how many people are succumbing to narratives which may not be completely accurate.
Yeah, also the other thing I would like to add on that is that I think that the leftist argument, even the consequentialist argument for censorship, even private censorship of like we need to kick like the Nazis and alt-righters and like Fuentes and stuff off YouTube, I think that ultimately backfires in their face, because even though they don't have as large an audience anymore, it basically does feed into their narrative where it's like, it was proof that I'm actually subversive to the establishment all along, and like this is proof that the Jews are like fucking doing all this crazy shit. So like it feeds into that mentality where you can actually have like memes spread about it on Instagram, where it's like that George Orwell quote is like, if you know who to be critical of, it's the people who you're not allowed to be critical of who are in control. Whereas like I don't even think that's necessarily true, but it feeds into their narrative of them being this outsider and them being censored because the elite's against them, and that whole mentality. That's the very reason why Trump succeeded in the first place, is because the media was so backlashed against him that everyone else who was like, wait, but fuck the media. Like they're really this outraged about X, Y, and Z. Like they're banning him. They're banning these conservative platforms. Like it backfires in their face every single time they try to fucking ban these people off these platforms. So it's like, even from that perspective, I think that's flawed. And then the other thing too is that I think that the more you allow these arguments to fester, like the more you allow like Fuentes to get a platform, I think that actually is a good thing because it's gonna incentivize more people to actually start creating better arguments against them, because you see a lot of within like the Jewish community or sorry, bluish community, you know, of people being like, well, no, there isn't a disproportionate number of people in the media, you know, there isn't all this stuff in the media, like 1350 isn't real, you know, where it's like, no, it is, you know, that like that's a bad argument against that. There are better arguments against the whole like 1350. The argument isn't over the amount of people in control. It's about, is it genetic? Is it intentional? Is it deliberate? You know? So I don't know. Censorship breeds shitty arguments, philosophical inbreeding, and confirmation bias. And it also gives these people more of a reason to have a platform.
And if anything, on both ends from the way it's being described, because even the people that no longer have the argument to argue against, they're but they're like on the side of like pro censorship. Now they're really just, I mean, they're going against straw man arguments as well, where it's like,
yep.
You know, oh well, you believe this, well, I mean, and then they're giving those bad arguments about like, well, it's not really 1350, or it's not really this or that, you know. So yeah, it really just sort of stifles any sort of productive conversation on things. Let's see. Your mistake is thinking that schizophrenic Nazis are interested in fact checking and good faith debate. I mean, it prevents, like, you know, not even just in this group. I'm just, you know, in general, it would prevent people from adopting ideologies which are not sound, because they would actually be able to hear more productive discussions on things. So even if there are people who still, like I just said, like stick to whatever position they have, if they have an incorrect position, at least now that there's light shed on it, people will be able to see that more accurately. And so they will be able to now, you know, decide for like better, they have better information to know whether or not they should accept the conclusions now, whether they do or not. Like there's now better information there. And so that would probably deter people from accepting bad arguments. Even if it's just majority of people compared to a minority that still does. Real talk, anti-Semitism is recognizing that there's corruption and Orwellian censorship, but that they have wrong prescriptions.
No, I mean, like here's the thing about anti-Semitism. I think that the word is problematic because it gets used to be conflated with anti-Zionism, and then it also is used to be conflated with being anti the religion. So if like you're anti the Jewish religion, you can be called an anti-Semite. But I do think that, yeah, if you're like it's the ethnicity and they're like inherently conspiring and conniving to like undermine the white race, like to undermine the goyim, like that, I think is a better definition of anti-Semitism, as opposed to like being anti-Israel and like anti-religion in general, you know.
All right, we're gonna continue this.
It is such a mistake. You know, I have to call this out because it's been on my mind, and you know, my podcast isn't back until Monday. But
oh, hold up. Whoops. Yeah, you saw you saw what I saw there.
And, you know, my podcast isn't back until Monday, but
oh,
thank you guys. Thank you. When I saw that her in the news that her newest album dropped, like Dead Poet Society, and there was a song, and it was a headline in the Daily Mail, and it's living inside me. I gotta get off my chest. It said she named one of the songs "Thank You, Amy," but made the letters big in the K, the I, and the M, so that Kim Kardashian knew it was about her. That is the work of an 11-year-old. That is not, I am serious. That is not what adult women at the age of 34 do. I don't go to my journal.
In the term "Thank You, Amy," where is there an I?
Yeah, true. Yeah, wait, what?
When I'm angry at someone, okay?
Is Amy spelled A-I-M-E-Y or something?
Cosplaying a 15-year-old. There's a lack of development here, and I think that people don't appreciate that, because when you're younger, you go, okay, yeah, it's fun and boppy, but then when you're older, you realize this is a person that needs more substance, you know, that really needs something to write about. And so what I wish for Taylor Swift is what I wish on everybody: marriage and children and the best parts of life.
Let's go.
Holy shit. Get Taylor Swift wiped up.
I really think some of her best songwriting days are actually ahead of her, not behind her. You know, I want to see.
Is Taylor Swift going to come back and this over this? These niggas talking out their necks. Aw. Have you heard the AI version of that with Taylor?
Holy shit, you
did that
said
where
it
they
on
made-
stream. You actually said it on stream.
Dude. Oh yeah, no. I mean, there we go.
Holy
That's what
shit.
titrating gets you.
Did you even realize it?
As much.
I'm just so used to doing it on the.
Bro, this ain't a TPE episode. Holy shit.
I want to see Taylor Swift able to lead women into that, to lead women into understanding that it's not about boyfriends and mean songs and clicks and girly stuff.
I mean, you're
It's not
technically
an episode of
black.
Mean
You
Girls,
can
it's
say
really
it.
about what you can build, especially when you put faith above everything else. What I wish for Taylor Swift is to return to her country roots. I wish for her to love her country and to
If
love
Mexicans can spam it, you can say it.
Dude, I'm Arab, and I have a funny story actually about this. So my cousin tells me he lives somewhere else in the States than I do. In a more like a liberal area, right? It's like it's like a very urban area. So
Urban.
basically, oh well, James says I'm black enough. I don't know about that, but anyway, point being, he tells me that he had this like Indian roommate. And so the Indian, I don't know why this came up, but apparently he was telling him like, yeah, bro, you can say it. Like my cousin was telling him that, even though my cousin's lighter than an Indian, it's like he's around my color. And he's if anything, he's half Arab, half like, just some white guy. Like his father's a white guy. So it's like he's like whiter than I am technically. And so, well, I don't know, because, well, kinda, yeah. I'm pretty sure there might be a greater mix of white with him, like actual, like just white guy, because Spaniard kind of has, well, it's not even Spaniard, it's like part Spaniard and Puerto Rican. So yeah. Point being, he tells me that he tells the Indian guy that he can say it. I guess because an Arab white guy has the Arab mixed with white guy has a way of telling somebody that they can say it. He can give you the pass, I suppose. I don't know, but he told the Indian guy he can say it. So then the Indian guy posts like something on Instagram where he just posts his face, and then he says like, I don't know if he's like saying like I'm a real whatever, or like if it's like I don't know, whatever. He puts it in the caption. He puts the N-word in the caption, and basically, I think it was somebody else had asked them about this or something like that. But basically, these my cousin and whoever else was talking about this post, they were like, yeah, I don't like, because I think it was somebody that asked my cousin, it's like, why is he saying it on his Instagram? And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, he said it on his Instagram. My cousin checks the guy's Instagram and just says it blatantly there. He's like, no, dude, I didn't mean you could say it like on social media. I meant like you could say it to people.
Holy shit.
So it's like this guy works in like some tech or something like that, and here he is just outright saying that. I don't know, maybe he doesn't get in trouble. Maybe the Indians are all right. It's like maybe they don't get any flack because they're Indian. So therefore, they've had a harder life as Indians. Think about waking up Indian.
Imagine.
That would suck.
Yeah, so when you fill out your certificate, or like when you fill out like your state mandated fucking like ethnicity shit, like do you put white?
What else am I supposed to put?
Well, I don't know, like I don't like, would you technically even be classified like, can it like is white and Arab like not contradictory to some extent? I mean, and also Hispanic as well. I mean, because I know you can be like white Hispanic, but I don't think you're like, I don't know. You're definitely like, you're not like fucking brown, but like you're definitely a bit darker than average, I
mean, like, first of all, like, I mean, Puerto Rican mix could be anywhere from like mostly Spaniard and only like a little bit native and probably not even black at all, like barely, maybe if that, to being black to being mostly native. So I mean, it varies, but on my Puerto Rican side, like it very white as far as like looks. I mean, it's like it's so a lot of Spaniard mixed in, and for the most part, I don't really think there's even much native at that. Like maybe somewhat, but mostly just Spaniard. It's like a very good mix. If I were just purely that, I would just call myself white. I'd just be like, yeah, I'm just a white guy. But I don't know, the Arab side of things, like that kind of is weird because I don't know.
Well, because it kind of shows in like the hair and like the beard and stuff. It definitely isn't like you don't have like white guy hair.
When I didn't have the beard, I didn't really get Arab at all as far as looks.
Yeah, because it's like that meme where it's like that guy who's like looks fucking Mexican, and it's like Juan versus Ahmed,
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I mean, I know the hair is like kind of like different, but the beard itself like is something that really skews it toward an Arab appearance. Especially because like the mustache is like thinner than the beard too.
Right, but even without the beard, I feel like the hair is a little. It's definitely not like you can. I feel like you wouldn't be able to say like, oh, that's white guy hair, you know.
Hispanic. I mean, it's like
Sure,
it's like they have
right.
curlier
Yeah,
hair
yeah,
and black and all that.
Yeah. Whereas with me, like I'm fucking like an Octoroon native, you know, like I'm 1/8 Native American, but
white card invalidated. You're mixed.
no, I mean that really does. I don't know. I don't think that invalidates my white card. Because like I feel like if you're 1/8 black, it kind of does because it's like, oh, you're a bit darker. You know?
Oh, I see how it is.
Yeah. But I mean, natives that like some even like full on natives they're just brown. You know, they're not like full on. You know.
Ahmed's an individual knitter.
So like my skin is definitely a bit darker than your average white guy.
You hear that? I'm an individual knitter. Knitter, he's a knitter.
Knitters, we hate knitters.
Bro, whoa.
I said knitter. I said knitter.
I don't know. That one.
I said knitter.
That one really sounded suspicious there, bud.
I said okay. You can
now
play
let's get back.
That's the guy. That's the guy I want to see her write about. Jesus Christ! Could you imagine?
Knitter.
That will be my Taylor Swift era. That will be my era. You know, there's so much in the world that is wrong, and part of it is this ability for us to idolize celebrities, not to realize that they're pulling you away from the things that you should aspire to in life. I think the person who wins in all of that is Harrison Butker. I think the person who wins in all of that is Isabella Butker. And I was blessed to be able to hear him speak a couple of weeks ago at a different event. And you know what Harrison said was, you know, the more masculine I became, the more feminine my wife became. And I thought that was such a beautiful way to say things.
True.
Have faith. Have faith. And I mean that. I know that sometimes when you come to these more political events, you hear from political people, it can be so depressing. And something in me changed, I think, last year, kind of midway through the year, and I was feeling so bogged down by politics and so frustrated with the way it seemed that our country was going. And then I remembered that actually I'm a Christian, and in the end, we win. We are fighting real demons. We are fighting real demons, but in the end, we win. Pray for your enemies. Pray for them, you know?
The Democrats are the real demons.
Tremendous time in our country.
You're gonna eat your babies.
You know that
Satan
seems to be moving around the world. You see people talking about it more.
So when you say you fighting demons, you talking about liberals?
I think things have become so evil that it's inevitable for people to be drawn toward goodness. You guys, the last thing that I am going to say, strangely, this is such a crazy story, but as I was headed in here, I got a frantic call from somebody. They called me and they said, Candace, something very weird is happening. The Daily Wire has sent somebody secretly to record you, an intern, a PR intern, to secretly record you, to catch you in a bad moment, in a bad light. And I think that intern's name, no, to be fair, it is never the fault of a person when their employer is sending them to do something that isn't good, but I would really love it if Ariana stood up. Yeah. Okay, maybe that's a little too intimidating for you too, but
bro, she calls her out. It's like, Ariana,
holy
I know
shit.
you're here. Bro, this
that's
is
kind
mob
that's
boss
kind of
shit.
based. Holy
It's
shit.
she's like a fucking mob boss.
Apparently she got an email at 10 p.m., hopped on a plane and is pretending to be a student. And so I do just want to say to Ben Shapiro,
Wait.
enough. Come out with the lights.
Holy based. Fuck Ben Shapiro. Bro, conservative infighting. We love it. We love it.
Them demon rats, SMH. Let's see. This girl's going to get jumped. Yeah, bro. If you got a name tag that says Ariana right now, you are in trouble.
So
let's do this.
So we have a situation where one of them is sending one of them to go to use one of them as a pawn, to undermine them. No?
This was a little fruity, Justice. I can't even lie.
True. Well, he is a bit of a fruit,
Yeah.
It's okay. We love him. Well, you don't.
I don't fight. I'm down for the debate. Charlie Kirk says he will fly you out.
I love you, Justice.
He'll fly you out.
Hey, yo, Charlie Kirk's gonna fly Ben Shapiro out. Pause.
Next week to Detroit, and we can do the debates on his stage.
Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit. I don't know. You want maybe a safer city?
Why you choose Detroit, Candace?
No, not Detroit. No.
Why you choose Detroit, Candace? Is it because you feel tied to the city? You feel like that's part of your roots?
My roots.
It's part of your roots.
Turning Point USA. Let's take some questions.
I need Jesse Lee Peterson to be in line asking questions.
Jesse Lee Peterson moderating. So a Jew and a black fighting. What's up with that?
Candace, we're going to start to your right. Okay, amazing. I think the last name is Rotor, by the way. I know you're here. I had Turning Point check.
Yeah, so Jesse's asking her, he's like, so I heard you are anti-Semitic. So is that true?
All right.
Hi, Candace.
Hey.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
And I'm so good to see your face. My question for you is, a lot of my friends here at Turning Point are Catholic, surprisingly, to me at least.
Based?
And I find myself
Still
just
wouldn't.
being engulfed by them slowly. So I've been questioning my own denomination. So I'm curious, what was the turning point for you in your move from a Protestant denomination to more of a Catholicism?
Yeah, great.
Epic.
That's a great question, especially in America. It's a great question because America is a unique country that, you go to other countries in Europe and there's just like a few, it's like, Catholic, Anglican, in America, there's just so many Protestant divisions. And so it's interesting. My husband used to always say to me, I wasn't someone that believed that you should, convert to a faith because you got married. So my husband was Catholic when we got married and I remained Protestant because I don't, like, if you're going to convert, you convert because you believe something. That's my personal belief. My husband used to say all the time, to become a student of history is to become a Catholic. I didn't know what he was talking about, but it sounded pretty because he's
Bro, he changed her.
He's fucking British, dude. What the fuck?
And then I started getting into history.
That does kind of make him
It's,
subhuman.
it's Harry and Meghan Markle.
Things got really interesting for me.
Well, at least our schools are Protestant.
Very young country, and because we're a very young country, some really bad people knew that they could kind of condition Christians to keep dividing amongst themselves, and to make it become sort of this my truth, we're different from here. And then the more I studied history, there were so many things that were just weird. Like I started studying it through the lens of a holy war, and it's really shocking as opposed to learning things about questions that were never answered about World War II. Like, why did we drop the bomb on Nagasaki? Well, it was dropped on a Catholic church, Obviously, we know the Nazis weren't good people, but something that was always inexplicable in the textbooks was Dresden, the fire bombing of Dresden, which happened on Ash Wednesday, tremendously faithful city. And that just kept happening over and over again, Hiroshima. And so I began...
Wait. Does she think that, like, the bombings were, like, deliberately an anti-fucking Catholic or thing? Like...
Yes. That's what she's saying.
I don't know. I would need to see evidence. I would need to see evidence behind that. Like, well, but in the bombing, it destroyed a church. Like, I don't know. I would need to see like intent behind that. I'm not even denying it. I just need to like
real books, and it was very hard for me not to see first and foremost a Christian conspiracy. Full stop. Realizing there's a concerted effort to remove Christ from our classrooms, to remove the topic of Christ away in general. Everything we learn about history is wrong. The Christians are always the bad guys in everything. We learn about the Spanish Inquisition wrong. We learn about we don't learn. And some things we don't learn. We don't learn about the Bolsheviks, which it was a Christian Holocaust. And so the deeper and deeper I got.
Oh, you can't say that, Candace.
And
I don't know, a Holocaust.
Priests and overseas, and they were like, "Yeah, it's."
Did you just fart?
No, I know what sound you're referring to. I was moving in my chair.
Americans know very little about their own history and things that have gone on since before America became its own country. The United States of America became a country, and so it's been a journey, really to the heart of the faith. And I feel first and foremost tremendously blessed because Protestants helped me along the way. And so I don't say that coming from a place of any judgment. Like it's been a very humbling experience, and I want people to be interested in the way that I was interested and to want to examine more about their faith. But I'm just saying, as Christians, we have to stick together and not be judgmental and allow everybody to go on their journeys independently.
I'll work for you at some point.
I'm getting another beer.
I'm telling you, it's happened. Stranger things have happened. People have said it, and it works out. So very nice to meet you.
To your left.
To the left. Hey,
Hi.
cowboy hat.
Oh my gosh, I'm freaking out. Thank you for coming. First of all, I would say, what advice would you give to women in the waiting season that want to have a husband and kids while waiting for God to lead them to the husband?
Well, go to church. You'd be shocked how many people you can meet, get involved in church events. People do a mission, do a church mission. It is unbelievable. And especially now, I'm telling you, like, there is just the Holy Spirit is upon us. I mean, people are just being drawn to the churches. And I always say that to people, and they're like, where can you meet someone? It's not at a club. It's not at a bar. You are
True.
way more likely to meet someone, especially someone that aligns with your values, the more you get involved with the church. And so that would be the first thing that I would recommend anybody does. Very nice to meet you. Hi. I love you.
It's just a bunch of yapping. Oh man. Oh brother. Oh,
the Dragon Garden, the princess
so
here.
I did my senior research paper. Was heavily influenced by your podcast with Brianna Ivy, and I thought that was very interesting. And I was just wondering what you personally think is causing the extreme uprise in transgenderism in our generation.
Yeah. So Brianna Ivy, by the way, is a young man who transitioned, still is female presenting, and reached out to come on the podcast, and I just approached it with an open heart, and it was one of the most, I think the most beautiful interview I've ever done, honestly. And I was the only one where I almost cried, very close to crying, because it was just a young man who was on TikTok, thought it was cool. His mother really thought that he was going to kill himself, and was like, we're always.
Oh, you can't say that, Candace. Come on, say Krill for the YouTube censors. Come on, Candace.
Well, they're on Rumble.
I'm happy that I approached that conversation with more heart, because I was always judgmental of the parents involved. Like, how could you allow this to happen? And Brianna did get bottom surgery, and it went horrifically wrong. And
Bottom
and
surgery.
he's in pain every day, and the doctors are pretty much like, oh well, it doesn't matter.
Why would you even call it that? I feel like that's like conceding a term there. That's like, oh yeah, it's just bottom surgery. It's not, like I would even take like genital reconstruction as opposed to mutilation if you really didn't even want to say that term. Like, I mean, it's better than, I'm not saying I'd take it as far as like, yeah, that's perfectly normal, but I'm just saying more of along the lines of like, why would you just call it that? Why would you just call it the exact term that's already given?
Also, I will say this. I don't think you're going to really disagree with me because, again, we have different views on this. But I will say, just for the appeasement of justice, as well as just what I believe, like, statistically speaking, the acceptance of your parents, there have been multiple studies showing this, but just alone, the acceptance of your parents of your gender identity drops the trans suicide rate to like 12%. So,
I'm going to say sewer slide or something like that.
Or sorry, sewer slide. Well, I mean, YouTube censors will probably pick it up, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I guess I would just disagree with Candace's notion here, but I mean, we can continue if you have anything more to say.
Does it make sense to accept something that you know to be a delusion?
Well, I don't really know how it's a delusion per se. Like I don't know how having a gender identity that doesn't match up with your biological sex is inherently a delusion. It seems like in the same way that like
you kind of just said it in the answer, or the answer was in the statement provided.
Is that delusional though, or is it just being a different personality trait, or having
how is it a
different
personality
views?
trait?
Well, actually, technically, gender has to do with your personality.
Okay, well, I don't accept the term of gender versus sex. Like I'm not
right.
I'm not accepting that to begin with, but more along the lines of like, if you are going against sort of not just like what you were born as, because that could be like, there could be some need to reconstruct, like if you are born in a way that goes against what humans healthily are. But if you were going against what you are healthily, or what you should be healthily, like what your body would in a healthy state be, and also like for like in a lot of ways, the ways that this is done now, I mean, this isn't like the total argument of it, but at least as far as how the hormone supplements are done, how all this is happening, like it's not healthy for you. It's not good to be just trying to force different hormones into your body that it is essentially not even trying to produce in a proper manner. Like it's not like in a healthy state you would not be producing hormones that way. And I feel like even the desire to be like this, to be like that, to do these things to yourself would only really stem from some sort of like psychological or hormonal imbalance to begin with. Like I don't like, and I don't know, because like your argument isn't even that people are born thinking that way, but what is it about, the fact that like these people could reach these conclusions that I guess like, it's like it's still normal to do that, even if it's not a product of something that you were born with. Like if you just came to these conclusions, like, outside of that, like, it's something that you reason to be good for you. What exactly is the reasoning there for it being like not necessarily even bad?
Well, with trans people, it's a bit more complicated than being gay, because I think that I have seen like some interesting things on it, there being maybe more of a case for transgenderism to be a biological thing, or at least to some extent influence biology, because and this is unrelated to humans, but we know that there are instances, we know that men and women, just biologically speaking, have different brain structures, they have different brain functions, they have and because of that they quite literally view the world in very, very different ways. Like men tend to generally be more attracted to things, whereas women tend to be more attracted to faces. Even just colors are more attracted to female versus male brains. So that is actually a chemical thing that happens. And I think we were talking about this when we actually met up in person, where we were fucking, bar hopping or whatever. But we know that flies, and this is just one example for insects, but we know that there are certain genetic abnormalities where flies can be actually have um, bodies that do not align with their brain activity, that their brain activity resembles more of a male, or for instance, their brain activity mirrors more of a female, but their biology, their body, more resembles a male. So you have instances where you actually have almost a biologically, it is an abnormality, but again, I would argue that, like, is it an abnormality that's really necessarily a problem beyond just problems socially? Like, if we had a problem with, like, green eyes are a biological abnormality, is that necessarily a problem? Well, it's a problem if society views it that way. But I guess my point is that, like, I think there could be arguments that transgenderism could be a biological abnormality, but I don't think that would be evidence to presume that necessarily they're in an unhealthy state, other than I think a lot of, I guess I would just, as a final point, I would say that a lot of the unhealthy states that are seen in the transgender community are oftentimes caused by the societal stigma and the just difficulty in general that they might face from having a personality, having a gender that doesn't actually match their biology in the world that we face today, because this is just an abnormal, unusual thing to see. It's very difficult to fit into a society where gender typically is connected in that way to biological sex. So sorry for the rant, but
well, I mean, at that point, I'd still, despite there, like, if there is actually, because I don't know, the science is kind of wonky when it comes to some of this. Sometimes, like, they'll try to justify certain things by saying, like, oh, well, it's actually like this, whereas, it's not necessarily the case. Like, as far as like male versus female brains, like, yeah, there are certain, like, differences in, like, gray matter and stuff like that, but I don't know, like, I think some of the conclusions drawn from that could be incorrect. But as far as like an abnormality in which you have this feeling of the brain, exerting different, or I guess, having different qualities in the body, as far as, like, feeling of, like, I guess, identity or something, like, first of all, I don't know why it couldn't just be that, like, you're just an autistic woman. Like, if it's like, if that's the, or like, or you're just like, like, I don't know why this abnormality has to necessitate, if anything, like, or why it would make sense from there to say that it makes sense to, like, perform certain surgeries on yourself, like, change the physical appearance to that extent, whereas, like, these would be more expressions of, like, actual, like character traits, as far as, like, how you interact with others.
Well, here's the thing, like, this is why I think that the sex gender distinction carries a lot of explanatory powers, because we know that that sex and gender are undisputably connected. I wouldn't deny that at all, right? Like, the chromosomes that you have as a woman, as the biology that you have, the hormones especially play a significant role, and also the brain that you have plays a significant role in impacting the behaviors that you exhibit as a woman. So, for instance, being a lot more emotional, all of the behaviors that we typically associate with, womanhood versus masculinity, right? But I think that there are exceptions where you have biological men who have brain structures that far more closely resemble the brain structure of females, and they exhibit the behaviors that far more exhibit females. They exhibit the sexual orientation that far more resembles women, despite them biologically, sexually being a man. So that's why I think that gender as a concept, it makes a lot more sense to describe the expressions of what we typically consider to be the collections of being feminine, that to some extent are hormonally influenced, but to some extent are just literally culturally constructed. And so I think in those rare instances, I think it's a lot more, I think it's very reasonable to say that if you have all these behaviors that resemble and are woman-like as far as gender goes, if you feel uncomfortable in that scenario, this is the example that I think trans people use, but the example that I like to refer to is, imagine if you had your personality but woke up in a woman's body. You would feel immediately uncomfortable. You would feel fucking like paranoid. Like you would feel.
I'm not going to
like
mutilate
an
myself.
imposter. You wouldn't? I mean,
no, I'm not going to mutilate myself because of
okay,
that. No.
look. Here's the thing. Like, I think that there are some trans people that obviously wouldn't, that would feel uncomfortable with that, because I think that, here's the thing. I think that trans surgery should be an option, because again, like the Daily Wire has shown this, where it's like the trans woman who has to mutilate themselves and like fucking regrets it and shit. But oftentimes, this is a procedure that makes their standard of living a lot more comfortable and a lot more normal for them. So I don't really think that that's necessarily a problem. I would say that, look,
not necessarily.
I would
not
say
necessarily.
that, here's the thing. I would say that if you woke up in a female body and you didn't want to mutilate yourself, I would say that's fine. Like, that is completely up to you, and that is completely a reasonable take, because look, I think that there are a lot of downsides to, mutilating yourself and having all these hormones. I'm going to fully admit, I think that there are a lot of problems, but I think that's more of an argument to improve the science and make the science of medically transitioning a lot more healthy and a lot less destructive to your standard of living, to your health in general. That's just an argument for improving the science for transhumanism.
I think a big issue that would need to be gotten over is reversibility, because
right.
Obviously, like, I don't know if you want to say people should live with the consequences of what they go through, I guess, but like there are people that just straight up are groomed
right
into it. So for that, in that sense, I do think those people deserve some sort of like ability to get back to the original state and just enjoy life again.
Yes.
So I do think reversibility is like a big thing as far as like what why we need, or I'm using the word we again here, but why it's important to be like precautious, or at least people understand consequences better, because it's like you could seriously mess yourself up, and this is a decision which really can't be undone right now. So it's like I don't know, like and also I think like it's probably not in your best interest to do it in the first place, because again, it's not something you just can undo. I think there are probably better ways of coping with the feelings you have than doing that. And I think if anything, this, if this were to be some sort of like, if it could be proven that this is some sort of sensible, I guess, reaction to it, it should still be like something that's done less. Like it shouldn't be any sort of like, this is just the expected path for a lot of people.
Well, I would say that I think that some things definitely are non-reversible, but I think you would probably disagree with this. But scientifically speaking, puberty blockers and hormone blockers actually are completely reversible. There is no like scientific. There really is
completely
like no
reversible, like to the extent that if you were to be taken off them like post like what the age of normally being at puberty is at, you would be able to successfully go through the proper puberty.
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
I would need to see exactly how that works. I can imagine that inhibiting those hormones could be good. Also, I don't think that it necessarily would, because like, what about like height growth? Like, what about things like that? Like, I don't know that you would necessarily be able to, like grow properly, or like, let's say like, I don't know if you'd be able to induce puberty after the fact, like to the point where you could have the proper, like let's say like if you're a man, like penile growth or anything like that. Like perhaps you could get to the point where your hair grows, you have like a deeper voice, so on and so forth. I just don't know that all aspects of it are actually possible to just maintain after the fact.
I think I would need to do more research on this, because I don't know like the super specifics. I think you could probably make an argument that maybe like certain stuff, like maybe a couple inches of height, or sort of minor things are not really as easily reversible in some instances. But yeah, I don't see that would be like a specific argument for like broadly being reversible and broadly not being like a permanent thing. So and again, that's just like with hormone stuff. With as far as like surgery and like other more permanent things, I think those are a lot more more easily winnable on your side. But generally, even with hormones being reversible, I still would agree that generally I think it is a better idea to wait for some of these things, especially maybe like before you're 18. Even though I do think that like during that point, I think the whole like trans kid stuff is a little bit overblown in the sense that like, oh well, a trans kid. Well, what does that specifically mean? You know, like, are we talking about like a 6-year-old, or are we talking about like a 17-year-old? You know, because those are both technically kids. But I mean, at 17, you're pretty much already knowing what your gender identity is at that point. You know, and you can even argue that like at 6 or like at like 8, 9, 10, and 12, you're already aware of like what your gender identity is. So like, I think that stuff is a little overblown, but like again, I think there's a bit more nuance on both sides to the issue. But generally, I think I'm a bit more like, I guess you could say left pilled on the trans issue, obviously. But
I'm trying to look up like what puberty blockers are using. So they could be using gonadotropin releasing hormone agonists, which would basically work by blocking like the stimulation of like production of sex hormones. So it would halt the production of them.
Over trans issues.
And then anti-androgens, which would block the effects of androgens, male hormones in the body. Let me see, because I couldn't imagine that would be good as far as other hormones that could perhaps be produced in place of such blocked hormones. Let me see.
And look, I'll say for the record too, like I'm not like fully educated on this. I wouldn't really consider myself an expert on it. I'm perfectly willing to be convinced either way, because honestly, I don't really have a stake in the issue. I'm more concerned about like what the science actually says. Like, hey, if the science is saying that like these things have really bad consequences in that direction permanently, I would say that yes, you should wait to actually fully make those decisions. Again, like I'm really just concerned about what's healthy for trans people, what's healthy for people with gender dysphoria, what's healthy for the society at large generally. So that's mainly what I'm concerned about.
Hold on, let me see.
Is Justice still in the chat? Is he here?
So gonadotropin, chronic gonadotropin releasing hormone receptors are found in places other than areas of the body related to sex, including the hippocampus, which is related to learning and memory. GnRH agonists, GnRHA, are indicated in a variety of situations. However, for the purpose of this post, we will focus on their use for early onset gender dysphoria. Let's see. So in the study, it was saying, despite reproductive function returning after 37 weeks of cessation, it altered how they progressed through a maze, and the long-term spatial memory performance of GnRHA recovery RAMs remain reduced after the formation, or after the discontinuation of GnRHA. So the study states that the reason for this is probably that the hippocampus is at a critical stage of developing due to the release of sex hormone or sex-based hormones during puberty. So yeah, it could affect the development of the brain as well, because I mean, sex hormones actually are important for that. I mean, like one I know being like progesterone.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if you I don't know, I'm trying to think of like, if you have a scary experience at a roller coaster, like that's going to affect your brain, you know, development. It's going to, like, again, like being on these.
You want to say the N-word right now.
What?
You make me want to say the N-word right now.
Oh yeah.
Because that argument, I mean, like, what is this? What is this argument? What is this argument? Like, it's,
I'm just saying that like affects your brain. Sure, yes. I'm not saying that like I again, like taking hormones is going to affect your brain in the sense that like it's going to change how you view the world to some extent. But I don't know. I'm
saying it negatively impacts brain development.
Like in what way?
I just mentioned that it impacts the hippocampus, and that it, like in this study, it showed that it altered how subjects progress through a maze, and the long-term spatial memory performance of GnRHA recovery RAMs remained reduced after discontinuation of GnRHA. So basically, like the they had a harder time with things that require cognitive function.
Oh,
even
like
after ceasing the drug.
Oh, I see. So it like how does it? Well, specifically, like in what way? Like
I just
again,
said
like,
that,
I'm not
like,
even.
this has to do with
like,
spatial aspects of like the mind's ability to understand like spatial things, as well as, I mean, obviously the maze part could just have to do with an actual like problem solving ability.
Oh, I see. So just like general like IQ shit, like fucking like.
I mean, cognition.
I poke a
cognition.
hole in this box. You know, it's gonna like fucking. I need to, and then I unfold it. What are the? I don't know.
It's negatively affecting the hippocampus. So again, like, I mean, the hippocampus is specifically correlated with memory consolidation and imagination.
So it like inhibits your ability to have memory recognition or other things in that area.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you want to send me this study, I'll look at it. I don't
pull up the paper here, but I mean, it's saying that it affected them even after ceasing the use of the drug. I mean,
sure.
Like, I don't know about like, okay, because it says it says a reduction in long-term spatial memory persists after discontinuation, though I would need to read exactly how long that persists for if they have a certain number.
Right.
Let's see. So
because again, like I do think that like I would even argue that like even if these drugs, even if these hormones have some mild, you know, negative repercussions, for instance, even on like brain development, even on things like memory or, you know, cognitive function, I would still argue that the positive repercussions of being on these hormones could be a lot more beneficial to the person taking them. If it's gonna, if it's gonna prevent them from like literally just being like wanting to end their life or literally wanting to like kill themselves or like feeling like
Krill.
Krill, you know, like feeling like literally outcasted from just being a normal person. I mean, I would argue that like, again, you kind of have to weigh the cost benefits. So like, I'm not even disagreeing with you that that could be a possibility, but I would just argue that like, you kind of have to weigh the cost benefit here.
The thing is, like, I mean, that doesn't really address what's causing the problems itself. Like, you're just saying, oh, put a Band-Aid on it by like drugging somebody. Like, even if it's in this sense, like, you know, putting an end to something that could be like healthy for a person. It's like, well, this person's feeling distressed by that, you know, block it. You know, it's just like block the biological process.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, I do agree that like, you know, drugs for every issue problem, right? Like, I do agree that like if there is an underlying problem that can be reasonably fixed through other means that is more underlying than that, and that the drug also has a lot more negative side effects than positive side effects, I would argue that in that case you shouldn't be on medication. But I don't agree that like in every single case medication isn't the proper answer here. Like if you're in a state like, for instance, being transgender, where, you know, just getting over it, quote unquote, or like just try to be a guy, bro. You know, I don't think that's necessarily the correct answer there either. So I think that in that case, it seems a lot more reasonable that maybe influencing through a drug like medication could actually be beneficial, and this could be for a lot of different, you know, you could call them mental illnesses that people are going through. I don't think drugs are always the wrong answer. I would just say that like if the underlying issue is more likely caused by an issue that could just be fixed through other means, and the side effects of taking that drug are a lot more negative, then yeah, I think there's a reasonable case to be made that like, yeah, just drugs aren't the correct answer. But I don't think that's the case in every instance.
Also, I mean, like, I guess it doesn't really necessarily have to do with reversibility or not, but just the feeling of not having any sort of like hormones like being produced properly by, like, let's say the gonads. Like, I couldn't imagine that would feel good.
Right.
I don't know that necessarily, you know, actually mentally is satisfying. Let me see though.
Sure.
Because my question, I'm just trying to figure out about like, you know, if that is prevented, like that actual like production, like are there no other hormones produced, or like is there, you know, what about stress hormones? Like what, you know, what
Sure.
sort of what sort of things are happening within the body outside of just the blocking of this? Because like
Right.
there are such good things for you as far as like testosterone. Let me see.
Sure. I would add too that like I think that if you're in the state where you are in the position where your gender identity doesn't match up with your biological sex, I think a lot of trans people, even understanding the risks, even having the doctors tell them you're going to experience all this pain, I think for a lot of them, they feel that that physical pain or a lot of these side effects from the medication generally are a lot more fucking preferable to the current experience that they're having now, where they literally feel like complete outcasts, complete aliens in their own skin, trying to even acclimate themselves in the society that they're in. You know, actually, I was out on one weekend. I was getting fast food with Burger King, or sorry, not Burger King, Burgerville. I know, sorry, Goy Slop. But one of the I was driving up and I saw one of the it was clearly a trans woman, so you know, biological man dressing up as a woman. It was one of the saddest things I think I've ever seen. Their entire like no, but like here's the thing, like their entire arm was just covered. Like I think it was like from their hands to I think all the way up to their like shoulder, just covered in like slits on both hands.
You know, the thing
And
is,
like
like
they
you
were
just
handing me
you said it
drink.
was the saddest thing I'd ever seen. That kind of
Yeah,
got me
right,
there.
right,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
just like I had seen this
It was the
transgender, like, the
saddest
saddest
thing.
thing I'd
The
ever seen.
trans. Yeah. It was
Now,
a
but this
biological
person was like
man.
a presenting as the
Yes.
sex or as the gender or whatever you would call it,
Presenting
even.
as a different gender, but biological.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know about gender, but you know, presenting as
right.
like trying to present as
Presenting
the
as a
other sex.
woman. Yes. Yeah.
Um,
So, but like, you know, literally one. So like, again, like because I can almost think about like what it would be like in that scenario where I have all the qualities of a man. I feel like a man. I feel in every instance like a man. But if I had a woman's body and tried to acclimate in that scenario, I think I'd probably want. I think mentally, I don't think I could do it. You know. So
well,
when I think of trans people, I think of being in that scenario where I'm in that instance
I mean,
and I have to live in a society where that exists, you know?
I think that ignores hormone production, and like if you're having that of a woman, yeah, it's gonna change. Like not only like, you know, it's not like your mind is gonna be the exact same like line of thinking. You know, first of all, you're not gonna be able to think as rationally. But anyway, point being, it's like you would actually have like a different set of hormones that are evoking different emotions. So I don't think it's like, you know, you can really say like, oh, what if I felt the exact same as I do now? Like you know, because I mean, there's still ties to that regardless. But you know, even so, like let's say like because testosterone, like benefits of testosterone. I knew this one to be one, but let's say like bone mass, like it plays a role in bone mineral density. And so like if you don't have testosterone, you're going to affect that. I guess that's like a, you know, as far as the other ones, I guess more minor one. This one actually has to do with the study I was talking about, but better verbal memory, spatial abilities, or mathematical reasoning. Research shows that men with higher ratios of total testosterone have a reduced incidence of Alzheimer's disease. There's also evidence for a strong correlation between testosterone and thinking abilities, such as verbal memory and faster processing speed. Testosterone treatment for men 34 to okay, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, like that's but then also one important thing is improved mood. Lower testosterone levels are associated with poor quality of life. Some symptoms of low testosterone include depression, fatigue, irritability. But some research shows, yeah, okay, well, it may be for men with hypogonadism. But yeah, you are essentially inducing hypogonadism by blocking hormones. And let's see. So men whose bodies follow the normal decrease of testosterone over time, they apparently didn't show this, but I mean, that's It's not a, you're actually just blocking the testosterone with those things. So you actually are inducing hypogonadism. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's why you may not feel the best. But yeah, I don't know. We can continue on this because we've been.
Yeah,
we've been on
I'm
this
down
so
for that.
long.
This honestly has been a really good conversation, though.
Yeah.
Like for people interested in both perspectives, you know.
Yeah.
They made me aware that the parents are going through this thing where you have the kids that are learning this. He even was able to find a doctor on TikTok, and then was thinking that, okay, my child is going to commit suicide if I don't allow him to do this. And so it's a really
Candace, you got to stop with that.
compelling conversation. And I recognize that so much of it is really just psychological conditioning. You know, I say half jokingly, bring back cigarettes, because I think adolescence is normal and you want to rebel against your parents.
Bro.
But like, you know, in the 80s they had cigarettes, and like now they're like, hey, would you like to pick your gender and like, you know, mutilate your body? So I'm like, bring back the cigarettes, okay? Like, I hope that answers your question.
Bring
so
back
welcome.
vaping.
Hi, Candace.
Hello.
So my maiden name is Hannah Owens. So I think we're soul sisters.
My what name?
Hannah Owens.
No, her what name?
Mutilate your body. So I'm like, bring back the cigarettes, okay? Like, I hope that answers your question.
Spirit.
You're so welcome.
Hi, Candace.
Hello.
So my maiden name is Hannah Owens.
Oh, maiden name.
So I think we're soul
Maiden.
sisters.
Yes, I love that.
I've worked in conservative media, and you have lots of experience in that. I would love
So now we know your. Well, I guess that's not your mother's maiden name. That's your father's name.
to know.
Okay, wait.
perspective of
Would
the
you?
future of conservative media. And
This chick?
Yeah.
I need to see a better lighting of her. I don't know. She just kind of. I mean, I don't know. Slightly better than mid, I guess.
And what advice you have for us is we filter through so much conservative news right now.
Probably
I think
would.
My perspective now, especially as a woman, I really do. We are, God endowed us with special intuition. You're not going to pull a fast one on
What?
women. Women know what's true, women know what's false, and it becomes even deeper once you have children. And I feel like you're vibe. He's like, Candace, you know, we're at the checkout at like Walmart. I'm like, vibe. And that's a real thing. So do not discount your intuition about people, even if you can't quite place a finger on what that is. It's meaningful. It is coming from God.
Yeah, like children and dogs also have that. You know, it's like.
I
where they
wonder
can just
how
sense
many.
something about people.
I wonder how many of these blonde white women, you know, have an affinity toward you know, dog breeds. You know.
And so if obviously the conservative media landscape is changing rapidly, I think it's probably faced its most changes ever in maybe the last 6 months to a year. And people are starting to ask questions about what's real and what's fake, and that's good. We should always check in. Even, and I say this too because people were a lot of people were upset with me for interviewing Andrew Tate. Some people were like, you know, he's look at his background, and let me tell you something. Alexander
His background, yeah, he's mixed.
He's way more poetic than I could
He's a
possibly say
bald
right now on stage.
Negroid.
But he basically said that evil cuts and goodness cuts to the heart of every individual. In politics, I have seen people that were good become evil, and I have seen people that are evil become good. So you should constantly check in to make sure that those people that were once good are still good, and the people that were evil are still evil. And so you just have to, you know, go with your spirit on that one. You're so welcome.
Spirit.
Hi, howdy. In 2015, I was watching YouTube and I found a video you did of Ferguson, and it blew my mind and totally red pilled me. And the reason why it did is because I noticed what I saw on TV and the legacy media totally did not match my experience here in Texas. There's fabulous people
There's definitely a shit ton of autistic women at this.
who live here.
Oh, 100%.
And
That's kind of based.
so another thing I noticed, and what I want you to comment on, is where I've seen the most cultural, racial harmony, above all, is in church. I meet so many people that are completely different from me, don't agree with me in politics, or come from a different lifestyle, but what we have in common is Jesus. Have you found this to be true, that there's a lot of unity in the church, and what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, there's just more love. You know, God is love, truth, light, the way. It's when you're amongst people who have that perspective. I even see in people's eyes, you know, when someone is just filled with Christ, you can see it in their eyes. It pours out of them. And of course, these heavily toxic topics, you know, feminism and sexism and you're misogynist, you can also see like demonism in people's eyes as well. It weighs them down to be so
Got a
hateful all the
snack
time.
over here.
So you're absolutely right. I see it all the time. It's one of the things I love about living in the South, because I grew up in the New York City area in Stamford, Connecticut.
Have my
and
beef strips.
where I live now, they basically shut down on Sundays, and all the police are out in full force to direct traffic to go to church. That's where I want to live. You know, it's really beautiful, and people get along better, and all of the stereotypes that we're told about the South are complete crap.
All right, thank you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hey.
Hi, Candace. Thank you so much for being here. So you have no idea
Would
how happy I am that you brought us
100%.
So
You guys like my dance?
So this whole
Yeah.
topic of music and the conservative movement is just a huge thing for me. I think it's
Kinda
so impactful
cute.
how music affects our culture and our society, and then of course eventually our political landscape as well. And you're one of the very few conservative commentators who I've heard bring up the effects that this music is having on the youth and how that's affecting America. And something I've noticed is that, you know, the conservative movement kind of turns a blind eye to how much of an impact this is really having. We, you know, we still continue to use the music. We just kind of go, yeah, you know, Christian music might be better, but there's no real alternative to those, you know, really great pop songs that are out there everyone loves. And it's just kind of, you know, not really considered super important. So what are your thoughts on how we can, as a movement, kind of bring more attention to this, how it's impacting the youth and how it's impacting America?
Well, I think one of the things that we have to start doing is talking about psychology, and there's a reason for that. There is a reason that you could not open your phone without seeing Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. That is distribution that you're looking at. That is basically they've made a decision that this is what you're going to force feed you everywhere you go. As soon as you sign up for Instagram, they recommend you follow Taylor Swift. It's like one of the first accounts they recommend that you follow. And when she was on tour, you could just see, I mean, it was insane. It was just all that we saw all day and every day. And that is a system of brainwash that is tried and true. You know,
Brain rot, female brain rot.
True.
don't ever think that this stuff is happening by accident. The people
But
that
I think the
are
music is also
mindful,
just
they're
mediocre
thoughtful, they're
enough,
intentional, and they're
and
purposeful.
the conversation topics is bland enough to where it just distracts women generally.
Instagram love to see how you would read Israel. They are filling you with
What?
Wait.
Don't think of music as something that you just listen to. Everything that you look at and everything that you listen to is a pathway to your soul. They know that. The soul is real. The spirit is real. They are filling you with filth.
Israel.
Oh, she didn't say Israel?
Wait.
She said Israel?
Wait. Yeah, wait. Are you sure she didn't say Israel?
As something that you just listen to. Everything that you look at and everything that you listen to is a pathway to your soul. They know that. The soul is real. The spirit is real. They are filling you with filth.
Yeah,
okay,
Israel.
I swear to God, I fucking heard Israel.
Israel filling you with filth. That's what I heard her say.
True.
When I made a conscious decision to stop listening to trash music that I used to listen to, if it comes on now, I'm like, how did I ever listen to this? Right? So you can cleanse your soul or you can fill it with filth. And they are intent on constantly filling your eyes and your ears with filth. And so being
What kind of music do you think she listens to?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Kanye.
Mm-hmm.
Probably like
Kanye, but only the stuff without curse words, like Donda and Jesus is King.
Probably like old school hip hop, like 70s, or sorry, not hip hop, but like soul music.
Soul music.
Yeah.
She probably listens to some British shit.
Conscious of it, talking more about psychology, talking about ways to combat
Pink
the
Floyd.
mass psychology that's taking place in the media is something that we just have to do at
I
events.
can't believe she married a British guy. What the hell?
Is her boyfriend white or black?
You talk amongst your friends.
Or mixed?
She said he's British.
Well, yeah, but like you can be black and British.
Let's look up Candace Owens' husband.
I'm actually wondering, like who did she pick racial wise?
I mean, it's gonna be a white guy.
Was she? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, she probably married like some white nerd, you know. He's probably like really into fucking music and shit. If she's like talking about music specifically. Oh yeah,
He's the CEO of Parler.
Wait, is he really?
That's what I'm reading here on Newsweek.
I mean, shit, she married someone higher up, you know?
Yep. But Parler kind of went to shit, so I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe not. Yeah, maybe she's married to someone soy.
Married to a con man.
I mean, like, I think this is just good as proof that, like, you can't be conservative and also, like, be a fucking... Okay, yeah, he's... Damn, he got jungle fever or what?
That baby is so cute. So cute. Oh, he's so sweet. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Gabby. I just wanted to say that as I've gotten older, it's so hard to find someone to look up to. So you were just an amazing role model, and I appreciate all the work you do.
Sweet. Thank you. You're so sweet.
I'm so nervous.
Oh, it's kind of wholesome, you know?
I can't believe this is real. But
Little
anyway,
smile.
so I've heard some people, and by some people I mean Pearl Davis.
Yeah, agree.
Orange,
You kind of like the nerdier ones, you know?
Like her
Do you?
argue that conservative women aren't truly conservative.
I don't know, man.
You know, there's other that maybe make us a little bit more masculine, whether that's, you know, having to have a career because in this economy you need to make money, or, you know, being a little bit more masculine because you don't have both parents in the home and things like that. So I think that conservative women can still be great role models for the future and not necessarily be the trad wife, the trend that's going around. So I just wanted
Never mind.
to ask you, what are your boundaries and how do you really navigate having an amazing career that I look up to so much, but also being a great mom?
So a couple of things I want to first say. So you see this happening, and I've seen some of Pearl stuff, and I met Pearl once in Amsterdam, and I love Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, it was really just proof that, like, they just want to have it all. They, like, want to be the mom, but they also want to be the career. It's just, like, the feminism in their head that's, like, they're being pulled towards, but then also their biology that they're, like, being also pulled towards. They're, like, they're like conditioned to, like, all simultaneously want it all, basically. They're, like, you know.
Stuff she's doing is to be controversial, and she hasn't yet done like the study into the economics, like the economic argument of why women are at work. These decisions were made before your generation. I mean, this is the new economy. That's not to say that it can't be done, but I think a lot of the times she would benefit from going into a little bit of study for a year because she has the capacity to do a lot of good with her platform. And I think she should slow down and just think about what her destination is and what it is that she actually wants. So I have nothing bad to say about either of those young women, but what I would offer to you is a lot of people look at my life and like, you get to do what you love and all of this. I am now very blessed, right? I was blessed blessed in that when I was not married, I had a platform. I'm blessed in that now that I'm bringing my podcast back, I am designing exactly what it is that I can go in and I can record and I can be done and I get to go upstairs. I get to wake my kids up, go do my podcast. My kids are playing outside. I get to have lunch with them and then put them down for a nap. That is not the majority of people. Right? That is an exception to the rule, not the rule. So I really don't like when
support civil offense and Into the Agora so our dreams can come true.
True. Honestly, I was going to say though, like real quick, it is that thing where it's like, the woman who like has a career, quote unquote, or like a hobby, quote unquote, but it's like it's some like womanly hobby where it's like, oh, I'm just doing like arts and crafts, or I'm doing like flower selling, or I'm doing like something like very, very simple. That like you can technically do while you're being a mom. So I feel like Candace's job is kind of like that, where she can like go to these rallies or like how about just like go upstairs, sit down, and do her like little podcast for an hour, and then be done, kind of. So like I can kind of see it, but I mean her life probably is pretty busy just because of like she gets invited to a shit ton of places.
Go easy on yourself. You're gonna meet the right guy, and you'll make those decisions together.
She's not tried.
You're so welcome. It was so nice to meet you. Hi.
Hello, it's great to be here. This is my first time. One of the 64%.
Oh, wouldn't.
I have two things. I would love if you can sign my book.
Absolutely, bring it up.
I will. And then
Blackout. I remember, but I actually bought a copy of that book when I was younger.
I think mine came out.
It came out in like 2018.
There's just no getting her to do anything.
I threw it away though.
The ruler of the roost.
Because it was retarded.
Yeah, the princess is here. And then everyone just calls her the princess, So I think just encouraging them in
the
that
Democrat Black Plantation.
How wonderful my grandparents were, and with children.
The second Democrat Plantation.
Right. So they're watching you at all times. Don't think that they're not getting what's happening. They're watching.
It's actually what she believes.
They're watching your dynamic, and
Democrats are slaving you.
The most wonderful people in the entire world. Like when my son works out, that my husband is not in fact Superman.
Bro, DoorDash left the food leaning on the side of my door. Dude, funny story. One time,
it's beautiful.
like my roommate and I, we were just like hanging out at the apartment I was at, and somebody just leaves like a bag of McDonald's outside. I don't know if there was like a mistake, like which apartment it was supposed to go to.
Hi, how are you?
This was years ago, so it was back when I was open to eating McDonald's. But yeah, we just ate it. We split it. I don't know if it's like I got the sandwich, he got the fries, and then we each got like half the shake or something like that. Or maybe the other way around, that I got the fries. That would have been unbased. James, what did you order? What did you get, man? Free slop? Yeah, dude. Free slop. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hard to reject it when it's free, right? I mean, these days I can say no, but you ordered Thai. Ordered Thai. What kind of dish did you get? Noodles? Udon noodle?
It comes with egg roll.
Can I get a
Wait, let me see. Oh, wood, 100%.
What's with this, like, is she a blood? That bonnet.
I mean, take off the bandana, maybe, yeah.
It's not really a bonnet. Her style's European, exactly. Candace, our European savior. All hail.
She is more of a European woman.
That is based.
Bruh.
Hi, Candace.
No, wait. That didn't
Wait,
sound-
okay, wait. Don't play it. Don't play it. The voice, she is 100% an ogre or a fridge. 100%.
I was gonna say she's. I was gonna. First of all, I don't even know if I'd use the word "she" for what I just heard, but I was gonna say we're dealing with RuPaul or something like that. Honestly, let's see.
How are you? Good. How are you?
Very good.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you for coming.
Oh, never mind. Okay, so before we get onto it, it sounded like RuPaul in the first word. Now it sounds like some frat girl. This sounds like a masculine, but like in the way of like she just talks to a lot of guys. Frat girl. That's what I'm hearing now.
My guess either way though is fridge or overweight at the very least.
I'm not even thinking that necessarily.
There's no
I'm
way.
thinking brunette.
You might be right, honestly.
And isn't necessarily a fridge even. She might actually be thin.
I don't know.
Brunette
I'm still guessing that, but
I'm imagining she isn't wearing a long sleeve shirt. I'm thinking like either tank top or like something short. Like she looks like she goes to college.
Texas.
Okay.
Oh, what the hell? That's not what I was picturing at all.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, I was not. Okay.
See, That would have been closer to my first guess, RuPaul. You know.
Okay, wow. That's okay. Yeah, you know, fuck it.
Interracial.
I was
Thank you for
fuck it. I was
having me. Born
blindsided.
and raised.
I called it not even mixed race. I said interracial.
It's here, and we love having you here. And my question for you is, I watched one of your interviews where you were in Florida, and you talked about having this friend in college that was essentially living what seemed to be a great lifestyle, and then saw her in California, and she was actually the hostess at the hotel.
She's kind of cute, though.
This doesn't seem right now that I'm like picturing what I was picturing before versus now.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say
yeah.
weird,
Honestly, yeah. I was totally blindsided, honestly, by the voice. That's crazy.
I'm gonna have to say wouldn't.
No. I mean, the pantsuit's unappealing, but yeah, I mean, maybe in a different fit.
Maybe it is the clothing that's throwing me off somewhat.
I mean, shit, like
Somewhat.
lingerie, like fuck it. I mean,
You made me want to say the N-word right there. Let's see.
fuck you.
Yeah, good.
Is James like the only loyal bro in our chat right now? Like after the 3 hours, is he like the only base bro right now?
Candence pulls out a Glock after seeing the red. Yeah, I think there's some people chilling on the YouTube, but yeah, he's the one that's been dominating the chat. Good job, James. What's up?
We love you, James. Let's go.
Well, that's a bit sus. I stand
Hey,
behind you.
in the manly way, we fucking love our bros.
I saw this
not
post,
gay,
like,
not
I saw
faggot.
this post. I saw this. Oh my god, dude, you cannot be saying that liberally. I saw this
I don't
post.
care.
I saw this post of a guy. He was like, it was like some video. He's like, he's like gay community or something, or LGBT community. I stand behind you. Pause.
That's great.
Oh, he loves you too, Ancat.
Just rewatching.
There's 12 on X, aka Twitter.
Oh, damn.
We got some viewers on there. What's up, guys?
Cool.
I don't know. Let me check.
Yeah, it really is just James. It's been James, a little bit of justice.
I get like notifications around the actual stream. Sometimes it's like fucking spam. Oh no, now it's just recommended tweets. But let me see.
I mean, honestly, only true homies watch all 3 fucking hours.
Hell yeah.
About college and those hard moments. What kept you going, and what's the best advice you have to students that are currently attending universities like myself to continue to keep us going? What's your best piece of advice?
Have a good time.
Drop out.
Base.
You're a woman.
Young ladies.
First piece of advice is to make sure you want to be at university.
Raise kids.
Because the American system is incredibly corrupt.
Stay home.
Paying 6 figures in debt and not knowing what the heck you want to do is not a good plan. Your guidance counselors in high school telling you that you're going to be a failure unless you go to university and plunge yourself into debt is a nonsense, right? If you have a skill set, there is an open market, people will buy it.
I mean, unironically, I will just say, like, I was told the exact same thing by my fucking guidance counselor. Like, there's no like her like this isn't a fucking conspiracy. Like, this is shit that like I've experienced. What?
Woman guidance counselor?
No, my guidance counselor was a woman.
Right.
And she was like, "Yeah, just."
I'm also here. What's up? What's up,
just
Mr.
sign it for the slop.
I will consume your slop with much pleasure.
Okay, that's kind of sus.
Yeah, that I don't know, man.
Pause.
And whether or not you're there because you're scared, you're
Should have said pause for that.
from high school to put you onto the government system, or because you actually are like, no, this degree is meaningful and I need it to be able to do this. Like, I want to be a nurse, and so I therefore need to be at school. That would be the biggest piece of advice that I would give to women. What was the second part of your question?
And what was your main motivating force?
You know what? My haters, I think.
Bruh.
I love my haters. I really do.
Have to substitute the N-word with bruh.
They are low-key the most committed. You know, I just know like journalists right now are like watching every minute, and like the headline's already out there. I don't even know what it's going to be, but whatever it is, it's going to be there. But there was something about
them.
The pretentious snobbery of journalists being like, who is this girl? Like, she didn't finish university. Like, she was like too poor. And like, I'm a journalist and I went here and like, I sip lattes in New York or something.
Oy vey.
And,
You're poor.
Being like, she can't.
You're fucking broke.
You know, BLM, the kind of dressing down of like, well, she's just not black anymore if she's not going to vote this way. And I just really don't appreciate being told what I am or what I am not going to do, or that I'm going to fail. And so.
Yeah, this is a lot of yapping.
Actually beginning, because right now I'm going
to
Wouldn't.
people are attacking
Wouldn't.
me because of maybe my beliefs or my values.
Yeah, I'd say it wouldn't too.
Not liking black people.
You know, if you're arguing funny things, I'm ushering into someone, and I kind of avoid that now, where I'm just like, this is something like you're black, white supremacist.
What?
I would say, like, I mean, if she did ask, like, I don't know, if she was down for it, I don't think I'd say no.
Chad, our boy is desperate.
I'm gonna get big mad at something that stupid. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, yeah, I totally want to help.
We need to get Ancat later, guys. We need to get Ancat later.
Look, I'm just here for a good time. Look. I'm not saying like settle down with this person. I'm just saying that, like, I mean, shit. It's a one-time thing. Look.
usher in a society that I can't live in. Like, I just want my kids to just be like, oh, you can't do anything because I'm ushering in a society where mixed kids can't live. It's a nonsense.
Based.
She got white teeth though.
When there's nothing, right? If there was something meaningful to attack you, if they would say that thing. But instead, they're like, oh, like she said, Christ is king, right? So it's like the attacks get more and more ridiculous. And after each one,
Yeah, doesn't she have mixed kids though? Like how are you saying like she thinks there's a society where mixed kids can't exist when like I take it her kids are all mixed?
Yeah.
Tougher and tougher, and your skin gets a lot thicker. And I think that's what's happened over time. Is I laugh at the nonsense of it all. And again, like the perspective I just said is I know that God only puts challenges before you that He knows that you need to go through because there's something bigger on the other end of it. So take time to thank God. All right, guys, I have 2 minutes left according to this clock. This is the last question. Okay, last question. Hi.
Hi. It's so cool seeing you in person. I'm such a huge fan.
You're very sweet.
So my question is, after being let go,
You're saying for this girl, but not the last girl, bro. Oh my god.
No,
I'm not saying this chick's all that or nothing, but I'm just saying like what? Would you rather do this chick or the last chick?
Oh, this chick for sure.
Okay.
Daily Wire and being able to speak firsthand. Do you think that the Daily Wire is complicit in censorship of certain people / topics similar to that?
Wait. Is she a graper?
I didn't like that end part. Like, I didn't like that hand movement.
Cannot
I think she's a
talk
graper.
about that. Thanks, everyone.
Oh damn! Wait, she's not even gonna say anything.
She can't talk about it. I don't know. Maybe
I think it's just that the audiences of TPUSA and the Daily Wire are just like so intermingled that like she doesn't want to like say like, oh, they're criticized.
Well, she did say there was a spy, so I don't think she's being polite to the Daily Wire.
Okay, wait. Would you?
I mean, from that angle, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I don't remember what she looks like.
Here, right on.
From that angle, that's a little rough. But the other angle,
yeah.
First of all, that was
hit it from the back.
fascinating, right? I enjoyed that from backstage too.
Game's game.
It's wonderful to see so many awesome, young, open-minded, possibly Republican women all in one spot. Living in New York and Connecticut, it happens very rarely for me, but I love you no matter what your partisan stripes. So I was talking to Charlie about what we should do today, and originally we were going to do like a Q&A, and I was like, you know what? Given the actual like content, the actual audience is coming, I think I just want to go on my own. I don't really like to do a speech because I find it boring, but I do have something I want to say to the young women of America, and it's important. The few things I want to say to you are important. All right, here's an unconventional way to begin. I want to read you a poem, and I love this poem, and I think it's the answer to all your problems, all of them. I got it from Dr. Ben Carson. When he ran for president back in 15, he came on my show and he told me about it, and it's in his book, and it's by Mamie White Miller, and it's called Yourself to Blame. Okay, listen up, it's short.
Yeah, women, you're to blame. It's like you have yourself to blame. Is this the message?
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Often you'll find out you have yourself.
State has no influence in your life.
And then the bad luck came. Why do we fault others? We have ourselves to blame. Whatever happens to us, here's what we say. Had it not been for so-and-so, things wouldn't have gone that way. And if you are short of friends, I'll tell you what to do. Make an examination. The fault lies with you. You're the captain of your ship, so agree with the same.
You're the captain of your ship.
You travel downward.
I love how it went from like the main guy out, the main girl out, for like talking about some base shit, like Candace Owens talking about some base shit, and then just to Megyn Kelly like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's all your fault. Just like the mainstream Republican turn. True.
Black person running out for office. Running out.
APEC Mafia at this event would be so fucking funny.
This is incoherent. Running out for office.
Yeah, Justice is probably drunk.
Person Carson, bitch, I'm Ben Carson.
What is it that I did?
Is that a goal?
He's probably just like quoting the rap song from his album or mixtape.
I'm not saying that he's not. I'm just saying, these lyrics. Like, what am I getting out of that?
Yeah, they're probably retarded.
I worked so hard and I loved it, but when it aired, it had a mistake in it. That sounds like it shouldn't have been in there. And it didn't make any sense. The viewing audience probably wouldn't have noticed, but I noticed. And my boss, Britt's wife, Kim Hume, who ran the bureau, noticed. And she pulled me aside and she said,
Huh? Your what? Your wife? What'd you say? No way.
So hard and I loved it, but when it aired, it had a mistake in it. It had a soundbite that shouldn't have been in there. And it didn't make any sense. The viewing audience probably wouldn't have noticed, but I noticed. And my boss, Britt's wife, Kim Hume, who ran the bureau, noticed.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't worry. You're not delusional. I heard the same fucking thing.
I was gonna say, what the hell?
What the hell?
Your wife ugly, and you know that. What? When the Fent cart hit at the same time as the Henny? Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's what Justice is going through right now.
True.
9 out of 10 heater track. But what about this heater rack?
Sure. Yeah,
It's not very
Justice,
heated.
would you?
And she pulled
Yeah,
me
would
aside,
you,
she said,
Justice?
What happened? And I said, you know, the
For-
editor, I
for
told him not to
Megan?
use that. I told him, and she said, not him, you.
Yeah, I'm
You
getting
are
bored of
really
this. Let's.
hard. And
True. I'm cool with
somebody
skipping some
is in
shit.
your life who you have a problem with, and you have to be the one to say something. Those are the little building blocks to forming real teacher.
Nah, I feel
Way
like
more
this is
boring.
this is not crowd pleasing, man.
And just do better, work harder, do a better job,
True.
outshine
And this is
everybody.
way more entertaining.
That's it. That's the answer. That is the way forward. Now, this is not to say
She had that
you
warrior
should lose
energy.
what makes you a woman. And I really think that one of the problems I see with young people today, young women in particular, is they think they need to be a girl boss.
Does that count as taking a sip since it was said at least, even if it's not?
Yeah.
purposeful?
Let's do it. Fuck it. I'm taking a big one.
Right?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Kind of sounds like a bitch. That's not. No one wants to promote that or be around that. But
True.
taking your femininity into the office is an advantage. One of the things that is
Into the office.
that makes us
How about
women
back in the fucking
that we
kitchen,
do have
bitch?
Women's rights are
Femininity,
human rights.
office.
Women's rights are human
Fuck
rights.
you.
Women's rights are human rights.
Megan, hell no. Really? I mean, did you see her from the back though? I don't think you got that angle, bro.
sensitive, soulful, emotional side.
I'm sure he did.
Just as like the more thicker woman.
Like thick or fat?
Not thick.
Justice, you be fucking fatties?
No.
Response or a powerful response coming from something deep inside of you, like the secret feminine, then go with
She's
that.
dating a
You
hottie.
don't all have to be the same.
Why?
What?
never mind.
Let's see. I got the angle still no. Down bad. I don't know if I can read that. You know, the word itself is like kind of sus to say out loud, even though it's like,
What kind of a corporate environment would it be if all the women who made it to the top looked and acted like men? Which is kind of how it's been. Right? So I encourage you.
How about they don't make it to the top at all?
And lean into.
If you're really conservative.
And if you have a moment where you do feel overwhelmed with tears, that's fine. You can borrow my mom's famous line. After my dad died suddenly in 1985 of a heart attack when my mom was 44 and he was 45, she was a nurse at the Albany Veterans Hospital.
boring.
A man cannot become a woman. A woman cannot become a man. There's no
Then
such
why
thing
are
as
you
trans.
encouraging them to become fucking businesswomen?
And can't be like, no, that's not true.
What?
I was saying you be like, no, that's not true. When she's like, a man can't become a woman can't become a man.
Our spaces are women only,
yeah,
female
it
only
depends on
spaces
just
are
what your
inviolate.
definition
We
of
will lose them
gender
if we
is.
don't all fight for them.
That's it.
It is not a small deal that this administration is now allowing men into girls' locker rooms and bathrooms, K through college. That's what the Title IX rewrite just did. You can't say no, but you must. You must say no. Because we're seeing girl after girl get hurt by men coming into our spaces in locker rooms. 17-year-old girls, 16-year-old girls seeing penises in locker rooms.
What about
Without
into
seeing-
Congress? What do you think about that?
What?
What about into Congress? You know, women in Congress.
Oh.
Shouldn't she consistently be against that as well?
And think about what happens in
Well, she's where she's at.
gender, in a single gender.
Wait. Is Megan Kelly? Like, is she?
Is she?
You know.
I don't think so, man. I mean, but look at her from this angle. Look at her from a front-facing angle. That's
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of like she kind of has like the mewing, you know, like the Chad.
This is rough though.
Like if you were to cut off her eyes and then just put the mouth, like that would be like the stereotypical Chad
Can't
emoji.
actually zoom in.
But like I don't know. I think I still would, just because you know you can put a bag over her, I guess.
Or just hit it from the back.
Yeah. I mean, and again, it's still womanly face a little bit.
Girls are like, they're squatting, their legs are burning. They're like, all right, sister, I got you. Like, under where you get your exercise.
I thought she was gonna spread her legs open there.
You need a tampon, somebody's gonna help you out. What the hell? Who wants to see a man in there? Oh, as Mother Teresa said, all of my professional life, and there is nothing too much.
Mother Teresa.
I'm just saying, don't do it. Don't give it up so easily. What are you telegraphing? Half the world's already been here. Who wants that? I give it up to anybody. Yeah, no. You remember who you are. Like, this is an elevated product person, and they don't deserve instant access. Make them earn it. And once you realize they earn it, then when you give it up,
Really?
Oh my god, this is kind of cringe, man. This is cringe.
That's really cringe, yeah. Make him give it up.
Would.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Charlie.
Yeah, you kind of like the
Who you are and what you actually
the nerds, you know.
believe. There's
Nerdy
no
girls.
future in pretending that you're a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? Like that you're an actual sheep when you're actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? There's no future in that.
Bro said bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Is that?
Yeah, because she's mewing. Okay,
It's
let's
time
just
for
get
some
it.
good old fashioned slut shaming. I mean, unironically, man.
Sure. You know, women actually slut shame more than men. Actually, is a thing.
What is that as a what does that do strategically?
Well,
Or do
it's
women just
because
not have strategy?
well, no, it is a strategic thing. It's because if women are slut shaming, because women use sex like because women who are like putting it out more are like women have the leverage over sex. So the more that like women are putting out, the more men they're taking from other women. So it's like a competitive thing, you know.
Oops, I muted myself. I did not mean to make it.
I mean,
fucking
you know,
green and blue in here.
I am drunk
Bring
right
back
now,
red.
so I think
Light
I
is
need
too bright.
Shit, you're right.
Turn
You're
off
not
the
Joe
light.
Biden anymore.
Bro, where the fuck is red?
I'm probably doing a bad job of explaining this, but yeah, I mean, I like I know there actually is a like actual strategic women for why reason. Sorry for why women slut shame more than men.
Bro, the way I read this is like chick fighting and girl drama.
Justice, I love you. I'm glad you're tuning in for the stream.
Are you implying women slut shaming is unionism?
I don't know what you mean by unionism. I guess like.
So do they just
yeah,
like what
I
are
don't know.
the sluts scabs or something?
Yeah, I mean probably. But yeah, like that generally is the reason. Pretty sure.
How long will you have to pretend? So like what's going to happen? You'll get a job at the New York Times, at MSNBC, and you can pretend you're fine writing all the articles they want you to write on abortion. What did I do?
That's not
And
necessarily
abolition of
Charlie.
man,
Okay, scroll back.
all the details, even more than just individual women, but as an idea of a woman. We are on
Dude, this
Charlie Kruger is so funny.
This is like meme level.
team reality. This room to make the difference.
He's like really tall, right? He's like 6'3" or some shit.
Huh?
He's like insanely tall. He's like 6'3" or some shit.
It's true.
Kind
That's
of
only
big.
like 3 inches taller than me.
Yo, he's only like 2 inches shorter than me. Damn.
It's okay, you can hype max. It's not over.
All the women want to fuck Charlie there.
Thank you. Please take a seat, everybody. Thank you. Wow.
Do they actually? I don't know about that.
I mean, probably. They're probably like
His
masturbate.
face really is small, man.
Yeah, it kind of is.
I think it's just because his forehead's massive.
Yeah,
I
probably.
mean, also, like, I don't know, man. He does have a lot of space on the face overall.
Yeah.
Group. Ninth and
Did you see that like turn, dude? Look how small his face actually does look.
Yeah,
You're
it
not
actually
wrong.
is pretty small, but I don't make fun of him because he actually is pretty handsome. I'm not gonna lie, he's more handsome than
Thank you,
me.
please.
Me for sure.
Pause.
take a seat, everybody. Thank you. Wow. What a group. Ninth annual.
Okay, I need to go like 5 seconds back because it's
Wait,
like
wait,
right at that
9
frame.
annual? They've been doing this for 9 years. 2015.
This is like demonic.
Crazy.
Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let's just wait for it.
That's crazy.
What? James. Pause, bro.
Bro,
Same, I do
okay.
perk.
Bro, kick this at the group chat.
Yeah. I need to see that face turn.
He's putting
Bro,
down like the fucking sponsored water.
I'm doing all this
Slop
just to see
water.
that face turn. I need to pause on that face turn. Hold on.
Yeah, he really does have a smaller face.
Wow.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to pause on the face turn, dude. Get that like frontward facing Charlie.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, his face is pretty fucking small.
It looked like smaller when it was playing in quick speed than it does
Okay,
now.
you're fucking drunk right now. Shut up.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Okay, hold on. Let's read some chats here.
Wait, actually, like on a scale of like 1 to 10, like how much are you?
Not that much. I mean, I'm doing well. I was a little more up earlier. I was feeling more of a buzz. Let's see. So it's time for some good old fashioned slut shaming. Yeah. Chick fighting and girl drama. Are you implying that
You already
I
went through
read
these.
that?
Okay.
Yeah, sluts are bourgeoisie. I don't remember reading this one. Did I?
You're just cycling through them again.
Sluts are bourgeoisie. Punishing. Well, actually, if you ask Anarch, he'd probably say.
Oh yeah, because like he's
they're
like
part of the proletariat,
polyamory.
man. They're actually part of the proletariat.
if
Sharing my wife with a black man is actually communist.
If you don't support my wife getting fucking railed by some black man, you're like anti-anarchy.
Yeah, I don't. It sounds like it has to be cope, man.
It's
strikers.
the biggest cope to like justify his like racial cuckery.
His face gets smaller every time he goes out in public.
True.
Let's see.
Okay.
So there's Soy Jack behind him.
Oh yeah.
They
Yeah,
got-
that guy honestly, I think he's gay.
How the fuck do you spell bourgeoisie?
Good name.
Leadership
Love
Summit,
it.
everybody. Is that not amazing? First, I want to give a round of applause to the amazing Turning Point USA staff and events team that put all this on. Don't they do a great job? By the way, how great is all
They're
this?
all men.
All this. It's great. I have nothing to do with all of this. It's nothing. None of it. It's so impressive and amazing. And the details to how they plan, it is truly remarkable. This event is one of the most successful things we have done in now our 12 years of Turning Point USA. We just had a 12th birthday. And
Happy 12th birthday, Charlie.
which means that Turning Point USA is almost old enough to get home run blockers in California. So,
Rat.
He made me.
And it's amazing to see over the last 9 years how, and which means that Turning Point USA is almost old enough to get home run blockers in California. So that's a pretty sick joke, but it's true. And it's amazing to see over the last 9 years how many amazing leaders have been able to come out of this.
He's so fucking
Most
boomer.
importantly is seeing the friendships and the relationships that last a lifetime. And so I have to do this immediately because I always forget. This is very important. Who is attending this event? And you basically know nobody here. Raise your hand. And you know, like, okay, so now that's incredible.
They're nice and vulnerable, huh?
You keep your hand. No, you have to keep your hand up. So for those of you that don't have your hands up, you have to go.
Unironically, I
young
kind of
ladies
wish I could like be here. You know. Like,
Yeah, I wish I could be there and had time freezing powers.
no, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. I promise. Just to mingle.
X-ray vision, time freeze
Hey,
powers.
look, I see you're pretty trad. I like that. I respect that. Can I pill you? Can I black pill you?
One of the most successful things done by Turning Point USA was done by women. Yeah, that shows you the inefficiency of Turning Point USA.
Honestly, it was probably all the speeches were written by men. Probably all the organizations done by men.
And then we're going to ask tomorrow who here knows, and there will be no hands that go up, okay? Go find those that came by yourself. It's amazing how many. That's over half the
They came by themselves?
room
Pause.
that came here and they know nobody, and they are traveling to be here and to try and meet new people and to really act boldly. I want to say a special thank you to the Duddleston Foundation.
I will say that I do think that social events like this are actually kind of based. Like even if they are like con-pilled, like
really great.
It is good to like actually be able to get to like a public event with people who you generally agree with on shit, have a common interest, and to like talk and meet like that. That's what I did enjoy and kind of do miss still about SFL is that was like a really good opportunity to do that. It's just that they were all fucking liberals or Randians, so kind of sucked.
And the thing is,
bro, I met you through there. Like you were like one of the rare base people there.
Yeah, the thing you get to is that it's not that people just aren't receptive to what you have to say, but it's also like the goals they have when they're in these organizations are inherently like political. So then you get to like, well, what can we do and be productive doing? Like then they're like, oh well, here's what I can do to change this law, or like like motivate people to change this law.
Or they're like, we need to like infiltrate businesses to like promote like capitalism or like Milton Friedman. And it's just like I'm just like that shit is just like so fucking boring to me. Like I'm bored by ANCAPs, yet alone milquetoast liberals, you know?
And most men would agree
Yeah.
with. You should also have a little bit of sympathy for them, just a little bit, because it's time that many of your brothers and many of your friends that are men are old enough to understand what's going on. There is a nonstop war against men in this country, and we need strong men in America. We need strong men in our communities, and
Hell yeah.
you as young women leaders should demand that, should pray for that, and should expect
Women
that. However, we've
leaders?
seen the abolition of men in our country. We are now living through phase 2, which is the abolition of women.
So like we've been watching for this long and we don't know exactly what they mean by women leaders, right? Like they haven't really
Right.
made clear
Exactly.
at any point like what they mean by women leaders. I mean, I guess the best we got was like, well, like from Megyn Kelly, like you could be a woman leader like in a position of like a corporate power and not be like a man, like, you know, but what does that mean? Like I guess you just I mean, is the like the femininity superficial at that point? Like it kind of is, right? Because you're not really acting feminine. You're just kind of presenting yourself as feminine. So what? Yeah, just don't have a lesbian haircut and you're good.
Yeah, like I mean, if you're at an office position and working full time, like 8 hours a day, probably even more than that. If you're like a high ranking women like activist or whatever, like you're probably working like 9 hours a day, more than most average men in this country. Like you're probably not fucking having the time to like raise a kid. You're probably not having a time to like do more non-feminine or like non-masculine things. So it's like, yeah, I don't know, like what does it mean? Really, like you said, like just I think at the end of the day, like this type of conservatism is literally just like it's the same thing as liberalism, but just like with the conservative label slapped over it. There's no fucking difference.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for 9 years. And the first time we started our Young Women's Leadership Summit 9 years ago, no one would even know what the transgender thing was. The pride flag was still the rainbow flag. Have you seen the new pride flag? It's like a triangle and a circle.
I remember the good old days when the pride flag was just the rainbow colors. I support the LGBTQ, so without the plus.
I support the rainbow pride flag. Yeah, so without the trans triangle.
Without the intersex.
Black circle, because it's like the revolution.
Without the black people.
You know,
by the way, it's not LGBT.
You know, ironically, I think having Fuentes
Bro,
on the stream would be really funny.
Hold on, he just literally made the argument. You were saying what though?
I was just saying, like, I feel like having Fuentes on here would be really funny.
Oh, dude, that would be. I mean,
even
I don't think
even though, like, I would disagree with him on a lot of shit.
Look,
he would be fun.
If it were ever to the point where you know that's something he's like cognizant of the show,
right?
It would probably have to be a Rumble one, but
yeah,
I mean, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed.
Like I debate him. Like I try to like libertarian pill him a little bit. Like maybe like try to get him away from like being a fascist Nazi. But like
I would want to host that debate. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hold on, you gotta listen to
like,
this.
But like Fuentes, like I'll just say like I do love you, bro. Like I mean, even though you're fucking retarded, a lot of your opinions, I love you. You're funny.
Like you see the new pride flag? It's like a triangle and a circle and a half circle and like a black circle. Because it's like the revolution. Yeah. It keeps on continuing. By the way, it's not LGB anymore. It's, I think I got this right. Hold on, or else I'm a hater. LGBTQISA+. Is that right?
Wait.
I know, man.
He literally did it. Wait, Ahmed. He literally did it. I support the LGBTQ without the plus.
Welcome to the RNC. How trad are you?
He fucking did it.
How trad am I?
Holy shit.
I support the LGB. So
I miss the good old days when it was just LGB, not LGBTQ plus.
Bro, it's like it's true because I feel like I mean obviously like what Colas was doing was literally just observing like tropes as far as we've seen. So obviously like these are narratives that'll be pushed by these sides. So conservatives actually will talk like that.
I know I'm drunk, but like I am actually fucking shocked he actually just said that. That's crazy. I miss the good old days when it was just LGBT.
Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, two-spirit. No, that's right. Two is in it too. What's the A?
Asexual.
LGBT. I might have 1, 2, 3. That it could be.
Wait, he doesn't even know.
And it keeps on changing. You see, in the last 9 years, we have a.
Yeah, let's go back to the old days. We can't have all these changes. We should have kept it the way it was.
Allowed them to keep on pushing forward in a way
Oh,
where
gee.
it started where, you disagree. I'm like, okay, I believe marriage is one man and one woman, but I guess live and let live. And first they wanted you to affirm, and then they wanted you to celebrate, and then they wanted you to participate. And if you don't, they're willing to destroy your life. But it is bigger than that. And we are now at
We
the
just need to go
precipice
back to the
of
old days of
abolition
affirming
women
it.
in America. And that is why this event is so important as a message to the media and a message to people watching that you do not get to choose to be a woman. You are either a woman or you are a man, period.
Oh, by the way, somebody on Rumble, I guess I can't display it here because I don't think it shows up in my live chat. It says that's Nickel Floor commented that Ben Shapiro put a gag order on Candace. Like I was saying, like I was pretty sure there was some sort of like NDA or something.
Wait. Oh, okay, that explains it. Yeah, so she's legally not allowed to say, wow.
Yeah, I missed that from a little bit ago, but yeah, I just saw that in the comments there. I was like, let me just check.
Just goes to show proof they're trying to control the narrative. Kidding.
Slippery slope meme?
Would.
In fact, how insulting,
Wait, hold
how
on, I didn't get a good
repulsive
look.
it is. You do not get to choose to be a woman. You are either a woman or you are a man, period.
Bro? I don't know about that.
Really?
See, look at the chin.
You really wouldn't like if she walked up to you and was like,
look at the
hey,
chin, bro.
Let's go.
I don't know
You'd
about the
be
chin.
like, you would refuse?
I don't
If
know
she
about the
walks up to
chin.
you and, no, I'm just asking you. If she walks up to you and was like, hey, you wanna? You'd say no.
I don't know if it's a deceiving angle or what, but I'd need to see.
You're dodging the question, bro. You're dodging the question.
Well, I was saying because I don't know if I have the full information necessary.
Okay. Cope and seed, bro. Cope and seed.
All right. But yeah, I mean, based on that one thing, I was probably leaning toward no. Based on that one angle, which that I mean, sometimes angles don't do people justice. So I don't know.
In fact, how insulting, how repulsive it is that womanhood is something you can appropriate as if.
Hold on. Would Kirk be a top or bottom? I feel like we have to answer this first. I think James is interested in Kirk, first of all, because it seems like he was talking about. He said he might do Kirk. So James, I'm pretty sure you want him to be a top. I imagine Kirk would be a top. I mean, he's too large, like to be a bottom. Like, look how tall he is. Like, I could not imagine a man like that. I know, like, maybe if we have I don't know if I should make that joke. Well, anyway, I'm saying, maybe there are powers that be that Kirk's beholden to that probably would dominate him. But I'm just saying, like, when it comes to a man smaller than him, Kirk is gonna dominate. All right.
If it is a disguise or a costume or a Halloween outfit that you put on, womanhood is a lot more than how you look. And it is very interesting to see because you could criticize men a fair amount, but we don't really put up with the trans thing very much. We just don't. Like, women pretend to be men. It's like, okay, you're obviously not a man. Like, get out of here. We're not going to put up with it. And we're honestly intolerant of it. And that's intolerance at its best. You should not be tolerant of lies. And so the next time that some of you have men who think they are women try to come up to you, say, yeah, you're actually not a woman. You're a man who has deep-seated mental problems. I hope you get help. And if you're uncomfortable saying that, you will lose womanhood. And this is why the trans thing is so dangerous, is they are preying on your decency, is they are preying on how God made you, which is to be agreeable. Women are more agreeable than men. You might say.
True. Let's see how fast we're going on this. We gotta speed Kirk up a little bit.
No, we're not. Yes, you are. I'm sorry, you are. Women are less likely to ask for raises. They're less likely to get in debates, arguments. You say, no, it's just how God made you. So the trans thing is a very pernicious threat because you do not want to be disagreeable, because God made men and women different, and women more than men want to be liked in the community that they're in. Just the way it is. And therefore, you do not want to be singled out for being the one person that says the obvious thing like, Dylan Mulvaney, you're a man. You're not a woman. Dylan Mulvaney, you're a man. And
I think the women there would probably be less agreeable than the general population of women, even if they are more agreeable than men still.
Right. They'd be more like you, like push back.
Yeah.
This fight. This has to be.
But see, that's why like you gotta elevate yourself as a man and like kind of be the superior argumentator, and that's why I feel like we are. Like we could go in there and like we could actually like upstand these women because they would have like the normie con talking points that we've already experienced like for the last 5, 6, 7 years. You know.
Yeah.
Save womanhood, to save what a woman is, and it might require you to break some glass. It might require you to not put up with the BS or the nonsense.
Break some glass. You got to be careful when you're doing those dishes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a little weird, you know?
You got to place the cups in the dishwasher better.
Now, some of you say, but Charlie, how do I, as a Christian, be loving to somebody that is suffering from gender dysphoria? Great question. The most loving thing one can do is refuse to lie. You lie to those people you don't love. You tell the truth to those that you love so much that you do not want to have them living in error. So when someone says, oh, you have to use my pronouns, it's she, her. Yeah, I'm not.
I like how you made his voice even deeper for it.
You have to use my pronouns.
Like, you can call me whatever you want. You can fire me. You can throw me out of class. You can tar, you can feather me. But at least I'll have my decency and I'll be able to actually be obedient to
yeah,
one thing.
that's exactly what I was thinking about,
Like
James. I was thinking about
I'm not going to
glass thing. And
to
also
your
like the whole
weird pseudo
broken glass thing.
Belief system. 2024. What is a woman? As Matt Walsh would ask a question. That is a question in front of us. What President Biden has done, President Biden signed Title IX, basically making one of the most radical steps in history towards the eradication of womanhood. And it's so amazing. I finally figured out, I said, where are the feminists? I now know where the feminists are. They're thrilled about this because they're like, oh, finally men feel our pain. That's literally what some of the feminists say. The feminists are not going to save you on this. What will save you is your own agency and your own action. And this room can be a force multiplier, can be a change agent in this world right now, in this country. Because it's one thing when I go up and I give a speech, they call me.
They always say like you're the change, like at these sorts of conferences. But you know what is going to be the result of this? That's like this agent of change.
Charlie Kirk is honestly the feminist here. He's like, women have agency. Women should be in the workforce. Women should be girl bosses. They should be doing all this shit. Like,
that's right. Women don't have agency.
He is the biggest feminist here, honestly.
A hater and they kick me off of social media or whatever. It's another thing when those of you that are in sororities,
you're on like every
when those of you that are in your friend groups, when those of you that are leading or
Jesus,
participating in college sports, any college athletes out there, by the way, fair amount of hands going up. Where you're like, yeah, I refuse to compete against a man. We're not going to put up with that. And honestly, the leaders of the NCAA, including former governor of Massachusetts, Charlie Baker, will do questions. When God, the abolition of man, we have now
wait, what questions?
All but abolished, weakened, emasculated, hyper-feminized, and now they are going after women. Why? And I'll close with this, and we'll do questions. When God, the abolition of man, we have now bring young female athletes by putting men in women's locker rooms. C.S. Lewis.
Kind of cute.
Wrote many years ago that we are on the precipice of the abolition of man. We have now lived through that. Men have been all but abolished, weakened, emasculated, hyper-feminized, and now they are going after women. Why? And I'll close with this and we'll do questions. A society, if you do not have distinctions between good sentence of the Bible and the scriptures, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. He created distinction and he created order. You cannot have a society if you do not have distinctions. Distinctions between good and evil, distinctions between the holy and the profane, distinctions between man and nature, and distinctions between male and female. You do not have a society.
Sure, like even with the leftist theory, there is a distinction between men and women. I don't know.
Like I mean, do you care to give the distinction they make?
You might say, oh, that doesn't, why does that matter? It's the most important thing. And that is why the enemy is launching a supernatural and spiritual attack to destroy womanhood.
Oh, wait, what? Sorry.
I was saying, do you care to make give the distinction they make?
Without distinctions, then you are entering
yeah. I mean, generally the distinction would be specifically on gender identity, which again, I feel like I've already explained earlier, but I mean, I could get into that if you want, but
no. Because that's
like,
not
I don't think they would say like, oh, if I just say that I'm a woman, I'm a woman.
Very dark new chapter that is against.
I mean, maybe some of them
against
do,
God's
for sure.
design, but it's not going to happen by itself. It's going to happen by every single one.
I mean, I don't really think they have another argument other than that when you get down to it. Because if you ask them, that's really what they have. Like, oh, well, it's like a woman is somebody that identifies as a woman. It's like, okay, well, what's that? It's somebody that identifies as a woman. Well, what's that? What is a woman? It's like, well, it's somebody that identifies. Like, I've seen people get into this like circle.
Yeah,
like,
I would agree with you. Yeah, I mean that is a problematic way of defining it for sure, but I don't think that like encompasses the entire left.
One of you refusing to comply, not putting up with it, saying no, I will not lie, and I do not care what the cost is. I don't.
Teaching women to say no. What is this, Charlie?
care if I have to live a tougher life, if I have to take an income hit. I don't care what it takes, but I will be able to turn to my family, my friends, and my creator. The only three things that matter, and hopefully eventually all of your future husbands or current husbands, which is to say, I stood for truth. I stood for righteousness, even when it was hard. What is the alternative? That you go work at some weird company and you're like in some data center and you earn like $100,000 a year, but you have to go use people's pronouns. That destroys your soul. That is.
I mean, it's true.
Destroys your soul.
My soul.
Slow motion suicide of the soul. You have a choice in front of you. Embrace courage to save women against the attempted abolition of women.
Yeah, I had a friend that told me like he got invited to, I don't know if it was like some LGBT affinity group or if it was like some sort of like event they do at work or something like that. But he's like, he got emailed that, and then he like mass emailed because he just clicked reply and it like mass emailed to the company of him saying, I don't like, take me out of this group. He's like, and he didn't give a shit about it either. He was fine that he emailed to everybody. He's like, yeah, I asked them to take me out, and it emailed to the whole company.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so fucking
honestly, these speeches have just been getting worse and worse, to be honest.
Huh? The speeches?
Like,
I think Charlie's is better than Megyn Kelly's.
Okay, yeah. I mean, just because he's a man, sure.
It's bearable.
Yeah, fair enough.
somebody on Rumble said, oh God, gay fest. I see. F off. And then there's the F word that we so love on this stream.
Wait, us or just this stream or the
I don't know if he's. I don't know if he. I don't know because he said gay fest, so I assume.
Is he calling us gay or the TPUSA gay? Because if it was TPUSA, I could kind of understand that. You know,
make me say the N word again, trying to explain this to you. Look, he said gay fest, which is like, you know, Turning Point has America Fest, so I assume he's just talking about I don't know. I don't know who he's talking about. It seems like he would be suggesting Turning Point, seeing as he said fest. I don't know.
Right. Look, you can explain it to me, but I think I'd prefer the other option.
What?
You know, you saying the gamer word.
Oh, it might have been because of the top/bottom thing. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Let's do some questions, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's do some questions.
We're going to start on your right. Hey, Charlie. So I'm kind of in a pickle because I would like to pursue a route in politics. I'm not sure which avenue yet, but I've noticed that a lot of the people I'd like to work
Politics, silence, woman.
for say that college is a scam and it's dumb, but when you go to apply, you see that you need a bachelor's. So how do I maneuver that?
Yeah. So just take an unpaid internship, and most internships won't require that, but you're probably looking.
We're gonna have to skip this. Hold on.
For an unpaid internship.
They're from a more conservative place. They don't see the need to really have an opinion or speak about what they believe for the most part with the majority of my classmates. And so I'm just wondering how you would encourage and like motivate young people on these college campuses in conservative places.
A couple more, yes.
Hi, my name is Anne. So I am a full-time civil engineer, but I am studying to become.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie.
Are you skipping like all the ugly ones?
Isn't it the best? Yeah.
Yes,
By the way, can I just
Dude, I'm just not even trying to hear them talk at this point.
say one thing? The media has done one of the most evil things where they act as if a stay-at-home mom is not a job. It is the most important task an individual can take.
Boring. Oh my
I think it is
god.
so. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Let's
I
see
mean
his
that. It is so nasty.
conclusion. Hold on.
And hookup culture has hurt men, but it's really, really hurt women. It has not hurt men nearly as much. And so that.
Yeah, honestly,
general piece of
like
advice that is
after
not
hearing
right.
them after like hearing conservatives speak for like enough time, it just really gets fucking boring. Like they just repeat the same fucking talking points over and over again. There's like nothing new. Like the only things that were like genuinely interesting was like the Candace Owens and
Oh, dude, I know
Alex
exactly what
Clark
James was
talking
referring
about.
to.
Oh, that
That
nose.
nose. He was talking about that one chick. Hold on.
Oh, let me see.
Let me see if we can find her.
It's wonderful to have someone from it's one of the
Oh my
tasks called to lead. You have the fruits of the Holy Spirit, right? Love.
Functional hormones.
It's not her, right? Yeah.
I love it.
Both candidates have a 4-year term to look at. And I know that
Women and prosperous. So you're right. For the first time,
Right.
since wait, I don't.
Bro.
Yeah,
Bro.
more Cleveland is happening right. Donald T.
4-year term.
Trump.
Both
Is it her?
And raise your hand if you're in a Turning Point USA chat.
I think right there, bro.
encourage and like motivate young people on these college campuses. in
Wait,
conservative places
what's
to
odd
form
about
their own
her?
Opinions on what's happening.
Yeah, that's it.
Was this it, James? Am I missing it?
Yeah, I don't think that was. There's no way. She's a pretty
No,
normal.
he said no. I don't know why I thought it was this chick. I was thinking like I don't
No,
know.
it's definitely
Where was
not.
she at? Yeah, I don't know. Seeing her again, I thought the first time, like, I was like, oh no.
Where was she at?
Okay, well, I'm probably skipping back over it. I don't know, man.
That is very little of what law is. That is more important than if you're confused. I want to be very wherever your country of origin is. And so that sort of deportation is really necessary. And every single person that is illegally crossing the United States of America should be humanely and quickly returned back to their country of origin. Every single individual. And
oh yes, humanely.
Let's just put him in a big squisher.
ICE agents literally pointing guns at pregnant mothers, being like, yes, you have to turn back. I'm humane.
After her, so I have to go back to find the chick after that one. Was it the one that? Okay, hold on.
Want to have 5.
Is it her? Oh yeah, I can see that's her.
Why would you want to do that? That sounds.
Joe Biden, we have.
Yeah, wait.
Everything's fine.
No,
Joe
you
Biden
fucking.
provides for the family, enough money, enough resources. Here, under one president, your dollar slave trade.
Studying
you fucking
functional states.
Holy shit!
So how do you encourage
missed
men
it.
as husbands, coworkers, and friends to truly
Not
respect
her.
women's 28-day hormonal fluctuations?
You was bills 21,000.
Wait, actually, that question is kind of interesting.
Oh, hold on.
How do you recommend that we?
Now this has got to be
Yeah,
it.
that's what I just said. You just skipped past her. I was just telling you like 2 seconds ago.
I didn't even. I don't know, man.
Bro, you're fucking drunk. Like you missed it. I was telling you.
I'm not, man. I could drive right now.
Some of the things that you said
Yeah, drunk.
Deep personal and spiritual bonds. Those in our prisons right now. Every one of them go back to their country of origin. So,
Bro, Kanye sounds so fucking good right now.
Search very far for there. Number
Holy
two
shit.
is that we know of at least another 2 or 3 million. At my local high school.
Another 2 or 3
If
million.
they're going to be set like this is.
Okay, so that's pretty much the gist of it. I do have something we got to share right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see.
I see you're following Trump.
Huh?
I see you're following Trump on here.
On Rumble?
Yeah.
Oh. Let's see. Hold on.
Who else? Is that the America First symbol? Is it is Fuentes on Rumble?
Hold on.
Oh. Oh wait, based. Holy shit. Final thing, yeah, holy based. Let's go.
And education. Woman is to man as the slave to the master, the manual to the mental worker, the barbarian to the Greek. Woman is an unfinished man, left standing at a lower step in the scale of development. The male is by nature superior, and the female inferior. The one rules, the other is ruled. And this principle extends of necessity to all mankind.
True.
Woman is weak of will and therefore incapable of independence of character or position. Her best condition is a quiet home life in which, while ruled by the man in her external relations, she may be in domestic affairs supreme.
There we go, Aristotle.
Woman should not be made more like men, as in Plato's Republic.
Based.
Rather, the dissimilarity should be increased. Nothing is so attractive as the different. The courage of a man and that of a woman are not, as Socrates supposed, the same.
Nothing is so attractive as the different. I mean, would you find black women attractive, Aristotle?
No, it's a difference in the sexual characters.
Oh yeah, I know. But he was just saying, like, I mean, as a statement, there's like nothing more attractive than in the different, you know.
Well, technically, the Greeks didn't have a conception of race the same that we did. Like, the Greeks basically considered like the races to be either Greek or barbarian, and that was more of like a national, like what we would call nationalist. So like you could be Greek and black, you know. So you were considered a higher race than barbarians. Like barbarians could be fucking white. So like the Greeks were kind of based, but I mean they were nationalists, so like they were cringe, but I mean they had like a better condition of race than we did. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The courage of a man is shown in commanding, that of a woman in obeying. As the poet says, silence is a woman's glory.
There we go. That's what I was talking about. This
Best
time.
way to end it. Best way to end it. We love it.
Well done,
bro. Aristotelians on women when they find Arthur Schopenhauer, or is it Schopenhauer? I don't
We've been
remember.
going for 4 hours, boys.
Okay, yeah, we should probably end it.
It's been good though. I did enjoy
Yeah,
that.
honestly, I don't think we need to do a second part. We got Megyn Kelly, we got the main crazy lady Alex Clark, we got Candace Owens,
She's
we
not
got
crazy anymore. She got off the
Charlie
drugs.
Yeah, no, true. Literally, I genuinely think, I'm not even fucking kidding. I think that part of the reason, and like seriously, for anyone still watching, go back and watch her like opening speech for the same women's event in like 2022. She was fucking unhinged compared to now. Like now, it feels like a man wrote her speech. That's how good it was. So yeah, I've enjoyed this entire time. I've been enjoying getting drunk with you, debating you on.
I never said what was the contents of this. Honestly, I never really.
Yeah,
said.
reveal it. Reveal it.
Well, I kind of said it. I kind of implied it.
Well, we know it's alcohol, but like, what specifically?
We don't know that.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
But the title is fucking drunk reacting.
Yeah, you are.
Kill yourself. Fucking bomb. Okay, I was so close. I was so close to saying the N word right there. Holy shit. I was so close. I was about to call you like a bomb, N word.
Yeah, we got to end this, dude. All right. Well, guys, it's been good.
That's the consequence of me being drunk. Okay.
Happy Friday, boys.
We love you.
This has been a classic civil offense banger. I mean, this isn't really like an official podcast episode again, but this is like one of the streams. So it's fine to do some alternations where we just kind of react to stuff and chill, and some where we are talking about serious issues. So aside from that, you got anything left to say, Ancat?
Yeah, just thank you for James for coming on and staying with us for the whole time. Justice as well. You fucking lip cuck, live hard.
To both of you.
We still love you, even though you're gay.
It's YWLS was here for a while too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and
based on what
I don't know how long Ignis stayed, but we love Ignis.
We love niggas.
We love niggas.
Yeah, don't switch the N from the from the third position of the word to the first position, because then you have niggas.
I can't wait to wake up tomorrow and fucking see this shit.
Yeah. Well, guys,
we love
I guess
you.
that's how we end it.
Full homo.
Remember, civil offense is the key to winning. Thank you.